Hello, 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 it's Seer Supreme. 2 years ago, I began my Supreme One Chunk Ironman journey in the nostalgic and charming village, Seers Village. I came into this challenge with a singular goal in mind: roll a chunk. This journey has had the ups, the downs, and it turned me into a one chunk meme. After 5,000 hours of in-game time, 730 days of real-world time, and a personal journey from nervous, badly edited videos to videos that turned out not that half bad. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the next 10 hours of chill vibes and crazy highs.
This is Seers Supreme, and he is about to embark on a journey that he doesn't need to. I know he's asked him to, but he's going to do it anyway. This is Supreme One Chunk Ironman Seers Village Edition. As an introduction to the series, I recently spoke to the grandfather, the grand architect, the pioneer of Supreme Chunking, Buzz, and asked permission to put this series together using his rules, and of course putting a little spin on it for myself. And being the gracious person he is, he has allowed me to borrow the concept. So if you haven't seen his channel before, haven't seen this series before, I suggest checking it out because it is what inspired me to start this. A quick recap for people who don't know what a chunk is: it is a 64 by 64 section of the map, and the entire Old School Runescape map is made up of these chunks. My starting chunk is 10806, which is the Seers Village, and I am not allowed to leave until I've completed all the tasks within that chunk as set out in the Supreme Chunk rules, but also as specified on the Chunk Picker website, which is what you can see here. With that said, this is the list of rules I will be abiding by, most of which were originally set by Buzz, but I've put a little spin on them just to ensure that this account isn't the death of me and doesn't take me the next 30 years to get out of the chunk. So rule number 1 is that we will have to get every drop from every NPC that's located within the chunk. I'll only need to do this for the first instance of that NPC that we encounter. So that means, for example, the goblin drops, we get them all in one chunk. If we see the goblins again in the next chunk, we don't have to re-get those drops. Rule number 2, I will be unlocking and activating the highest prayer I possibly can within the chunk. I think this is pretty self-explanatory. Some of the prayers you can't actually obtain without doing certain quests or acquiring them from raids, so it'll only be the ones that I can actually activate within the chunk. Rule 3, I will be unlocking and casting the highest magic spell I can with the runes available to me within the chunk. This may change as time goes on, as I may get, for example, soul runes from imps, meaning the spell requirement will actually get higher than what it is. Rule number 4, I will be attempting to obtain every pet possible in the chunk. I'm not a complete madman, so I will potentially be setting an exemption that if I do achieve level 99 in that skill before I obtain the pet, then I can backlock it, and then potentially every chunk I unlock after the first, I will then have to continue to get an extra million or so XP in that skill until I receive the pet. Finally, number 5, and arguably the most important rule, I will review each of these rules on a case-by-case basis to ensure that I'm not still mucking about in this chunk for the next 10 years, and I think we all want to see some kind of progression on the account, so I'll have the opportunity to review this and potentially agree with all you guys on what would be best for the series. So there's the rules, and now it's time to talk about the chunk itself and the initial tasks that we'll have, with some maybe things to think about in the future. And I've got almost 200 tasks, so I'm not short in variety of what I can do. The first thing is I can now pick the first 4 chunks that I will potentially be getting into maybe another year's time, but we've got Sinclair's Mansion, Camelot Castle, Sorcerer's Tower, and Magruber's Wood. With the chunk rules being as they are, I can't travel diagonally, so I'll have to go into one of these chunks before I can get to things like the Ranging Guild, the Beehives, etc. One thing I did learn from looking at various accounts, talking to various people and doing a bit of a check myself, there are potential issues to look out for in the future where, for example, this chunk here right next to Magruber's Wood. I can get into this chunk from Magruber's Wood, but I can't actually cross this agility shortcut to get into this area of the coal trucks with the quest until I've got 20 agility. Now, there is no way for me to train agility in any of these chunks. The Seers Village one is, I think, level 40 or level 60 agility. So the only way I'll be able to cross this is by lamping to 20 agility, which is possible. But it's whether that is achievable by the time I get there. So that might be something that we have to consider if and when we get past this chunk number 4. So now we can go through all of the current chunk tasks that I have. So the first one is to get 40 defense to wield a U-shield, 72 fletching to fletch that U-shield, 85 magic to cast teleblock, and as discussed in the rules, if I get things like soul runes, I will have to cast teleport other to Camelot, which is a higher magic requirement. I think it's 90 magic. I need 52 prayer to activate smite. I need to get, well, I'll have 1 thieving, so I'll just need to pickpocket a man. 60 wood cutting to chop U-logs. And then in best in slot tasks, I'll need to obtain an iron dagger, obtain a bronze med helm, obtain a corrupted kite shield, obtain a U-shield, which I'll get from fletching and then wielding it, and then Staff of Air from the air elementals. In terms of quests, I can get up to step 2 of Elemental Workshop 1, which is essentially get the book, open the book and get the key, and that's it. I've got 4 diary tasks. One is to play the organ, which is located in the Seers Village church. Task 7 is to kill 1 of each of the elementals, and the easy task 9 is to buy a stew from the guy who sells them in the Seers Village pub. Then the other tasks, there is all the drop tables. So within Elemental Workshop 1, when I get the key, I can then go into the Elemental Workshop itself, and in there's the air elementals, so I'll have all of the drop table for them. There's the earth elementals, same for them. There is also the ore variant, which is before it actually wakes up. Then there's the fire elemental, the man drop table, which is almost identical to the woman drop table, but seeing as they're different, they'll be separate. The water elementals in Elemental Workshop. Then there's all the woman drop table. And then we move on to the extra other items. So collection log. I can obtain boots, lumberjack boots. I can obtain the Twitcher's gloves, the log basket, the log brace, the clothes pouch, the cape pouch, the felling axe, all from just the trees that I have available to me in the chunk. There's also the beaver pet and the rocky pet, which is the thieving pet. So again, I'll be going for those unless I get to 99 and I'm able to leave the chunk, in which case every chunk I unlock after that I will get an additional 1 million XP until I get the beaver or rocky. There's also a couple in here which I'm not 100% sure about. I think you can get the petal garland in this chunk because you don't need any required items, but things like the fox whistle and the golden pheasant egg, you can't actually get them unless you have certain items to create the trap or the egg cushion. And then the other thing would be the bank space. So with the bank space, I'll have to get upwards of, almost a bill to upgrade all of these bank slots. I think that's a bit too extreme, especially saying that the only way I can actually make money in this chunk is by killing men and women and getting a maximum of 25 gold each time. So I might be here for a very long time before I can do that. So that's one to review and maybe backlog. And then the last two are to change my gravestone in Death's Office to the Angel and to obtain the Corrupted Kite Shield, which is already tracked in the best in slot. So that's all the tasks that I'll have to do in this chunk. Not sure how long that's going to take me. I might do some calculations to figure out each one in the future as we get through them. Okay, time to set the name. Seer Supreme. Looks good. And it's available, perfect. And now we need to create what we need to look like. And that's it. I'm going to make myself look like a monkey seer kind of guy. Perfect. And now we're going to make ourselves a hardcore Ironman so we can get this done properly. See how long we can get that to last for. See how high up on the high scores we can get stuck in one chunk. Right, so I'm just coming in at the end here just to make a few points. So as you can see with this, it is the resizable modern layout, and I think that was my preferred way to play. I like the modern layout, but as I've started to go through the series, work through the various levels and see how it looks when editing, it just didn't feel right. So as this goes on, you'll eventually see this slowly swap from the resizable modern layout to the classic fixed layout, and that will slowly then change so that different things that appear on the screen, like the latency and the max hit, the accurate, the weapon style stuff, some of that will disappear, some of it will reappear, just so I'm just kind of, putting the feelers out, trying to think what's going to be the best to make it look the best on the screen. So I guess apologies for how this will change in this first episode, but hopefully I get it down for the rest. We're starting out here. I think the plan is just pickpocket as many men as physically possible, get as much gold as we can. I think I'm gonna change this left click from attack to pickpocket, make that a bit easier. So the aim is to get as much gold as we can right now, maybe get to 10 thieving in the process. We can go and buy a chunk of stews from the guy in the pub, and then maybe we swap to just killing people, just killing as many people as we can, men, women, try and get a load of those drop log things tied off early on, maybe get some of the drops that we want, such as the iron dagger, bronze med helm, and there's 2 thieving, great. And then past that we'll maybe get into cutting trees, fletching, see where we get up to. Okay, so we actually just got the maximum amount of coin pouches that you can before you have to open them, 28, and that's got us 84 GP, not too bad. It's really strange that it caps there. I don't know why that would cap, but we're at 2 HP now, so probably going to have to go and spend this gold pretty soon, or else I might die within the first 10 minutes of the account. So yeah, we're going to go over to the Seers Village pub, and this guy actually sells stew, which is a task on the list, and so we're going to speak to him. What do you have? He actually sells meat pies as well, which I think are better. I think they heal more than stews, so I'm going to buy a few of those till I've used up all my money, and then we'll get back to pickpocketing. And there's 5 thieving, on our way to 10, and that's it, we've hit the 10 thieving, so now it's time to move on to something else. In terms of things in the chunk, there is this garlic on the table in this house, and there's also a knife spawn, in this house here, which obviously unlocks for us the fletch and grind. Just in case you're wondering how I'm going to fletch, it'll be that way. And I think we can just go chuck these in the bank. I'm not going to tell you what my pin is. So pop all this stuff away in the bank. Oh, I've got this set to 1. The other thing that's in this chunk as well that came about with Forestry Part 1 is this guy here has a bronze axe spawn behind him. So that is how we can unlock the woodcutting grind to then move on to the fletching grind. Inside this guy's shop we can also get the forestry kit, which is now free with one of the recent updates. So we can have a best in slot cape slot as well. Not too bad. We're going to move on to the women drop table now. Try and get as many as we can. Maybe I'll stay here until we get all of them, and then we can just tick that whole chunk off and then move on to the next thing. Tell you what, this woman almost kicked my arse. Literally, like almost I guess it was 1.5 meat pies before I managed to kill her. Jeez. We managed to get a guam leaf out of that and the bones drop, so that's 2 things off the list already. And there's another kill, and we get the earth talisman. Nice, another one off the list. And there's 2 strength on our way up. So just missed it, but we got 5 strength. You can see in the event we've also got a lantern, marantil, and some bronze bolts, and there's some copper ore as well. So we're ticking lots of stuff off. And that's 6 strength and 5 combat. So I just managed to get level 9 strength, 50 total level, and 6 combat, all in the same kill. Not too bad, not too bad. And we missed level 10 strength, but you know, I've got ADHD, so sometimes it's hard to keep track. But we can swap to attack style now and try and get that to level 10. 5 attack and 8 combat. I know this account is going to take me probably quite a long time to get out of this one chunk, but you know, I think I'm going to enjoy myself doing this. You know, it's been a long time since I started an account from scratch, and just being able to, you know, go through those early levels, get all those pop-ups, it feels quite good. Because when you get to, you know, another couple of months down the line, it's going to be a long time in between levels, and I'm going to be scratching for content. Oh, that's big. Iron dagger drop. I'll put this on. I think it's a pretty significant upgrade. Yeah, we've got +2 crush, +4 slash. And it goes to +5 stab, +3 slash. +4 melee strength, that's not bad. It's less than the axe, but I think overall it's a lot better. So that's the first easy clue scroll drop that we've got. That's pretty big. Tick off the list. Unfortunately it's East Ardoon. So there are several clue scroll steps that I can do within the easy tier, and it's definitely possible for me to complete one in this chunk. I just need to get super lucky or do a big clue score grind. So maybe we'll do that at some point. That's 10 attack and 10 combat. Not bad. I'm becoming a big old boy. And there's our first beginner clue score drop. Unfortunately I can't do any of these steps in the chunk that I'm in, because I'm in a members area and all the beginner clue score steps are in free to play areas. But it's a nice drop anyway to get off the list. Oh, perfect. Bronze med helm. That's the next gear upgrade on the account. So at the minute I'm all zeros. That little +1 magic. But this actually takes up to +3 stab, +4 slash, +2 crush. Pretty sweet. And I missed the level again. What a surprise. But now we can swap back to strength. We've got a 10 defense. They're all pretty even round numbers now, which is good for my ADHD brain. So we'll do this to 20 strength and then swap over to attack again. That's 20 strength. So we're here on the Old School wiki because I've been having a strange thing happen where the 10 gold drop, I haven't had it, and I've been killing a lot of women. And I came here on the wiki to have a check, and if you look at here, it says only dropped in free to play. So unfortunately, we're going to have to backlog this one and get it when we find a woman in somewhere in the free to play zone, Falador most likely. 20 attack, 20 hit points, and 20 combat. You gotta love those numbers. And that's it. Chaos runes. That was the last drop to get for the women drop table. So let's go to the bank and see all the stuff we've got. And here we are. Here's the loot. So I think I killed probably about 385 women for all of these. I accidentally buried a few of the bones. We got about 8 copper, Lantatimes, Marintils, Taramins, got 3 Ranars, Avanto, Quorm, Irits, Haralander, Dwarfweed, Cadentine, some cabbages, 16 fishing bait, some bronze arrows, various runes, which will be used later on, a talisman, and then 3 iron daggers and 8 bronze medhelms. I think I probably got about 900 or so coins after buying all of the meat pies. So there's good loot overall. I think we can go and check, see how much that is on the GE. About 91.5k. Not really a efficient money maker, but it means that small grind has come to an end. Oh, I just noticed bronze bolts as well. Let's pop those in the checker. Probably won't be much. 92.5k. Yeah. So that is the end of the woman grind. So on to the next thing. Welcome back. I hope you're all doing okay. We're going to start this episode by ticking off some of the easy stuff on the list. So one of the first things will be Elemental Workshop 1. So I don't actually have any of these requirements, but that doesn't mean that we can't get the first 2 steps finished. In this house, just southwest of the bank, there's this bookcase. So you just click on that and then you get the book, which lets you start the quest. So essentially all I need to do now is use a knife on it and we get the key. So there's the knife, use it on the book, and we get a key. So that's it, that's all I need to tick that task off. Next on the list is the achievement diaries. So for this one we just need to play this church organ in the Seers Village church, and that's all there is to it. Pretty easy one. Well, it would be easy, it's on the easy diary. Last up for the easy items is buying a stew from the bartender in the Seers Village pub. No idea why in the last episode I didn't do this, but there you go, I got distracted by the meat pie I guess. I think next we're going to start the first medium grind by getting 60 wood cutting for the yew trees. I think it's going to be not too bad overall. I think fletching is going to be a lot more difficult, but I'm going to have to get this 60 by using a bronze axe. So, but all the trees are in here, normal, oak, willow, maple, and then yews over there by the church. So we've got everything we need to start. And there's 5 wood cutting, 10 wood cutting, 25 more levels to go. And there's 15 wood cutting, so we can now cut oak trees. think the plan is going to be that we cut up to maples in these kind of worlds where I'm on my own pretty much, and then when we get to maples we move to the forestry worlds so we can take advantage of all of the forestry events, because trying to run around with 1 agility, not fun. There's 20 wood cutting, so I only need another 10 levels before I can start cutting willows. 25 wood cutting, almost there. Roots, that's what we like to see. I think this is probably the best forestry event. And that's it, that's 30 wood cutting. So now we can move from oaks to willows. And I think now's probably a good time to talk about the master plan. So, what is the master plan? Well, the master plan is we're going to have to spend a lot of time wood cutting in this chunk. And at the minute, all I'm using is a bronze axe. So if we were to calculate how long that's going to take, it would be a very, very long time. So, step 1 is to lamp hunter until I get 32 hunter. And this could also be helped along by doing the forestry event, which gives a small amount of hunter XP. It's basically nothing, but every little bit helps. So that I can catch young implings, which can be barehanded at 32 hunter. And these guys drop a steel axe at a rate of 1 in 10, which is significantly better than the bronze axe and will help me a ton in the massive grinds. And there's 35 woodcutting. Sorry, I'll add the recorder set for the group Ironman and not the Supreme Chunk Lock account, so you'll hear me doing the unsold heads in the background. But we got our first lamp on the account, and I think we can now begin the hunter grind. So I'll put this into hunter. I could put it in agility, but I think based off the master plan it should be hunter. So let's do that. And there's 10 XP, so we're off the mark. So I just went to this random event and it's unlocked all the music tracks from all the random events. I never noticed that before. And there's 40 wood cutting, only 5 more levels where we could do maple trees. It's our first maze event complete, so this could potentially give us some good stuff. So let's see what we get. 312 coins, 156 feathers and 26 steel arrows, not bad. Okay, and finishing this event should give us 45 wood cutting. So now we can move on to maple trees. That should mean that we probably should go on to the forestry worlds now, so that we can start participating in as many forestry events as we can. And there's 50 wood cutting. We can now craft clothes pouches, but we actually can't until we get a piece of leather and a needle. But we're almost there. 55 wood cutting, 5 more levels and then we can tick something new off the list. We just got our first hard clue scroll on the account. It's pretty big. Let's see what it is. A wilderness. Absolutely not. Not a chance. Look where we are. This would be big if we could get the stale baguette right now. Start the account and not have to wait until we're dead before we get it. Right, choose this mystery box. And what do we get? So, Forestry Part 2 came out today. And I think that's quite lucky because I actually haven't recorded the episode 1 run through of the website, of the Chunk Picker website. So hopefully in here there is some more collection log stuff for us to get. really know what any of this stuff does yet. But there seems to be a cape pouch, which I assume is going to be something to do with maybe the wood cutting cape. Felon axe handle, I think that's the one that makes the two-handed axes. Not sure what Twitch's gloves are. I assume we can find out. There doesn't seem to be much else. So let's have a look at the collection log, see what's actually in there. So it's a fox whistle, which doesn't seem to be in the shop. Golden pheasant egg, again not in the shop. I assume that's from the new events. Pheasant hat, pheasant legs, pheasant boots, pheasant cape. Maybe that goes in the cape pouch. Petal garland, I'm not sure what that is. I assume again these are all event related stuff. So I guess we're just going to have to go through and find out, but I've heard that you can get some more XP for various skills through some of these events, and I think hunter, fletching, maybe farming as well. You can get some XP from that, so when we start seeing these new events pop up, I'll be able to quickly find out if I can actually train any more skills up to certain levels and whether it's actually feasible. But we've got about 6k bark already, and I think a lot of this stuff we can't actually make. But I'll do some research and we'll find out. Hi, future Hannibal here. So obviously the forestry events have been out for a little bit now, and I've had time to do them all, see what they're like, see what XP they give, and how much that's going to influence what happens with this account. So in terms of the 5 new ways to train, we have fletching, thieving, hunter, farming and construction, and these are all chained through the various new forestry part 2 events. So starting with fletching, we are already doing a fletching grind, so that'll only just help towards it. We're also doing a thieving grind, so again these events will only just help towards that. We're lamping to 32 hunter anyway, so this will just help us get there a little bit faster. And then there's construction and farming. So farming, I don't have access to any tree patches, hop patches, anything like that in this chunk. The nearest one is the hops patch, which is in the chunk next to me. So there's no real viable way for me to train farming. And construction, I don't have access to a saw or a hammer yet. So again, it is relatively impossible for me to train that within the chunk. That's not to say we won't find ways of training them in the future. Maybe there's some way for me to get a saw, or to train farming efficiently, and if that happens then we will re-review what we need to do and we'll pick out exactly what the end goal will be for that skill within the chunk. But for now I'm going to say that all of the new ways to train that have come in, we will just carry on as normal until something comes up that changes. So that's where we are, and hopefully everyone is happy with that. But let me know in the comments if you think there is a way for me to train these skills effectively so that I can actually grind them out within a reasonable amount of time, and then we will go back to the drawing board and figure it out. So we've been woodcutting at Maples for a bit now, and we've just got our first Forestry Part 2 event, which is obviously just the Forestry Part 1 Leprechaun event made 10 times better. So it looks like when you stand in the rainbows, you get a little woodcutting boost, which stacks with the more rainbows you stand in. I think it's overall just pretty good. I think I was doing it on the group Ironman where I'm 99 woodcutting, and it was going from like 200 and something XP for magics all the way up to like 400 and something, so it was almost double, which was pretty sweet. So I just finished this event for the Entlings and I got a bird egg nest. I've been hearing rumblings that you get these pretty much 100% of the time, so no evil chicken piece matter? Maybe. Here's the other event. This is the pheasant event. So as you can see, I'm getting a small amount of thieving XP each time, which I think I'm 10 thieving. I'm getting 5 XP a time, so it's not too bad. It's not too bad. But I've been looking into getting that golden pheasant egg, and it looks like a lot of people have been saying that you need to have the egg cushion in your invent or in your forestry kit for you to be able to get it, and I don't think I can make that in this chunk, so probably won't be getting the golden pheasant egg for a while. And there's 60, so that is maples finished for now. I can now move on to yew trees. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to head over there right now and try and chop one. And there we go. Achievement diary stage task, current stage 1, but more importantly that ticks off one more thing on our list. After the thrill of wood cutting for days on end, it's now time to kill a lot of men for days on end. So we're going to go for that full drop table, I think, before we move on to something different. And I did it again. I missed it, but there's 15 defense anyway. We got a few things from these guys already. And that should be... Oh, that's not the level I was expecting, but level 22, 8 points, not bad. Now left with 2 bloody XP. There you go, 20 defense. Now we can swap back to strength. And there's 25 strength. We're getting beefy now. So, funny thing, I've been trying to get a beginner clue scroll for ages now. And guess what? There it is. God damn it. I got that from a tree and decided to put it in my bank so I didn't get any more dropped. And now I'm kicking myself. So let's get that dropped and go back to men for a bit. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, come on, sandwich lady, do us a favour. And that's it. There's the last drop we were looking for. Beginner clue scroll. Can't believe I had that in the bank for that long. Could have finished this way earlier than I have. That's all the drops. So now it's time to have a look at what we got, where we're up to, and what's next. So, this is where we ended up. Killed maybe 760-ish men and women in total. And you can probably see from the last bank video in the last episode that we've gained more of each of these. So that ticks off pretty much all of them now. So we've got quite a bit done. And now we just need to decide what to do next. What is the plan? What is the plan? What is the plan? So the plan is to start doing fletching. There's various things that we can get with fletching. Most of it probably isn't that useful. So we can get up to yew logs in this chunk. Can't get to magics. So what that means is, for the requirements, is we need to get to 72 to make a yew shield. I have all of the logs in my bank stored up from the 60 wood cutting grind, so we'll just start working through them and then probably have to go back to trees for another 3 years. A quick 5 fletching, not bad. I can now make short bows, so let's crack on with that. Level 10, let's go! 15 fletching. Man, I'm good at this game. 19 fletching and 200 total level. Big gains. That's 20 fletching. We can now craft oak short bows, so I'll finish off these logs and then move straight on to oak logs. 25 fletching, oak longbow time. Oh, 30 fletching. Now we're gaming. Here we go, here we go, here we go. First collection log slot on the account. What's next? Third age maybe? Let's give it a try, maybe? Hey, 35 fletching. We can now make willow short bows. Do that up to 40 and then we'll start making willow long bows. Nice one. 40 fletching. As quick as that. We're now done with the short bows. We'll make the long bows till 50 and then we'll start using all those maple logs that I've got in my bank. Now I'm done with all the willow logs in my bank, I've decided to move over to the willow trees and I've gone on to the forestry worlds because now we're in close proximity to those maple trees over there. It means that we get to take part in as many forestry events as possible and we don't have to run halfway across the chunk to get to all those events. So we'll stick here for a while and then move on to maples. A little trick for all you skillers out there who have for some reason only just got to forestry. You can turn the tree count plugin on in Runelight and it tells you on every tree how many people are cutting the tree. So now I can be as efficient as possible in either getting to 99 wood cutting or getting the beaver pet. And I typically tend to be not very efficient, so this is definitely helping me out a lot. I have been working towards the rocky pet, so 20 thieving. Got another 1.6 million pickpockets to go. And then no rocky pet, so we carry on, probably. Would you look at that? 25 thieving. We are definitely getting to 99 on these guys. Horrendous. We are breezing through these collection log slots. There's the camo top. I think that makes 2. So, where is it? The first one, lederhosen hat, and now camo top. Brilliant. Bish bash bosh, 65 wood cutting. So, we've only got another 13 million XP just using this bronze axe. Wicked. On to my second workout of the day. So there's the camo bombs. I think that means now we only have one more camo piece to get. Yeah, one more. So let's do another workout, I guess. 45 fletching. Yeah, boy. There we have it. 50 fletching. We can now make maple short bows. So we'll do that to 55, and then we can start fletching the maple longs. Let's go, let's go. My hunter level is 3. Dun dun dun. Am I the best at fletching, do you reckon? No, you're right. I'm not. But 55? I don't know what you guys think, but I don't particularly like this event. Oh! Look at that. Sturdy beehive parts. I think that this is probably one of the worst events because I need to have logs on me at all times. But at least these sturdy beehive parts have been added to the chunk picker now, so that's something. Do you ever get that urge to make a stupid childish joke when you know you shouldn't? What? Oh no. It's level 70. Yes, 70 woodcutting. Oh god, this was such a bad joke that took like 4 hours to do. Jesus. Well, that's our first time in Escape Rune. And we're about to get some experience that isn't wood cutting for once. So let's see what we get. 7 fishing. That's beast. We're getting 99. I know I probably shouldn't be doing this event, but that's 30 thieving. But I guess this is slightly less RSI than men and women. But I can't get rocky from these guys, so. I think you and I both know that this video is oversaturated with woodcutting and fletching stuff, so that was your token farming level. Tune in episode 10 for level 3. I've been thinking about fire making quite a lot because I can't get a tinderbox in this chunk, but what I can get are these foresters' campfires. So you need a tinderbox to make one, but you don't need a tinderbox to continue with them. I can just chuck logs in them, which means that I can consistently get fire making XP, albeit it's a third of the fire making XP you would normally get by using a tinderbox. So I think it is viable for me to do a certain amount of fire making in this chunk. So with that said, what I've been doing secretly in the background when nobody's been looking is this 30 fire making. So I'm going to crack on with these oak logs and then I'm going to move on to willows with the goal of burning a yew log, and I'm going to add it to the chunk picker. We're on the fire making speed run. Let's go. We just got our first lamp from the new NPC count check, so that's obviously going in Hunter. So let's see what level that gets us to now. 70 XP, level 8. We're on our way to Young Giplins. Well, 40 fire making, my old friend. What does that mean? Some more time spent hoping that more on Leo? Oh, nice. I wish we could always get multiple collection log slots in one go. That's sick. We got another book, and you know where that's going? 10 Hunter. Nice. We're on our way. Another 22 levels. Oh look, a druid one as well. God, I love this game. Are we going to get the petal garland? No. I've been cutting and burning logs for what feels like an eternity, but what it's meant is that we are now 45 fire making. So we are getting quite close onto maples now, and we're still working towards that yew, burning that yew log. It's not been too bad actually. I know the third of XP sounds horrendous, but fire making is still super quick. So I've been woodcutting, fletching and fire making for a while now, so I think it's time to take a break, do something different, make things fresh and exciting. So I'm going to go back to killing men and women, this time to work on the prayer grind. Obviously I need 52 for smite, but also I'm going to be working towards a different grind, which I had initially discounted in favour of the hunter grind, going for the steel axe from Implings, and this is to work through easy clues. So from easy clues I have a very small chance of getting the black axe, and this is how I'm going to go about getting it. With that in mind, here is the plan for the next stage of the account. So we're going to be going for 52 prayer, and that is a requirement to use smite. I will only have access to bones from both men and women, so that's going to be approximately 27,000 kills to get from 17 prayer, which I'll have by the time I've used the bones in my bank, and getting me up to 52. With that time I will also be obviously training my combat skills, mainly hit points, attack, strength, but more importantly defense, because I will need to get to 40 defense to wield a yew shield. with doing all of these kills and getting drops from the men and women, I will also be getting runes to use for the magic grind. I will also be getting coins to be working towards the changing of my gravestone, and even more importantly, I will be getting easy clue scrolls. So easy clue scrolls will drop at a rate of 1 in 128, and I'm looking for the black axe, which is a 1 in 36. So for me to get a black axe from an easy clue scroll from men and women, you are looking at 1 in 4,608 for me to get it. That is assuming that I have access to all of the clue steps, all of the required items, all of the locations, which I don't. So there are 161 unique easy steps in total. 2 of those steps are within my chunk, so that's a 2 in 161 or a 1 in 80.5 chance for me to get the step in my chunk. So the best case scenario, we get a back-to-back step from that clue, and that is the casket. So with that in mind, that's probably going to be a 1 in 6,460 chance. Each easy clues are 2 to 4 steps long, so the actual total, if my maths is correct, which it probably isn't, is a 1 in 29,767,680 chance for me to get the black axe in the perfect scenario, which is obviously not going to happen. So I'm going to be doing the standard thing that locked accounts do, and I will be juggling my clues to try and get the drop chance to be less. And the idea is that hopefully by the end of this grind I will have at least the black axe, but also potentially more goodies from easy clues. But in the inevitability that I don't get it, then we just revert back to the original plan of trying to get the steel axe from implings. But if I did manage to get the black axe, it is 12.5% better than the steel axe and 225% better than the bronze axe I'm currently using, so we sit and hope. Right, the prayer grind has begun. So we had a lot of bones saved up in the bank, so I've calculated that we should get to about level 17 with all the ones that we had, which is good. So with that said, we're going to start with 5 prayer. Small beginnings, but let's go. Is that 10 prayer? Why, yes it is. Would you look at that? Who deserves a gold star? That's right, me. Told you it was 17. I can do maths. So now that we've done that, we can now finish off the bones we've got left. Should get us to almost 18. But then we have to go back to the pub and start beating up some men and women. Lucky, our first combat level back in the pub. Come at me, bro. Don't you just love it when the numbers go up? That's 20 prayer. Wicked. Look at that. Another double collection log slot. So that's the mime gloves and the mime trousers. It's pretty good. I'm pretty sure that we'll have all of the random events tab filled in by the end of this chunk. I mean, we've already got this. Where is it? We've already got 8 of 23. So that's pretty good. So we only need a couple more mime pieces as well. 30 hit points coming in hot. Rinsing through these levels now. 35, and I can wear samurai armor. Yes! Can't wait to get master clues, I guess. Our faith is becoming stronger. I know I keep saying like I'm halfway to something, when you and I both know that I am definitely not halfway, more like a third of the way. But in one more level, we will be halfway to 52. And there's nothing you can do about it. And there we have it, 40 defense. one of the smaller grinds on the account, but we're there at least. So we can now wield a U shield, but we need to finish off the fletching grind first, because we can't actually fletch the U shield at the moment. But as of right now, we are 59 fletching, so we've got another, I don't know, 16 levels to go before we get there. And just as an update, as of right now, with the easy clue scrolls, we've got about 25, maybe 30 clue scrolls in all, and 0 of those have been in our chunk, which is a bit annoying. And I think I've probably killed around 2,000 to 2,500 men and women so far. So we're actually spooned on scrolls, but we'll see what happens. Another stint in skate room, and there's 13 fishing. With no fishing rod, I'm pretty sure there's no fishing spots either. Look at that, 40 combat. Not bad at all. So I have a feeling that the video is going to come to an end soon. And by that I mean I'm looking over at the edit and I can see that it's going to come to an end soon. And we haven't got really much done other than combat and woodcutting, so I'm going to go and pad out some other bits just to keep it interesting. And we're going to start those other bits by first of all getting the corrupted kite shield. So prior to starting this series, I had no idea this thing existed. So what you're going to need for this is 2 things. You're going to need an empty vial, which these water elementals here drop. They drop a vial of water 100% of the time. And you're going to need an oak log. And then once you've got those 2 items, you go and speak to a man about a shield. And there we have it, the vial of water. So now you need to go and get yourself a oak log, which I have in my bank. And if I'm not mistaken, this is the man that we need to speak to. So it's just southwest of the Seers Village bank. And we give him these 2 items and boom, corrupted kite shield. So plus 8 stab, plus 10 slash, plus 9 crush, plus 9 range, minus 1 magic. It's not too bad. But there you go. Look at that. It's see-through and it's purple. What a strange little shield. Next on the list, and as you can see here, we completed this first stage of the last Kandarin easy diary task that we can do. So for that I just need to kill 1 of each of the elementals down here in the elemental workshop. Should be pretty easy. 40 combat now, so should smash them. Right, that's that dead. So I'm not going to track any of these drops right now. I will start tracking these drops when we actually start doing the drop tables for each of them. But in this room here is the next elemental, so the earth elementals. So I better give this guy room for his money. If I could run! Another one down. That guy was actually surprisingly a lot harder than the other 2 we just killed. But oh well, he's down now. So the next one on the list, and the final one on the list, is the air elementals in this room. So what would be good right now is if we got the air staff on 1 KC, but we'll see. Fingers crossed. Okay, well we'll save our luck for a future video then. But that is that. We've completed the last easy diary task that we can. So if anyone was wondering, actually, I can actually restore prayer in this chunk, so don't worry. Well, we're starting this video in the chunk picker. What is this madman doing? Well, I wanted to talk today about quote unquote death chunks. So the concept of a death chunk has come about with the Extreme One Chunk accounts, where certain grinds take certain amounts of time, which they feel is quite aggressive. Maybe aggressive is the right word. So with Supreme One Chunk accounts, the concept of a death chunk kind of goes away slightly, because you could count quite a lot of chunks as death chunks. So what I wanted to just go through is essentially the predicament I've put myself in by choosing Seers Village as my first chunk, because actually there are quite a lot of chunks around me that you could consider death chunks. So the first one, going alphabetically, will be the attack cape. So the attack cape is in the Warriors Guild, which is, you know, not too many chunks away. And I will have to get a 99 attack, which, you know, by the time I get there I may well already have, so may or may not be death chunky. There's the construction cape, so there is an estate agent in my current chunk, but seeing as I don't have any way to train construction yet, I don't need to do that. But obviously the Tavali chunk that's relatively close by has a house portal, so that might unlock that for me in the near future. There's the crafting cape, you could say, that's down below Falador. I could get there quite quickly, which would be horrendous, and it's making me feel sick just thinking about it. There's the fire making cape, which is just actually below me in the number 3 chunk, Sorcerer's Tower chunk, which is probably okay-ish. I probably will be quite high fire making level by the time I get there anyway, so maybe not too bad. There's the fishing cape, which is in the Fishing Guild chunk, which is again quite close by. That one might be a bit of grind to get through, but obviously not many things are grindy now for me. Catherby for the fletching cape, again very close by. I hate fletching, so that's going to make me miserable. There's the Herblore cape, which is over in Tavali, so again that one will be quite a grind, but I'm making good headway on the grimy herbs, so maybe by the time I've finished killing all the men and women I'll have a good chunk of XP already banked. There is potentially the prayer cape as well. That's over at the monastery, which is on this screen, but again you could get there quite quickly by going in a straight line, or you might take forever to get there, so just one to think about. There's the ranging cape, which is in the ranging guild, which is just diagonally down from my chunk, so I could get there quite quickly. It's not actually shown in the chunk picker when you right click on the ranging guild chunk, but I would assume that if I have got number 3 unlocked as well, because I can get flax, I can actually make bows and I can make all that kind of stuff, so I don't know, maybe it would unlock at that point, but I'd have to check it out just to make sure. There's also the strength cape, which is also in the Warriors Guild, so again, going through this process of killing all these mobs, then I may well be close to, if not 99 strength by the time we got there. There's the thieving cape, which is in the Rogue's Den, which is underneath Berthorpe. I'm going for the Rocky Pet, so I may well be 99 by the time I get to that chunk, so I'm not too worried about that. And then we could talk about 2 others. There is the music cape, which you technically can get from Olaf the Bard, which is, you know, just up and left, but because I'd have to go to literally everywhere on the map, it's pretty much impossible. And there's also the Max cape, which is just on the island next to the Warriors Guild, but again I'd have to be able to get to max every level, which might not be possible in a short amount of time. I probably get quite a few 99s done, but I think some of them would require me to go, like Slayer, I'd have to go to a lot of different places around the map. So that's a load of death chunks, or quote unquote death chunks. There's another one that I actually wanted to talk about as well, which is making me quite nervous, and that is the Barbarian Assault chunk, which again I could get to quite quickly. I would have to get everything from Barbarian Assault, so that includes all of the hats, all of the the gloves and the boots and bodies and shields and all that kind of stuff, but also I'd have to get the Penance Queen pet, which is making my hands sweat just thinking about it. But that's potentially quite a way off in the future. I have to be very unlucky to literally go from 4 to coal trucks to the backstory in Falls and then up to Barbarian Assault. So let's not worry about that too much right now. So we've kind of put ourselves in a quite tricky predicament where when we finish all of our quote unquote crazy grinds in the chunk we're in, there is a high probability that very quickly we'll be doing more crazy grinds. So there's just a quick update on that. I thought it'd be cool just to see how it all might unfold in the future. But let's get back to the less crazy grinds that we're doing right now. Hi, hello, good morning. So I just accidentally got 30 prayer while I was not recording, because for me it is the morning and I'm tired. And I'm also watching Armadillo Ninja on his Supreme One Chunk account, and this man walked around White Wolf Mountain. He walked around it. Why am I so dumb? I walked through it and almost got killed in the first 5 minutes of the account. Almost lost the hardcore straight away. Like, why am I so stupid? He's got 40 strength. And I keep clicking on this. One thing just to mention as well is I got myself a lederhosen top, and for some reason I had my mic muted for the whole time. So I got that, but also, which I did explain in the last thing, is that I got beekeeper boots too. But with mic muted, you wouldn't hear that, would you? Idiot. So I decided to take a break from killing men and women. I think I've killed probably about 3,500 now. Not having any luck on the easy clues. Not really getting too much money from it all, but I'll continue that grind a bit longer down the line. So instead, we got 75 woodcutting now. So we could cut magic trees if we had any. The reason about oak trees is I'm just trying to collect all the logs I'm going to need to get all of the collection log slots tied up, and hopefully then at some point in this wood cutting / fletching / fire making grind, we'll just go and get all those items. Got a big hunter level coming in, 15. We've still got quite a bit to go, but that steel axe is still on the cards. I've cut many much-lots trees to get here, but oh, that was the wrong one. That was the right one. 60 fletching. We need 5 more levels and then we can swap over to yew trees. Should be pretty good. I've only actually cut one log of that before. So let's crack on, shall we? Heyo, beekeeper's top. Telling you, we're getting there. It's not far now. After many events, after many lamps, well, not that many lamps, we finally get 20 hunter. I think we're making actually not too bad progress overall, trying to get to that, initially 27 hunter, so we could start barehanding baby implants, but the 32, which is really what we're going for the young implants. I've been here for a while actually. I've only actually seen one young implant wander by, which is making me a little bit nervous, but this is just one world, so when I'm hopping around I'll probably get a lot more. Guys, this man is taunting me. He's so close, but he's so far. How could he do this to me? We're back with the bees. I mean, is there a way to get this wrong? I hope none of you get this wrong, but who knows? And there we have them, the beekeeper's gloves. We're just flying through this, absolutely flying. Another mime event, another emote. Booyah! We got ourselves another mystery box. So realistically, I'm looking for the Stale Baguette or a weapon upgrade, or maybe armor upgrade. Maybe I think I can get steel plate body, or maybe some myth. So that's realistically what I'm looking for. So fingers crossed. Damn it! This man just wandered into my chunk, acting like he could just come in here, do what he wants. I don't think so. But what that actually means is, this is technically our best in slot now, so easy game. So this black cape actually gives me +1 slash defense bonus, +1 crush, and +2 ranged. Push. That's pretty good. That is best in slot. I'm so glad I noticed that. He's there again. You can't be doing this, fella. This is not allowed. I just killed the second highwayman. Kind of serves him right for wandering into my chunk like that. But I just went onto the chunk picker website just to check, add it in manually to see how many drops this guy has, and he only has 3 drops, and I got all of them on the first kill, so that's a win, I guess. I'll take it. Oh, why does this event take so long? I'm not even going to get the petal garland from it, so it's just basically pointless. Just stood around, waiting for nothing. Come on, Jagex, come on. 65 fletching. So that means we can now start on U short bows. So I think the plan is now try and find ourselves some foresters' campfires, finish off the maple grind to get 60 fire making. Then I will continue to cut maples until I've got all of the required logs for the forestry collection log slots, and then we'll go to yew trees and spend the next 2 weeks cutting yew logs. Woohoo! Bloody fire making with only 1/3 of the experience per log. It's taken quite a bit to get here actually, but we've only got 10 levels left, so see you in 10 levels. There we go. The final camo piece. There it is. Nice. Would you look at that? 80 wood cutting. Man, I've been here for quite a while, and I've managed to get to this point with just a bronze axe, because even though we've been here this long, I still don't have a steel axe or a black axe. Oh, What a momentous day. Today is a momentous day because we have done the impossible. 27 Hunter. We can now catch baby implants with our bare fingers. So I think the idea now is that we just try and find them, I guess. I'm not sure where the nearest spawn is. I think it's close by. I think it's in the chunk to the right, and it can wander across here because I see a lot of young implants wandering by, but not necessarily baby ones. So don't know, we'll see. But we need to get to 32 anyway, so we'll just keep doing these things. Maybe go do some baby implant hunting. But it's big. It's taken me 7 days and 13 hours to get to this point. So it's been a long time. Got two notable things, which you can probably see. One of those things is the zombie mask, which is pretty big. Let's have a quick gander at this log. So I need just the zombie boots now to finish that little section off. Oh no, and the shirt. I need the boots and the shirt. So we're up to 15 out of 23, so that's pretty good. Enjoying that. But also I got this here, Klug Scroll Easy. But infuriatingly, it's literally just out of reach. That little tower here, this little goddamn tower. You go up that ladder and it's right there. But unfortunately, I can't get in. So this is going to have to be a sad, sad drop. R.I.P. R.I.P. Hey yo, guess what I did? I played on my laptop again. I got a few more collection log slots. Zombie shirt and zombie boots from the same thing. So that was pretty good. So now they're on 17 of 23. Got some mine peepers. Mine peepers. I'm sick, leave me alone. Some mine pieces, the stale baguette, which you're never going to get, and some beehive pieces left. So almost there. We should be getting quite a few more lamps now as well, which is going to help with that hunter grind, and furthermore to another lamping grind. Wink, wink. 2 more levels. And then we are going for this big, big upgrade. Got some Minecraft long plays on in the background. Especially the ones with the rain sounds. They are very good. You know, I've got quite a lot of time left, especially with fire making and then finishing off fletching grinds, but you know, it's just quite fun. It's quite fun. It's not as bad a grind as I thought it was going to be to get to 65 making with a third of the XP. Especially when I can do this, just put my feet up, listen to some soft, lo-fi Minecraft stuff, and just chop some trees. These you people are way better at putting foresters' campfires out than the maple people. I need to get over it soon. These people are on it. Dire straits. I've had to come to the US forestry world to try and find a forester's campfire that I can use, which is great. So the ping is high, but these lovely, lovely US people have got a campfire going. So we've done this for multiple hours, over multiple days, but 65 making. So we now can burn U-logs, so let's do that for another tick off the list. Lovely jubbly. We also got a mystery box, so we're also going to open that, and fingers crossed for a myth sim. Damn it. Extra damn it. 32 Hunter. We are finally there. Oh. It's been a long time coming. So the idea now is that when we get bored of doing more wood cutting and more fletching at yew trees, I will go and try and hunt down as many young implings as physically possible and hope that I get the things I need without getting the things that would add more grinds to the chunk. But we all know that's not going to happen, is it? Hello again. You're looking ravishing today. Look what we're doing. Getting new collection log slots. And this time, we got the mine mask. So that's 2 mine pieces, 2 beekeepers, and then whatever that is that's left. Oh my god. I just got the petal garland. Oh my god. That has taken so long to get. It must be like 60 or 70. Oh, thank god. I think it's about time now to get these collection log slots sorted out from this friendly fellow here. So, to make sure that I get this correct, we'll start from the list that I've got next to me. So I need lumberjack boots, number 1. Then I need the Twitcher's gloves, that's 2. Then I'll need the log basket, which I'm probably going to use from now on. Doesn't really make things any easier or better, I don't think. I think it's just, you know, just so we've got it. And then there's the log brace. I also need the clothes pouch blueprint. I also need the cape pouch and the felling axe handle, I think, is the last one. Oh, that feels good. So I don't think I will be using this. I can't use that yet. I could use these. Don't know how worth it is. That's basically useless. I will be wearing those. That's useless, I can't use that yet. And I need a hammer to make that. If I do get a hammer, I'll have to rethink whether I make the bronze two-handed axe or whether I make the steel two-handed axe. But let's figure that out when we do the impling grind. So I'm going to check with these now. So which type of nest would you like an increased chance of receiving? I think because we can't really use the eggs yet, the rings aren't really that important, and the seeds are not so important yet either. I might actually check this clue one and then wear these, because in my bank I've still got the beginner clue here, so hopefully that means that we get some more easy clues, question mark. So let's see how it goes, and I'll give you an update when I see how many I actually get out of these 250, because it might be 0. We are super duper close right now. I think we've only got 4 left. 1 more beekeeper, 2 more mime, and I think over there. And just as an update, I'm back at these peeps, making sure that there's no bar brawling going on, other than me. Making sure I'm keeping the peace, other than me. But we're working on that 52 per hour again. Such a loser. That I just missed 40 attack and 50 combat level. Oh my lord. But we did just get an easy clue, and that makes number, I think, 40. So we haven't had one yet that's been in this chunk that I can get, but we have had one that has been in this chunk that I can't get. So well, maybe next time. The man whose job it is to put the right caskets in the right graves. For some reason comes and asks us to do it instead, which is wild to me. That man should have been fired a long time ago, unless he's just, you know, doing it for fun. He's just given us a lamp, and seeing as we've got our 32 hunter now, we need to use this lamp on something different. And I've been thinking about this for a long time. So I could start lamping agility so that we could get to, I think it's 20 for if we get over to coal trucks. We could jump over that log and start the quests over there. Or I could start working through Hunter still. I could carry on working through Hunter so that we can get just higher and higher, catch different imps, etc, etc. Or I'm considering lamping magic, because all the other grinds I've got to do in this chunk have something that's stable. So for example, there's the fletching grind, which has trees. I've got a knife, I could just go chop them and cut them, sorted. There's the prayer grind. So with the prayer grind, I've got access to bones. They drop always from men and women, so I literally have an unlimited supply as long as I kill them. Whereas the magic grind, I'm reliant on getting runes. And runes do drop from all the mobs in the chunk, but they obviously drop at a rate which isn't always. So there is a risk that eventually I run out of runes and I have to go on a grind to get more back. And that's the thing that's worrying me, is that 85 magic in this chunk is a hefty goal. So I think I'm going to start lamping magic. Oh, thieving's the other one. But again, thieving, men and women, random event, forestry events. I think that gives me a pretty constant supply of thieving XP. So that is a grind, but it's one that has something consistent. So yeah, I think I'm going to do magic. And I'd like you guys to let me know in the comments if you think I should be lamping something different, because I am quite torn between magic and hunter. So let me know what you think, but for now we're going to go with magic. Would you look at that? 44 strength and 500 total level. We've made some serious progress. Our skills are all looking pretty good right now. Just as an update on the men and women grind, I have killed almost 5,000 men and women. I still haven't got a clue step in this area, and I'm still not overly close to 52 prayer either, but we're still grinding, baby. You know what? I've noticed that I've never actually just talked to these people. You know, see how they're doing. They're not doing too bad. What about now? Oh, okay. Well, I missed the beekeeper hat. My bad. And customary check of where we're up to. I always scroll down the bloody boss list. Jesus Christ. 20 out of 23. So we've got all the beekeepers now. Just need the 2 mine pieces, and yeah, the 2 mine pieces. Yeah. The big 50 strength. We are punching. We're punching. Now, I know not long ago I said that I was going to put all these lamps into magic, but I've actually just changed my mind. I've been running through all of the drops for all of the implins, and I've seen that the essence implin drops a lot of runes, and I need to be 52 or 54 hunter to barehand them. And I think right now that is more valuable to me than the XP I'd be getting in magic from lamps. I think I'd actually get more XP from getting the essence implants. So I'm just going to completely 180 and go back on everything I said. So let's put this into Hunter. Woohoo! I completely whiffed this, by the way, because I was absolutely convinced that Protect from Magic was at 38 prayer. But guess what? I decided to look just a second ago instead of, a couple of levels ago. And it's not, it's a 37 magic. So yeah, we've unlocked that, by the way. Just got myself 15 flax. So I initially thought that 15 flax, or just any flax at all, meant that I would have to, craft a bowstring, string a bow, which would then unlock the ranged grind. And I'd have to get to, whatever 70 range to wield a U short bow or whatever it would be. But I put it into the chunk picker to check, and it turns out I don't have to because I can't train crafting yet, which means I can't actually get bowstring from the flax. I can't string it, so I think I'm safe for now. But when we do start doing implings, I think it would, if I got a chisel or something, I may unlock that way, which means I'll unlock 2 grinds at the same time, crafting and ranged. So fingers crossed. I just picked myself up an easy clue scroll, and it says the NPC is the bartender in Port Sarim, but it has highlighted the bartender here in Seers Village. So are we about to cheat the system? No, we're not. God damn it, Runelight, you got me so excited for nothing. I've just woken up and that's 40 prayer. It's a nice thing to wake up to, isn't it? It's been, let's have a gander here. I think I've killed almost 9,000 men and women now. Getting close to that 10k, but we've still got a pretty long way to go, to be fair. But we'll get there. Working hard or hardly working? I'm working pretty hard. It's 50 attack. I got 50 strength not long ago, so it's time to get on that defense grind now. I can't really wield anything yet, but maybe one day I'll be putting some of this bad boy stuff on. That is a big maze random. She's got 119 chaos runes. Holy moly. That'll save me quite a few men and women kills in the future. So that's pretty good. My first visitor on the account, Chunklock 1990. Mad respect that they turned up and kept me company for a bit. It's been getting relatively lonely here now that I'm just in this pub causing some fuss, but they've just come and kept me company for a bit, so it's been nice. If anyone else wants to pop by, say hello, feel free. I'm here most of the time. I don't know what happened with my recorder there. It went absolutely bonkers. It was like record, stop record, record, stop record. But we just caught the first implant on the account, and I didn't get to show you. We only got Defense Potion 3, so it's not like it's changed anything on the account right now, but I guess it's a big milestone. So that's pretty hype. It's pretty hype. But next time I will do better. 50 HP. We are now almost at base 50 combats. So that's going to look really nice when we finally get the defense up. But we're doing a lot of hard work here. I think we're actually think we're over 10,000 kills now, and we need another 17,000 more. But you know, we're getting on up there. I think we'll be 52 prayer by maybe the end of the week, which is going to be pretty good. Are you ready? Bop. 50 defense. We now have the fabled straight 50s. So I feel like through this grind we may even get up to base 60s before we finish with the prayer, but you know, who knows. We'll have to finish the grind to find that out. Right, we got another mystery box. We're still looking for that myth sim, and I guess a steel plate body or the stale baguette would still be acceptable, but really want that myth sim. It would speed this grind up significantly. Good luck, good luck, good luck, good luck. I can't believe it. That is so lucky. That is so spooned. Oh my god. Look at this monstrosity. This pub brawl is about to go out of this world. Out of this world. I didn't actually give you an update on how much better the Mithril Scimitar actually is for me. So those lovely little green stats there. Plus 16 melee strength, plus 18 slash, plus 2 crush, and a plus 1 slash defense bonus. Don't really understand that as a weapon. I guess defensive stance. But it's pretty big. Pretty big. And it means that now, every now and again, I actually hit 7s. Like that. Which is pretty good. I'm really enjoying that. Come on. Oh! No way! Oh my god. I can't believe I got it. That's like... It's like my 3rd Young Implin? 4th Young Implin? Holy shit. What? I didn't know that this could give steel full helms. Did I miss that on the list? No way. Alright, there's another upgrade. That one wasn't even on the list of upgrades. We'll take it. We'll take it. Well, after one of the biggest luck streaks I've pretty much ever had, to be honest, I think now is a good time to recap on what we've just got and what that actually means for us. So to start with the Iron Dagger. So that had a melee strength bonus of plus 4, and its attack bonuses were, you know, neither here nor there. And the fact now that we've got the Mithril Sim, that has actually taken our melee strength bonus from plus 4 to plus 20. So just for kind of context around that, the Iron Dagger with my current stats has a max hit of about 6, so it's not actually enough to one-shot men and women, whereas the Mithril Scimitar has a max hit of 9 with my current stats, which is a crazy jump. So that means I can now one-shot men and women, but obviously there's a bit of issue there with overhitting and whatever, but when we move on to elementals, that no longer will be a problem, so that's good. Next is the Bronze Medium Helm. So the Bronze Med Helm has some okay defense bonuses, plus 3 stab, plus 4 slash, plus 2 crush, plus 3 range, but now that we've got the Steel Full Helm, that takes the defense bonuses up to plus 9 stab, plus 10 slash, plus 7 crush, and plus 9 ranged, which is ginormous. I think that in this chunk, it doesn't really matter too much. Maybe it matters a bit with men and women, not really. And elementals, I think it doesn't because of the magic damage that they do. But it's still a massive thing if we go into any other chunks. And then lastly is the Bronze Axe upgrade to the Steel Axe. So the steel axe is, I think we discussed in a previous video, a 200% increase in chopping chance for the logs, but also just time. It's a 200% increase time wise, so that 200% decrease, I guess, time, because it would take us less time to get the levels we want. But you know what I meant. So I think adding all that together, that has just sent this account in a completely different trajectory. And one might say that this does actually change everything. But let's see. Look at this mess. Flaxkeeper, Flaxfield south of Seers Village. Look, it's... Come on. Come on. Well, we're gonna have to drop it, but I can see it. I can see it. Another mystery box. Let's see what we get. A casket. 80 coins, lovely. Waste of time. So I've been playing a lot of leagues actually on the group Ironman. I've been doing Tombs and Theatre of Blood, the Nightmare, all this good stuff. So while I've been doing that, I've been just chopping maples. Obviously going for the beaver, but one goal that we still hadn't finished from the previous videos was the fletching grind. So I now have enough logs to get to 75. Not 75, 72. So I'm going to do that now. It is 8:09 on the 12th of December. I've been playing for 17 days and 1 hour. And I'm currently 65 fletching. So let's see how long it takes me to fletch about, I don't know, 7,500 maple longbows. I'll see you right now. There it is. 72 fletching, U shield. So let's make, oh, that's bloody maple. Come on. Get your head out your arse. There. So that's a U shield. So that is that grind completed. And now we can wield it. And that's our best in slot. For ranged, not melee. We don't have a bow. So I'm not going to use it. But we have it. So that's good. And the next thing on the list, well, there's a couple of things actually. I can choose. Either I can go back to the prayer grind, because I still need to get 52 prayer, or I can go and start killing elementals to get A, their drop tables sorted, but also B, more runes for the magic grind, or I could go and do a load of thieving and kill my wrists off. So let's see what happens. I made a little mistake. I just got 38 hunter. I didn't think anything of it. So 38. Wait till we get to 40 and then I'll say something. But I didn't realise that 38 I can actually now barehand gourmet implings. Now I don't think these guys actually give us anything specific that we'll need. I could be wrong on that. But what they do give is food drops. So I probably don't really have to worry about food against the elementals when we start fighting them, but you know, what harm can it do? Just got the mime boots and the mime top. So what that means, let's see if I can find it quickly this time. Bosh. We've got everything besides the stale baguette. So we're almost 100% in this green blah, 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 blah. Words. I'm using words. English words. We've almost green logged this tab now. I honestly don't know about that stale baguette. It's probably going to take forever to get that. I'll probably be out this chunk before I actually get it, but Let's see how it goes anyway. Oh, there's a gourmet implant. Whoa, hold on. Right, if I could catch it. Catch it. Come on. Spice. Brilliant. What am I going to use that for? I had a lot of time to think. You know, a lot of time to spend on leagues as well. But what I've been thinking is 90 woodcutting. That wasn't what I was thinking. But that is what we just got. So we can cut redwood trees one day in the big future. But what I was thinking was, what would be your top 5 games of all time? Because I've been doing a lot of runescaping and I've been thinking about, is this my favourite of all time? I don't think it is. I think it's up there, but I don't think it is. So in the comments, let me know what your favourite top 5 games of all time would be. I think either Elden Ring or Dark Souls would be at my number 1 spot, with Old School Runescape a very, very close second. But throw all those comments in, and then maybe one day I'll give my 5 once I've had a good think about it. You know, 99 woodcutting kind of thinking time is what I'm thinking. I started my job as a security guard many moons ago, and after beating up multiple, I'm serious, multiple regulars at this pub, I now can do this and get 60 strength. That man got 1 shot. And also what I've been noticing is that if I turn the camera to here, I clip myself to death. I've got like half a sword. Or maybe the sword is behind my back, going through me. I don't know. Either way, who cares? 60 strength. Let's go. 20 fishing. Also caught a baby implant for some thread. And that gourmet implant for a chocolate cake. But apparently this wanted to break, so that's now just there. So I'm going to be, you know, chilling out, looking at something on my other screen, and then out the corner of my eye I'll see that and go, oh, I guarantee you. I wanted to check first before I started spouting rubbish. Getting this thread has actually just unlocked a new grind for me, which is not good. It's going to be very difficult to do, I think. I'm going to have to check this out just to see what kind of XP an hour I'm looking at. But essentially I've now got to get 50 crafting to make a clothes pouch. But I need to check that out because I need to figure out what I need to get to make the clothes pouch, because it might just be the trees that I've got here and I can do it. I might need some extra bits, not sure yet. But also I need to check just to see if, because I know that I got a uncut diamond as well, so I think uncut diamond is 43. So it's a bit more than that. I don't know about this. I'm going to have to check it out because I don't really see a lot of baby implants, so I don't know how much thread I can actually get. So I might have to lamp to something specific to start with. I don't know. I'm going to have to get back to you all. I'm doing this live, technically. I'm thinking on the fly. So what's happened is I got the thread, which is now unlocked the crafting grind, which is 50 crafting to make the clothes pouch. However, the way that I'm going to have to do this is, to start, I'm going to be doing flax into bowstrings, which, if I'm not mistaken, I can do at level 1. No, I can do it at level 10. So that means that I'm going to have to lamp to level 10 to make all the flax I've got into bowstrings, which will technically unlock a 40 range grind to wield a U shortbow, because I can fletch them now. It also unlocks the Kandarin diary task 3, which is create a U longbow from scratch around Seers Village. So I should be able to do that as well. It also unlocks some more best in slot, because I can make myself a coif potentially, as well as leather body, leather boots, leather van braces and leather chaps. I will also need to obtain bronze arrows and a U shortbow, which I've already got bronze arrows, and U shortbow is pretty easy to get. And obtain a leather cowl. So there's a lot of stuff here to think about actually. There's also Elemental Workshop 1. I can now complete that up to step 3 because I needed the thread to do step 3. And it's also unlocked 2 more diary tasks, 1 medium and 1 hard. So the medium one is the Stringer Maple Shortbow in the Seers Village Bank, and the hard one is, oh, where did that hard one go? Diary task number 3, which is, oh yeah, create a U longbow. So we've already got that one. So that's that in terms of what that's unlocked for us. But the other thing that's potentially unlocked with this as well is I can now make the pheasant outfit as well. So I can do the hat, legs, boots and cape, which actually means that potentially that is the best way for us to train our crafting in this chunk, is to actually just fletch a load of, because at the minute I've got 285 pheasant tail feathers, and I will have to grind out the pheasant egg when that becomes something I don't need, you know, the spoon for and all that rubbish. So I can technically keep grinding baby implants for thread and keep making pheasant outfits all the way up to 50, and then I've got plenty of kind of things I can craft here, but this is not overly loads of XP the further we get up there. Ooh, this is a difficult one. This is a difficult one because technically I can do it, but it's how long it's going to take me. I'm going to have to find a lot of baby implants to do this. Let's say we'll do it for now, and then we'll review it as we go along.
Hello gorgeous. I just wanted to take some time now just to say please drop a like on the video, subscribe to the channel, and tell me in the comments why you think my RuneScape skills are good or bad, because I really do appreciate it all, and this channel's gone further than I ever thought it would in the time that it has, and now I'm kind of more motivated than ever to go further. So anything you can do, show some love, would really, really help me. And with that said, let's get back to getting things wrong and doing severely stupid things.
I've been doing a lot of thinking, and I have this one leather in the bank which I got from a chest in the Elemental Workshop, which I think you're supposed to do that as part of the quest. I think the quest helper actually tells you to get that. So I've been thinking whether I start the crafting grind by getting 30 in XP by using it to make leather gloves, or I use it to continue the Elemental Workshop quest. So I think that we're probably going to use it to start or to continue this quest rather than use it to get a head start on crafting, because I can't actually get another one of these now. I tried drop trading, I tried the drop trick with, you know, trying to get as many of these as possible. You can do it with the needles in Elemental Workshop, but you can't do it with the leather. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this leather to fix this, because at least then we can tick that off. And if we can't get another one of these, there's no point getting a 10 XP. I might as well use a 10 XP for my lamp. I can't even fix this yet. Why is this telling me that I can? Well, there you go. You always come up with something. There's always something that you can't do. Well, I generally thought I could do that. Unless, for some reason, it's telling me that because I need to get 50 crafting, then that's why I can do that. So, well, look, I'm going to save this regardless for Elemental Workshop 1, rather than try and kickstart the crafting grind, because the lamp will do just as much, and I can get as many as those as the game will give me, whereas with this I can't get another one, and there's no way for me to get cowhide or anything like that. So we're going to do that, and I've done a little calculation on how many tail feathers I'm going to need to actually get to 50 crafting. And are you ready for this? I'm going to need 6,755 tail feathers, which isn't too crazy, because on the group Ironman I was doing that. I was trying to get the egg, and I think I had like 4 or 5k tail feathers before. I mean, I still didn't get it, but that's before I went on leagues. So I don't think that's going to be too much of a problem. But the 1,351 thread that I'm going to need to make the tail feathers into the pheasant outfit, that's going to be the hard part, because it's a 1 in 10 drop from baby implings, but I have to actually get enough. I'm going to have to catch 1,351 baby implings, not in Puro, because I'm going to have to do it here in Seers Village. So that's going to be, it's going to be very tricky. Very, very tricky. So I think what I'm going to do is, for now, because I still need to do the beaver grind, the rocky grind, I still need to do the prayer grind, the magic grind, all this kind of stuff, I'm going to be here still for quite a bit of time. So I'm going to keep all of this stuff on the list for now. And as I go through, if I start ticking the other stuff off as well, like 40 ranged fletching bows, whatever, then that's great. That's just things to tick off. But if I get to the end where I've got the beaver, I've got Rocky, I've got all this stuff, and it's literally just like the crafting grind I've got left, and I've got to do a massive 1 year imp grind, then maybe we backlog it and pick it up in the next chunk. Because if I can get the flax field, it should be pretty easy for me then because I'll have a consistent training method that I can just go to, and I might get 10 XP a time. It takes me ages like the prayer grinders, but at least it's consistent rather than me hoping for baby implings to turn up. Because I think it's relatively common for implings to spawn here, but I think it's from baby all the way up to eclectic or something. So there's like 6 different imps that could spawn. So I don't know. Let me know what you think. But I'm gonna keep it on the list for now, and I'm gonna work towards it. And we'll just have to review it later on when we've finished everything else, because we might have finished the crafting grind before we finish everything else. But let's move on to something different. Let's stop talking about bloody crafting. I'm doing it for like 10 minutes now. Right, we got ourselves another mystery box. I think we've pretty much got everything we need from this, other than the stale baguette. So let's open it and see if we get anything exciting. Okay. Obviously didn't understand what exciting meant. I've been trying to figure out where the best place to thieve would be. But I think I've got it now. So I've basically been thieving, well, I've been pickpocketing this guy for the last 8 minutes. And I got him trapped in between these doors and in this corner, and he hasn't tried to escape yet. So I may have just saved myself a hell of a lot of time going for 99. Because if this guy doesn't move and doesn't try and leave this corner, then I can just keep him here infinitely. The only thing that I am waiting on is to see if he does what the Ardy Knights sometimes do, where they kind of just phase shift through the wall. But I think that's because they are outside of their wander range by a little bit, so the game just kind of forces them to go back to their normal area, whereas this guy spawns in this pub, he walks into this corner fairly often, so all I need to do is wait for... It just happened! That is... Wow. That's annoying as hell, but also a stroke of luck that I got that on video. This man just teleported. He frightens me now. I need to be careful with this man. 40 thieving. Bloody hell. Oh, man, I'm stunned. So, we've been doing a lot of pickpocketing, but also, when I ever come do this woodcutting beaver grind, if any of these forestry events spawn now, I am back to doing every single one of them. Because it helps me with thieving XP, it helps me with woodcutting XP, and it also helps me with getting these pheasant tail feathers so I can get 50 crafting. So it's going to be a long time because I'll need 6,500 tail feathers, but we can get, 9, 10 a time, maybe 10 to 15 depending on how smart I play it and not click on the wrong things or do what that guy just did. But yeah, we're making good headway. 40 thieving, it's not bad. There you go, there's your token farming level for this episode. Unless there's been 2 farming levels in this episode. I don't know, I haven't edited this episode yet. But 10 farming, that's not bad. That's not bad. Whatever we're... I think in other episodes I've mentioned with farming, the nearest patch is the hops patch. But technically, someone reminded me in the comments that actually takes me 2 chunks to get there. Whereas the Catherby farming patches are only 1 chunk away, so technically they are my closest farming patches. So if we get there, we will have a lot of farming to do very soon, so any sort of farming XP I can gain from these events now will save me a hell of a lot of time later on. So it's very good, and we'll continue to do as many of them as possible. This is the first level that I'm going to get of 2024, and boy howdy is it a big one. It has taken me less time to get to level 92 woodcutting on this account than it did on my group Ironman. So we are now halfway to 99. Officially halfway, not fake halfway. So that's good news. So next stop is the pet 99 or bust. Hopefully the pet and not bust. Okay, but this is stacked. 63 mind roots in 1 invent. That is, I think that's the most I've ever had. That is beast. That is saving me time on the magic grind doing this. Hopefully I can get to 100 in 1 invent at one point in time, that'd be good. We have come to a momentous occasion. I hope all of you peoples are ready for this. And 49 prayer. And that means redemption, baby. Here we go. Bwah. Bwah. Probably not going to need that fighting men, women and elementals, but you never know. You never know. So we only need 3 more levels, and then we can do Smite. And we're done with the prayer grind. So I don't know how many more that is. It's probably, I don't know, like 5k more kills, maybe 6. So we're almost there. We just got our best in slot ranged gear from a young Implin. And luckily, or unluckily, depending on which way you want to look at it, I've already unlocked a level 40 ranged grind, and I need level 20 to put these on, so we should be getting that on our way anyway. So this is actually great, because hopefully it gives me a bit more range damage to make that grind a little bit quicker, while also giving me some defense just in case I start getting up close and personal with some elementals. So that's good. That was a good find. We just received the last lamp, and this lamp gets us to 2 crafting. So with this we can now craft pheasant clothing, and that is going to be our best training method to try and get to 50 crafting. So what we're going to do to start is make all of these, 1 each, tick them all off that list. So there's the pheasant hat, there's the pheasant legs, there's the pheasant feet, and there is the pheasant cape. So we just ticked off 4 new collection log slots. Bish bash bosh. Bosh. So just to confirm, because I have been looking into this quite significantly, the thread only has 5 uses. And the needles, we have an unlimited supply of needles in the Elemental Workshop. So what that means is we're going to have to go and find a lot of baby implants to get enough thread, and we're going to have to do many pheasant forestry events to be able to have enough pheasant tail feathers to get us 250. And obviously we have uncut stuff in the bank already, and we'll get more as time goes on, and we just need to get ourselves a chisel from baby / young, I can't remember which one it is, to be able to start using those as well. So we're on our way, that's the main thing. And let's see how long it takes us to get to 50. Well, look what the young Impling brought for me today. A beautiful little bowstring. So this should, unless I'm an idiot, which is, definitely possible, this should, boom, I can now start training ranged. So as I think I've already spoken about, I now need to get 40 ranged to wield a U short bow, because I can get the bowstring from imps and I can fletch it, and I've got access to arrows. So now we've got a few things that we need to do on top of that. So first is wield a U short bow, which is 40 ranged, but also we need to wear our studded chaps because they are best in slot, and I need to wield a steel arrow because that is best in slot for ammo as well. So we've got a couple of things to do here, and I think, to be honest, this is going to be one of the easier and better grinds on the account, so I'm probably going to enjoy this one. So let's get to it, let's get cracking. First big level coming in shortly. 10 ranged. So I've decided to go for 20 ranged and then stop until I get my next bowstring, because I've kind of skipped over oak short bow because I don't have another bowstring. but I can't really afford to go too far, just in case I run out of arrows before I get to 40, which I don't think I will. But in the weird event that I do, I think I'd appreciate the damage output boost and the accuracy boost from the higher level bows. So I'll go to 20, so then at least I can make a willow short bow, and then I will either hold off until I get the bowstring, or maybe I'll already have it by then and I can just swap straight over. But we'll see. And there we have it, 20 ranged. That was very quick and very simple. I've not even been doing an hour, so I think now I might go imp hunting to try and get myself under the bowstring, so it kind of speed this up, because I'm kind of enjoying using range. So let's go find some imps. We got a new level coming in. The mystery, the excitement, the suspense. And we got 60 attack and 72 combat. That's a big win. A big win. Is that him? Is that Legolas right there? Look at these. Arrows in a little thing on his leg. Looking good, man. Looking good. I need to cover up that bald spot though. I need to get myself some sort of helmet. Coif. Another mystery box. There we go. Oh, another lamp. We take those. Okay, we just got another mystery box. I think we got one yesterday, so that's pretty lucky. The only thing we're really looking for is the steel plate body, or the steel baguette. I've had a look at the wiki, and I would have a better chance of getting the steel plate body if I was on a free-to-play world, but unfortunately I can't, because I'm in Seers Village. But there is a small chance of hitting the rare drop table. And if I hit the rare drop table, there is a chance of getting some significant upgrades, like rune weapons, maybe a dragon med helm, rune kite shields, maybe something like a dragon spear would be pretty lucky if we got that. And there's also some bits on there like death runes and nature runes and whatever, which would still be good. But let's see what we get. I'm betting you it's an old boot. And it's another casket. Oh. I don't think we can cut that anyway, so doesn't matter. Just doesn't matter. Oh, I made another mistake. So I was just on the phone and I was just aimlessly clicking on men and women like I've been doing for the last week or 2 weeks, however long it's been. And just not paying attention at all, just running on autopilot. And all the way back here, you can see how long I've been doing it. 40 ranged. Look at that. So I know I said I was going to stop at 20 to get the bowstring. But then trying to find the bowstring took bloody ages. And I caught probably 30 to 40 imps over the last few weeks and still didn't get anything. So I was like, oh screw it, we'll go to 30. And then I started to go to 30 and then I completely missed 30. Again, aimlessly clicking, completely missed it. I only realised when I got 31. So I was like, okay, screw it. We'll go do some more hunting for imps to get the bowstring. Still didn't find it. So I was like, whatever. I had 3.2k bronze arrows. I've now got 2.5. Wasn't a big deal. I went to 40. Here we are. So now that we've done this, we just need to make the U short bow, because we can now wield it at level 40. So there's two options that I've got with this. I either get the crafting level through imps, finding thread and using that to, with my current best crafting method, make all of the pheasant outfit pieces, or I get it through lamping, which at the moment is kind of annoying me a little bit because I'm not actually getting, I'm not getting many random events that give me lamps. I'm getting things like the beekeeper or the mysterious old man who appears and just gives me like 300 gold or something stupidly, or the pirate who just gives me a couple of uncuts or cut stuff. So I'm not really getting much of that either, but I am 5 crafting right now, so I'm kind of on my way to 10, which will then allow me to make my flax I've got in the bank into bowstring to then string the bow. Because when I do that, that should, if I do it properly, get me the Kandarin hard diary task done as well. So we're just going to crack on. We're going to see what happens. I'm going to swap back to melee now to try and finish off this prayer grind. Right, if I've done my maths correctly, which all of you know by now that I probably haven't, this will be clue scroll number 200 that I've got. And I think that's come from mainly men and women, also some from woodcutting, and I've had, I think, one from implings as well. And if you remember back in an earlier episode, I said that it's basically a 1 in 80 chance to get a step that I can do in this chunk. So technically we're over twice dry now to get a step in the chunk. But I thought, seeing as this is number 200, I'll open it with you guys to see if the luck would like to bless itself upon me. So here we go. No. Genuinely, I've checked on the wiki multiple times just to make sure I'm not going crazy, or I haven't like misread something or overlooked a sentence that says that I can't get the Seers Village steps for some reason. But I've looked at it. It definitely says easy clue scroll. It definitely says that there's 2 of those steps in this chunk. So I think I'm just getting super duper unlucky, unfortunately. But you know me, I'll carry on. I'll keep grinding, and then one day, we will finish an easy clue scroll in this chunk, and we'll get trash items. I guarantee you. Okay, I know that I'm, relatively close to finishing this prayer grind now, and by burying all of these beautiful bones, we are now only 1 level off. And I know a lot of people are like, right, we need to proper try hard for this now. We're almost there, let's do it. Well, I've decided I want to take a small break. So I've been chatting with the clan for a while, and these guys were very recently, as in like 10 minutes ago, talking about the red topaz, the uncut red topaz that you can get from various crates. I heard about this a couple of months ago when it first kind of came out before Christmas, that people had found it and people were trying all the crates all over the shop to find out which ones gave you an uncut red topaz and which ones didn't. And basically what I'm going to do now is, because everyone was talking about it and it seems like just something that I should probably attempt to do in this chunk, I'm going to give it a crack. So what I've done is I've downloaded, let me see if I can find it, this mouse click counter. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to reset this now to 0 and select left clicks only, and I'm going to just click on this crate here because I've got a rough janky map that may or may not be completely accurate, because I think it's been put together by essentially the community, but I'm going to just see if it's true. I'm going to do 1,000 clicks on this crate because apparently it's 1 in 1,000, and see if their map is accurate. I mean, I'm probably not going to do all the crates. I think I might leave that to the dedication of those group of people that are kind of doing it themselves over the last few months. But I at least want to find which one of these crates will have one for me, because I think it should be a nice prize that's not a chunk task, it's more of a personal task. So I will click on these crates a few billion times and then I'll let you know. Okay, I'm not entirely sure how many times I need to click before it's like, I think it's not this crate, but I've clicked 2,000 times on this crate. I thought, you know, go twice over, 2 times dry. So this one seems to me like it's a bust. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to reset this total again, and then I'm going to click on this one now and hope that I'm not here clicking on all of these blasted crates for the rest of the evening. But let's see. Look at that. Uncut red topaz. 1360 on this crate here. So that's there's the staircase there. So come in, bosh, this one right here. Uncut red topaz. There you go. There's a goal that's not even on the list. Bloody completed. GG. Easy clue number 210. And it's right there. Right there. That is... Like, I'm 2 times dry. I'm almost 3 times dry now. And these clues are just taunting me. Keep getting the one in Camelot Castle. And now I'm getting this one here. Just something else you are, RuneScape. You are someone else. We've been here for multiple weeks, killing multiple thousands of men and women. The goal was to get 27,000 men and women kills so that I could bury all of the bones, getting 4.5 XP a time, so that we could get to 52 prayer. And now, after God knows how many weeks, we have finally managed to get enough to do it. And my boy Voltichunk here, who, check his YouTube out if you haven't already, he's got a 6 series, he wanted to come and see. So there we go. The prayer smite. Look at this. Smite. Absolutely beautiful. And now we don't ever have to kill these guys again until we run out of runes. Right, this is where we're going to be spending the next God knows how long of our lives together. Elemental Workshop. So what we're going to start with is killing air elementals with melee, and then hopefully we get an air staff pretty quickly. Once we do, we will then swap to magic and go for that 85 magic grind. Now, I wanted to do a little disclaimer, which is technically I don't need to have PvP turned on in the chunk picker because I don't have any PvP chunk requirements or PvP minigames or PvP areas or anything like that in this chunk. So I don't think I need to necessarily have it turned on. If I turn it off, the 85 magic grind comes down to 79 magic. So just to confirm that, 85 is teleblock, sorry. And that's with the PvP, because teleblock is obviously a PvP spell. Whereas the 79 is for entangle. And I believe that is correct. I mean, we can check this together now. So I can't do that because I don't get Wrath runes. That requires, I think again, that is I could do that. No, I don't. I need soul runes, so I can't do that. Can't do Wind Surge because I need Wrath runes. Can't do that because I need Mage Arena 1. Can't do that because I need soul runes. So yeah, Entangle is what it comes down to. Now I can get soul runes from imps. So if at any point I need to go back to catching imps for anything, which I probably will have to, and I do get a soul rune, then I think the requirement comes up to 90 for Telly Other to Camelot. So either by the time we finish this chunk I will be 79 magic, or if I'm unlucky I'll be 90. But I'm not too bothered. I've got a bunch of runes already stacked up. I've got a bunch of different ways of getting new runes if I need to. So I'm just going to kill these guys for as long as possible and then see where we get to. I'm sorry. I'm taking some time out of the video, but I think I need to just clarify a few things about the task list, just so you know what's going on. Because this is future Hannibal, and I'm coming at you now from probably a while after these clips were recorded. And I've actually made some decisions, so I thought I'd let you know up front about what they are and then just show you how that affects the task list. So the first thing is that we obviously have changed 79 magic to 79 for Entangle, so that's cool. Everyone seems happy with that as far as I understand. But we've also done a few extra things. So the crafting grind, because we only had one piece of leather and we physically could not get any more leather from anywhere, I decided that in the last episode that I would use that piece of leather to progress the Elemental Workshop 1 quest rather than use it to gain some bits of experience in crafting. So we did that. So that means that the 50 crafting grind that I was talking about actually no longer exists because it's impossible for me to get any more leather. So the new crafting grind is 43 for a diamond, and I'm not necessarily saying that we will do that because I think it's very difficult for us to get any sort of crafting supplies in this chunk, and a lot of people have brought me up on my maths again, which I know, I'm sorry, I understand I'm bad at maths. So I think it's going to take a very long time to get to 43. So I think we're going to have it on the task list for sure, just to show it and it be something we work towards, but it's not necessarily something that we have to get before we leave. But I think it's a great thing to try anyway. The other things are, I highlighted that we complete the 40 ranging grind, and I've now realised that that's not technically true because we haven't actually made a U short bow yet. So that has been unticked and it will be reticked potentially if we do it this episode, wink wink nudge nudge, or in a future episode. The other few things are a hard leather body has now technically been unlocked because we got some hard leather for an imp, and if we're doing the crafting grind we can physically craft it, so that's being added. And then the other couple of things that I thought were really important that I didn't mention last time were that there's a few diary tasks we can now do. We can do the Kandarin medium diary task 7, we can do the Kandarin hard task 3, and we can also progress Elemental Workshop 1 up to step 3 now. Well, once we get the crafting, the level 20 crafting required. So those three things have been added as well. And I did a kind of weird thing with the chunk picker tasks on the website, where I changed it to show all best in slots across all different styles, magic, tank versus damage versus, slash, crush and stab, rather than just a whole melee thing. Because I think if we're going to get all of the drops from all of the mobs anyway, we're probably going to tick most, if not all of them off regardless. But I think it's quite nice to have a few extra things to tick off because it just feels good in the brain. So yeah, sorry I took a bit of time here to go through that, but I thought it was really important. So now we're going to get back to the video. Yay, thank you, you're the best, everybody, including me, bye. That was our first kill of the... it's a magic grind plus all the drop table grind. Is a very hard way of saying it. I'll think of a nice quick way of saying that, like current grinds maybe. But what I was going to do is, as per usual, I'm not going to show you every single drop that I get from these guys.
And as you see clips, you might see me invent all the different things. But what I might do is at the end is just show you I play on my laptop and I play on my computer, so I'll show you something that shows you all of the drops. And then basically I'll update you on certain levels from now on, so I don't take up too much of your time. One thing that I gave you maybe one update on, and I was supposed to give you a few updates on, was that going through the men and women grind to get 52 prayer, I was collecting bronze bolts, and I think I gave you an update when we got to 10,000 maybe, and then I just didn't after that, so sorry about that. But what we finished on was almost 33,000 bronze bolts. If I can get a crossbow made that is range training set for a decent amount of time, it might not be loads of XP, but it's at least a decent amount of time I can spend training the ranged, rather than running out of bolts or arrows and having to resort to killing men and women again. But that's nice. And then the other thing was that these things are hitting fairly frequently because of my armour. So I think I'm going to be using all the food that I've slowly gathered from the chunk before I start resorting to buying meat pies and things from the bartender in the pub. Because what that means is we don't have to spend much of the money that we're gathering, and we will have to spend a lot of that money on the two things we need from the chunk, and I'd prefer not to constantly be setting myself back every 5 seconds. Oh my god. That's it. That is it right there. Staff of Air. That means we can now start the magic grind. Perfect. Let's go back to the bank and I'll show you all the lovely, lovely runes that I've got. Okay, we're at the bank. So quickly, we don't have many air runes right now, but we're just going to get a ton of them now from air elementals. I finished with 4,167 mind runes, which is way more than I need before I get to a level to use chaos, so that's perfect. 30 water, again not many. 1,800 earth and 2,500 fire, those came from men and women. 1,100 chaos, amazing. 47 natures, I will be using those for when I get to high alchemy, level 50 magic, and that will be my best way to get money for the changing of my gravestone and the first bank unlock. 17 lore, which I can't really use yet, and then 333 death runes. So, unfortunately, the myth sim has run its course for now. I also can't use the corrupted kite shield because it has a -8 magic attack bonus, and also the steel full helm because it has a -6 magic attack bonus. But we can keep the rest of this stuff on. So first of all, I'll take the mind runes with me, and I'll just use as many of those as I physically can, and then I can cast a wind strike. And then what will happen is, after that, I will potentially look at swapping from wind strike to water strike to see if it ups my XP per hour, and then from water to earth, and then earth to fire. And this is the bit where it's going to be a kind of balance between what runes I have available and which ones are easier to get versus not, because I could use the air staff constantly and just get, earth and fire runes and water runes, or I could go and get the other elemental staffs and use air runes as my secondary runes, because wind strike has mind and air, whereas water strike has mind, water and air. So there's going to be a bit of a balance. It's going to be something I'm going to have to figure out as we go along. And right now I'm not entirely sure what's going to be the best course of action, because right now I've only got 100 and some air runes, so it makes more sense to go and get... Sorry, it's to stick with the air staff and then use those runes, rather than going and getting a water staff and then trying to get more air. But I don't know. If you guys think there's a better way to do it, just let me know. There we have it. 10 magic already. Just used just over 100 mine runes. I'm splashing quite a bit, to be fair. It may have been better for me to start on men and women, but when you look at the wiki, they have a +0 magic defense, but they do have 40 magic combat stat. I don't know if that actually affects it at all, but I don't know. I'm hitting 5s every now and again, so it's not so bad, but I just don't want to waste too many runes. But I've theory crafted with a few people, and we've all come to a similar conclusion that it's probably okay for me to train here at these guys. But I don't know. I'm not the smartest of people. I'm splashing quite a lot on elementals. I think potentially because on the wiki it says that they have 0 magic defensive stats, but because they have a 30 magic combat stat, I think that might be adding towards their magic defense a little bit, which means actually it's not 0, so I can splash relatively often. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to go back to men and women for a while until I feel like I'm comfortable enough that I don't splash much or at all on the elementals, and then I'll go back to them, because I really don't want to be wasting any of these runes if I can avoid it. So let's give that a try, and then I'll give you an update when I know more. Flying through these levels so fast that we missed 20 magic. But we did catch 21 and 22, so whoops. 30 magic. It's gone pretty fast. It's gone pretty fast. I'm still not 100% sure if I should be at men and women now that I've got the bolts, earth bolt, soon to be firebolt, because I am still splashing, but I'm technically getting more XP because I can now hit 10s and 11s. So really I probably should stay here to get the most, I guess the highest average XP. But it is taking a while, and I am not a maths person, so I'm probably not going to figure it out. And by the time this video goes out and you guys comment on it, I'll probably be maybe done. And you'll all be screaming and shouting at me in the comment section. Why are you doing it that way, you stupid boy? Do it a different way. So I'm just going to keep killing these guys, I think, because I still need to get up the drop tables, and I'm hoping it will just get faster and faster. But I'll see you at 40 magic. Bloody magic grind taking forever and causing... Oh, I didn't know that was on the drop table. Well, I'll be. Look at that. That's something else, that is. 60 hit points, 75 combat level. And we haven't even left this chunk yet. We might even get to 90 combat. Oh, and there's 33 magic as well. That's a little bonus for you. We now only have 2 more things to get from air elementals. We've got a 1 in 128 blood rune, and we've got a 1 in 390.13 for a grimy lantadime. So we've only actually killed, let's have a look. I think we've only actually killed 150-ish. So actually that's well below rate for most of this stuff on the list. So if, as per usual, getting spooned. But maybe it's that YouTube look just coming in hot. Or maybe
I'm just lucky in myself. But either way, we're going to carry on. We're slowly running out of runes as well, which is becoming a worry of mine. 40 magic. We are getting on up there. So I'm kind of running relatively low on runes right now. Not too low. I think I've still got a good... Maybe I'll get to 50. But we'll see what happens. You know, we've got another 152 chaos, 341 death, but we've also got about 3k mine still in the bank. And with the mine runes, I'll have to kill men and women, I think, with those. I don't think I'll get away with killing these guys. So once we've used all of that, I reckon we'll be about 50 magic. And then what I'll do is I'll switch back to melee, and then come back at it later on when I've gathered some more runes. I'll probably stick with these guys with the melee. But let's find out together, eh? One more thing left. Let's go. Ran out of chaos runes, so I've swapped back to melee now. So I've been having a bit more of a think about what to do with my spells, and I've come to the conclusion that using Wind Strike is basically pointless. It hits, its max hit is so low that I just don't think it's worth it. So what I'm going to do now is, using melee on air elementals, I'll hopefully try and stack up a bunch of air runes, and then I'll go to fire elementals and I'll kill them for the Staff of Fire drop, and then I'll wield the Staff of Fire while casting Fire Strike, and I'll do that to use all of my mind runes. And I might have to keep swapping back between magic and melee to effectively get enough runes to do that, because I've got 3.2k's worth of mind. What's the point in wasting them all on Wind Strike when I can cast Fire Strike? So 2 air runes a time to cast 3.2k. You know, we're going to have to collect a fair amount of air runes from these things. But, you know, I'm a chunker. You just got to do what you got to do. So I'll keep you updated as we go along. But I can foresee this potentially taking me a few weeks, if not a month and a half maybe, if I just constantly just train magic down here in the Elemental Workshop. But yeah, whatever. I chose this life. Look at that. Uncut Emerald. That's the second thing off the gem drop table now. Very good, very nice. Not the things we want, obviously, but it's always nice to get new stuff. There we go. That is the last thing on the list, which means we can now start with the fire elementals to try and get that fire staff. That is beast. We've actually only killed about 300 in total, which is, you know, way better than I thought, because I thought we were going to be here for thousands of kills to get all the drops. But I mean, technically we will be, because we're going to be coming back for all these runes, but happy days. Hey. So at least I managed to catch this time instead of completely missing it like the last time. That's a Staff of Fire, which means now I think we can just nip back and start using all my mind runes up. And that's 41 magic. So I think after this invent of stuff, I'm going to go and pick up my death runes and start autocasting the wind wave, wind blast. And I'll do that until I can use the next one up, and we'll keep doing that till we run out of death runes, and then we'll come on back to these beautiful mind runes. Instantaneous change of mind again. So I'm not going to use
all of my death runes on the air spell. Instead, I'm going to use the rest of my mind runes, because those are far easier to obtain than the death runes, and see how far that gets me, because if I can get up to 59 for Fire Blast, then I'm pretty sure that is kind of the highest level that I can use. I can do all the blood rune ones, but blood runes are so hard to get that it's probably not even bloody worth it, so we're going to go with that for now. I hope everyone was either thinking that already and screaming that at me in the last clip, or was vigorously typing out a comment to tell me that as that clip was finishing. My bad. Finally back on my computer. I've been playing on my laptop, and we got 60 defense. So now we're base 60s. So now we need to go for base 70s. So we're going to go back to attack. Got some advice from my boy Volty. He recommended using all of my lore runes before I start using the rest of my mind runes, because I can use telekinetic grab to get, pretty much constant XP. And then if I can get some levels out of that, I only get increased magic accuracy for when I use my other spells. So I'm pretty much just dropping this knife and picking it back up again. And that's what I'll do for these 45 runes. And hopefully that should get me at least one level. So I'll let you know how far this gets me, because right now I am 42 with 1.3k left. And that's all the lore runes used up. And we got to 43 magic with 4.7k left. So it was about a quarter, maybe even a third of a level total, because I was almost 43 anyway. It's not good, that's not bad. It's not good. It's not bad, is what I meant to say. And I can, from now on, if I ever get any lore rune drops, I can just start using those up for that. So that's good. Thanks to Volty for getting my back on that one. The gem table. This time it's an uncut diamond. Luckily for me, I've got a shed load of those already, and none of them are able to be cut, I'm afraid. So I don't really have to worry about it. But I think that's fairly rare actually, so that's good. Oh my god. The blood rune. We now only need the grimy Kandarin. Great work. We got the last thing on the list. Grimy Kandarin. So that means we're now done with Fire Elemental drop table. So, next on the list is the Water Elementals. These guys drop vials of water always, and pretty much the same drop table as the rest of the elementals. So we'll probably be here for another 300 to 400 kills, and then we'll probably be done with that, and we'll move on to Earth. And there we have it. Staff of Water. The next elemental staff on the list. There's only one more to get now, and then we can pretty much have infinite runes of some runes anyway, whenever I want. That's solid work. Solid work. I have to say everything twice, don't I? Solid work, solid work. Yes, there we go. We've just finished the water elemental drop table. That's 3 elementals down, 1 to go. Now, the only difference between the earth elementals and everyone else is they have 2 forms. They have their standard earth elemental form, and then they have their ore variant, I think it's called. So what we're going to need to do for those is we're going to have to mine them. Now,
we have two options for mining them. Option one is we get an alt to come over here and mine it and then run off, and then we come in and we kill it and we should get the drops. The other option is to get the required mining level, which I can't do in this chunk because I don't have a pickaxe or any rocks, to be honest, any ore, so it's going to have to be lamped, and I'm just not convinced that that's going to be a useful thing for me to do, or a useful use of my time. So I think we're most likely going to do the alt one, but I'm going to have a think about it while I kill these guys for the majority of the drop table, and then I'll let you know where I get to on it. Who knows? There we go. Staff of Earth. That is the last of the elemental staffs that we need. And oh, hello Giles. It's the last of the staffs we need, and I think now is a good time for me to explain why all of these staffs are so good for me in this chunk. I'm sorry, but surely this is just not right. This thing here, which technically should be an inanimate object until you mine it, surely you should be able to walk around it. Like, look at this. This is the tile that I've clicked on, and I can't walk around the thing. Like, come on. What is this? Like, I'm just going to look at this guy forever. I'm going to follow him around the room. It just... And now... it's just... What a mess. What a mess. Well, that took a long ass time. I've killed 885 earth elementals, and the Lantadine was the, as per usual, last thing on the list. So now the only thing left to do, which is going to have to be explained in a certain way, is we're going to have to do this. So we've got the group Ironman, and the reason why we've got the group Ironman, for a lot of you that potentially don't know, is that one thing on the chunk task list is to kill an earth elemental, the ore variant, because the ore variant drops elemental ore specifically, but also the always drop of a rock. So you need 20 mining to do that, along with a pickaxe, obviously. And I can't get a pickaxe in this chunk, and lamping to 20 mining is going to take ages. So, you know, seeing as this is my chunk account and I make the rules, I'm going to allow this exception of using my group Ironman to give me a little bit of a hand. Now, I don't know if this is going to work properly, because all I've got is the testimonies of other people, and I've not actually seen those other people do it, but we're going to give it a try, and we'll see what happens. Here we go. Mine, he's up. He didn't... What? Okay. I clicked on the wrong screen to run, so I ran the group Ironman nowhere and the chunk account away. But this should work now. It's dead. And there it is. Elemental ore and a rock. So now we can tick both of those things off as well. Good job all. So just to confirm, I like to say that, don't I? Just to confirm. This elemental ore
is used obviously in the Elemental Workshop quest to make the Elemental Bar, but I need 20 crafting to fix the bellows first, and I need 20 smithing to create that bar. So unfortunately this is going to sit in the bank for a while, gathering dust, but you know, we've got it, which means we're now ready to finish Elemental Workshop if and when we ever get those levels. Have a baguette for free. Haven't seen that in a while. Is today the day? Is today the day? No, we just got the last lamp before we can start ticking off some more stuff. So let's put this in crafting, and level 10 bowstrings and crossbow strings. So we've got 100 flax, and if we use all 100 of those flax, we should get a couple of levels from that hopefully. And also we can make the yew shortbow and the maple shortbow, tick those off the list. So let's go do that, and I'll see you in a moment. First bowstring made. Amazing. So we're getting about 15 XP a time, so that's actually really good for these early levels. There you go, you get a free another level, 11. Lovely jubbly. Okay, first thing on the list is to make maple shortbow. Boom. Medium task complete. And then the next thing is to craft a yew shortbow from scratch. So I'll need to cut one log from the yew tree, and I think I have to do this all in one go, and then make a yew shortbow. I think that was the wrong one. Hold on. I should probably read things before I just wing it. Okay. Make you longbow. There we go. Do that. Bosh. Sorted. The last thing on the list is to make a yew shortbow. Oh. Why am I such an idiot? Yew shortbow. All done. That's 3 things off the list. Kind of forgot to show you me equipping it. So there you go. That's not too bad. What have we got? 44 ranged. Beast. I mean, I never have to use ranged again in this chunk, but I might get a little bit of a head start on this chunk right here. You never know. Nice. Just been watching Faladaddy's live stream, and he noted something that was very, very important to this account. He was doing all of his stuff that he was doing, and when he went back to his bank, he was just showing the stuff he'd got, and he hovered over the sturdy beehive parts, and he right clicked to let everybody know, which I think was, you know, just an off the cuff thing. Didn't really mean much, but he said that they high alch for 3k. That to me is super important, super duper important, because I think the highest high alch thing we have are the staffs, which is 900 GP. If I've got to get to 1.2 mil with those things, it's going to take me a while. Whereas, if I can just save up enough of these, it will be 3 times as fast. And there you have it, look at that, right on cue. So we can examine that. 3k high alch value. That is so good. So I'm going to be spending some time now while woodcutting, collecting sturdy beehive pots. And then we'll see how far we can get with nature runes. And there you have it. We'll be out of this chunk in no time. I have finally done all of the flax that I had in the bank, and I made them all into bowstrings, and it got me to 16 crafting. Now with 16 crafting, what that means is we can cut red topaz. Now, there is a chance that I will break this, and if I do, I will probably go and get another one until I do make it work. So I want you all to cross your fingers for me, because this is the moment of truth. This is the most high octane thing you're going to see on this channel ever in the history of time. Yes! Get in there. We're professionals. We don't mess up. Well, everyone, we just reached a massive milestone. We have gone above 10 million XP on the account. I was so entranced by click tree, do nothing, that I just completely missed the 10 mil. But it's still pretty big. It's pretty big for saying that I started this account in late October 2023, and it's now end of January 2024. That's quite a lot of XP to get in such a short amount of time. And obviously, almost 7 mil of that is in woodcutting, because we love to AFK. Hey, 93 woodcutting. That is pretty big. Not many more levels now. I'm cutting maples on my own because I think it's a better overall. Maybe not better. Maybe the right word is quicker. Overall pet chance, even on my own actually, just because I can cut more logs more efficiently, because trees aren't disappearing every 3 seconds because everybody's clicking on different trees. I'm not salty at all, so I'm going to do this for a while. I think maybe even willows and oaks might be better because you can chop them faster. But I don't know, maybe maples average out a bit better with my gear and my level. Don't know. But we're doing this for now. Here we go, mystery box time. Ugh. What? What? Everybody, we're here. One more lamp. What does this lamp mean? You know what this lamp means. It's 20 bloody crafting. So we can now cut sapphires, which is great because we've got like 8 of them. But more than that, it means that the leather that we said a few episodes ago that we were going to save for the Elemental Workshop 1 quest step, we can now finally use that. So I'm going to take a needle, a thread, and the only leather we've got and the only leather we can get, which is why when we start talking about the requirements for crafting, the level 50 crafting we talked about a while ago, that now no longer matters, because I forgot the bloody key, because you need a leather to make the cape pouch, and because we can only get 1, I've decided instead of going to 50 crafting to do that, it's more worthwhile for me to use it on the quest, because what potentially we can do is once we finish the quest, or once we finish this step of the quest, we can also try and lamp for, I think it's 20 smith. Did I not take that key out? Run that back, replay it. What's going on? Anyway, this would usually be cut out of video, but because I'm bloody talking, we've got to keep that in. Yeah, so once we've done this step, we can also then lamp crafting, smithing, get 20 smithing, and then we can actually finish Elemental Workshop 1. Now that's pretty big. And I guess the decision I've got to make is, do I lamp 20 smithing and then carry on lamping crafting? Or do I finish off crafting, because we'll probably need to cut a diamond, and then do smithing afterwards? And right now I'm thinking maybe it's better to do smithing first, but there's the leather used, there's the thread used, and they're fixed. So that ticks off another thing. So the next steps of this quest are essentially, now I use the elemental ore on the furnace and make a bar, and then I go downstairs, I smith that bar into the elemental shield, and bosh, we're done. We get some crafting XP, I think we get some smithing XP, and life feels good. And actually I might get a couple of levels from that crafting XP, which would be nice as well, because that'd save me a bunch of time trying to get uncut gems from things and feathers from the forestry events. But nice, we're making progress. We're almost out this chunk, and the cat just scared the shit out of me. What's your problem, bro? I may or may not have forgot to pull this lever. Or lever. You decide. I might actually continue this quest a little bit, just to, I can't remember exactly what happens. A stone bowl. What's gonna happen here? Make some lava. We put the lava in the furnace. Okay, so that's now on. I wonder... I don't think we can actually smith anything in there, or smelt anything in there, because A, I don't have the level for it, but B, I don't have the ores for it either. I mean, I've got myth, so I guess if we get our smithing up high enough for the quest, maybe that unlocks having to smith something myth-wise, potentially. I mean, I've already got a bar, so I don't know. Maybe I'll have a look at that, see what comes out of it. Okay, I was reading the quest guide on the wiki, and it literally says this furnace cannot be used as a regular furnace. It can only be used to smelt elemental bars. So, phew. I've only just realised that I got 20 crafting. I was like, oh, I can cut sapphires now. And then I just went straight back to chopping trees. Just chilling. So here I am, actually cutting all of those sapphires. So I've got 35 in the bank, and I'm fairly certain this will get me to about 23 crafting. I need 27 for emeralds. So it's not going to quite get us there yet, but hopefully with various drops from various, or maybe not so much drops, maybe it's more random events, getting uncut stuff, getting flax, that kind of thing. It won't take us too long, and as I already told you, I'm probably going to be lamping smithing now so I can finish off Elemental Workshop 1. So that'll put that to the wayside, I think. Crafting for now, but we'll see what happens, won't we? Okay, a lamp. So like we discussed before, we've got a crafting to 23 now. We have a semi-consistent way of training it, I guess. It's not really great. Actually, I probably wouldn't say it's semi-consistent. I'd say it's like a 10th consistent, because I can consistently get certain supplies, but there's other supplies that I cannot consistently get, like thread, for example. So instead of continuing to lamp crafting for now, we're going to switch over to lamping smithing instead. So there is our first 10 XP of smithing on the account. And the reason I'm going to go put all my lamps into smithing now is I would like to get to 20 smithing so that I can finish Elemental Workshop. Not only because, you know, we're in Seers Village, we might as well finish Elemental Workshop if we can, but also it gives me 5k XP in smithing and in crafting, which, to be honest, is a shed load of supplies saved if I can do that. So we'll see what happens, because again, it's going to take a long time to lamp to 20, and there's no real other way of me getting smithing XP, so, you know, we might be out this chunk before I even get there, which is, if it's the case, then maybe we backlog the crafting grind. I don't know, it's just time, innit? Time will tell. I had my wisdom tooth out yesterday, so not feeling too good today, but we've come to a big milestone, another big milestone. I mention big milestones relatively often, but we are only two, that's right, 2 logs away from 94 woodcutting. And you know how it goes, you start recording a clip and then you think, oh, this won't take very long, I'll get a preamp there with a little preamble, but here we are, still waiting for this bloody level. How are you today? You good? Hope you've been happy this morning. Oh, there we go, look at that. Here it is, 94 woodcutting. And here comes the beautiful clan being beautiful people. So, we're still searching for the pet, but like we discussed all the way back in episode 1, we're going to be either getting the pet or we'll be getting 99 woodcutting. And then a lovely viewer on one of my videos recommended that the way to get around still being a Supreme Chunk account but still being allowed to progress so that you don't wait forever, the suggestion was to, if I finish this chunk and all I've got left is Rocky and Beaver as an example, then all I have to do is in the next chunk I roll, I'll have to get 99 again, or the pet. So just to kind of over explain the point again, that would mean that once we get to 99 in this chunk, in the next chunk we'd have to get another 13.5 million XP or the pet before we could then move on again. So let's just say randomly I got MacGruber's wood. There's probably 2 tasks in there to do with the guard dog, but I would also still need to do another 13.5 million woodcutting XP. So that's where we're going to do it. I hope everyone's happy with that, but it's a big level. Nice one. I think, and this is just initial testing, but if I literally just step here and let him move, I think it resets his timer, to which he won't teleport through the wall or just disappear. And I can actually just keep him in this corner indefinitely. Because I've been here for about, I would say 14 minutes, give or take, and he hasn't moved yet. Which is good news, because it means that I don't have to worry about, you know, having to try and get them back into these corners and do whatever. You just every now and again, just step away. And then he does the walk, and that resets the timer. And then he should eventually just wander back into the corner. I mean, even here he can't get out. Like all the way up to like this point, he won't be able to leave. So I think I've just saved myself a very, very long time. And right now what I'm doing is I'm literally just doing AFK woodcutting until I get all my HP back. Come in here, losing all my HP to these men and women pickpocketing, and then going back. And I'll just do that for ages. Then I'll do a bit of magic training, and then also hunting implings. I've got the drop tables to my right, and I'm kind of keeping track of what I'm getting, because I don't have to get all the drop tables for imps, and that was made very clear by Buzz when he set the rules out. However, if I get close before I leave the chunk, I may well, because at the minute all I've got unlocked is I think I just saw one. All I've got unlocked is baby, young and gourmet implings, and I'm not actively training hunter anymore because I'm training other stuff. So I think it's reasonable to expect that at some point I'll probably have most of the drops, but we'll see where we are when we're getting ready to leave the chunk. Does anyone else get exceptionally nervous when you get down to like 4 HP, especially as a hardcore Ironman, that for some reason the next time you click on these guys they do more than 1 damage? Is that just me? Because I'm convinced right now, like if I click on that guy, he might just do 4 damage and then I die. So I just leave instead. I'm scared. Number 300. And I'm sure I don't need to reiterate this point, but I'm going to. I still don't have any easy clue steps in my chunk. I've not had one. I mean, technically I've had one that's in here, but that doesn't really count because yes, it's in my chunk, but also I can't get in there, so it's an inaccessible part of my chunk. So let's cross our fingers. Number 300. Bearing in mind that we are now, well, not just yet, so it's a 1 in 80, so we are currently over 3 times dry, and at 320 easy clues we will be officially 4 times dry. So let's see if we get some luck. No. Okay, that goes on the floor. We'll get some luck at some point. I'm kind of hoping it's the beaver rather than easy clue, but you know, we're working hard. When I log back into RuneScape after taking a break for whatever reason, the region locker plugin decides to take the graphics back to, I don't know, 2001, and it makes it look like this. And you know what? I kind of like it, you know? I'm kind of here for it. It's a bit grainy, it's a bit retro, and I think it looks nice, personally. So let me just turn it off and then back on again, and hopefully it doesn't mess the recording up. It messed the recording up. Hold on, I'll fix you. There we go, we fixed you. The 2 young implants, bloody hell. Okay, and that's what it looks like with the region locker plugin on. So I don't know, I'm kind of about it. You know what I mean? Kind of like it. And in one more pickpocket, 50 thieving. We are hammering these thieving levels out now. I'm going to be pickpocketing for the next 10 years of my life, but it's feeling good so far. No Rocky Pet there, yo. Yo. Jesus Christ. Can I just talk properly once, please? No Rocky Pet, though. But, you know, we've still got another 1.6 million pickpockets to go still. What a life. What a life I'm leading. I love this game. The last lamp of the first level. We are now to smith it, which means we can smith bronze maces when we can get some tin. or bronze boss. But it means that we are now one step closer to getting 20 smithing, which we're going to have to lamp all the way because there's literally no way for us to get any smithing XP in this chunk. But we've got so long to go before we get Beaver, Rocky, or 99 in both of those skills. And the big 79 magic grind. So I just assume we'll get to 20 along the way anyway. So pretty good. Exciting times, eh? Yeah, woo! Go Hannibal, woo! I don't know what other noises there might be, but woo! Hey! Go on, son! You're doing the family proud. Or something like that, I don't know. 95 woodcutting. So we still don't have the pet. But, you know, we'll be 99 soon enough. And then we just ignore the pet until the next chunk. You know, we do what's necessary here in Seers Village. I am very silly. I should have been wearing the studded chaps. They're the best in slot. Why have I not just been wearing them? Like, my defense bonus goes from bloody 17, 22, 17 up to 32, 38, 30. What is wrong with me? Is this my first time playing this game or something? I got these studded chaps ages ago. Like, absolutely ages ago. I'm wild, I am. Jesus Christ. Oh, 100k. We're halfway to the first thing that we need to spend money on. And we are maths amount of way away from the 1 extra mil we need after that. So we're making good progress, you know. I'm not really complaining about this. I mean, it's only small amounts of money each time, but I haven't even got to the high alch yet. And that's going to go shooting me up there. I was editing and I completely missed 70 attack and 80 combat. My bad. But that's pretty good. So we'll swap back to strength and we'll get that up to 70. I might just stop doing defense now. I don't know if it's worth me getting the defense levels or whether it's just hammering as much into like strength as possible now. Get it to like 99. That might be better because the more I can hit on these things, the quicker I'm going to kill them. So yeah, we'll give that a try. Why not? Do me a solid. Come on. Yes. Get in, son. That's what we like to see. Some nice runes. We are kind of working our way through magic quite efficiently right now. I'm killing air elementals till I've got about 1,000 air runes, and then I come over to men and women to kill them for the experience, using up all my mime runes. I've only got 544 left, and then once I've finished with the mind runes, I'll move on to chaos, and then I'll move on to death. And the idea is to get to 55 magic, and then I can use high alch, and then I'll just high alch a load of stuff, hopefully get 1.2 mil, tick those two things off the list, and then by then the hope is I can just push for those final couple of things, the magic level and the pets. So I've been doing this for a good month now, few weeks maybe. I've just pickpocketing things, men and women. I shouldn't really call them things. Killing elementals for runes and then using them on the men and women, and chopping trees, hoping for pet. So we'll keep going, but this is the way I'm getting food at the minute. I'm just buying 4 pies off this man, and then taking those down into the workshop. So it's fun. Done this a billion times now. There's 50 magic. We are so far away from 79. So far away. But really what I'm looking for right now is getting to 55. So that I can do high alk. And then that means that we can hopefully get 1.2 mil from all the stuff we've been saving up over the last, well, 40 in-game days, which is probably be like 4 or 5 months worth of time. So that's pretty good. I'm happy with this. This progress is moving forwards, which is always good. Because I had a feeling that we'd just all of a sudden just stop and not be able to make much progress, but we are. So good. Good job me. Sorry, one last quick thing that I'd like to do. I have shouted out multiple people on my time here at YouTube. On YouTube. I don't work for YouTube. I've done that through my previous videos, Twitter, community page, all that kind of stuff. But the thing that I do, which people seem to like, is the kind of chill vibes with the lo-fi hip hop in the background. That was actually something that I borrowed from another Old School Runescape YouTuber who also does a chunk locked account. So I would love for you all to give Cozy Boy a follow. In-game name Dr. Pepper 700. He's a fantastic guy, and his videos had that kind of music in the background, real chill vibes to it, and I loved that. So I was like, I'm gonna borrow this, and I'm gonna do it in my own kind of way. At the minute, he's doing a really wicked one chunk series, and it'd mean the world to me, as probably more to him, if you go give him a follow, watch his series. But yeah, sorry, I'm taking up too much time. Let's get on with it. 3, 2, and finally 1. And that's it. We've used our stack of probably more like 5k mined runes, I think. By the time I'd been using all of my mine runes on men and women and getting more mine runes, I reckon I was probably closer to 5k overall. So that's that done. So now we're going to have to start using Fire Bolt. Oh, let's talk to Mr. Jekyll so he can give me a nice strength pot. Thank you, sir. Yeah, we can use Firebolt now, which means we still need to collect a buttload of air runes because I need to use 3 now instead of the Fire Strikes 2, which is fine. It's going to take me a while anyway. I knew it would. But we've got 831 Chaos runes to use. So if I did my calculations correctly, the max hit of Firebolt is now high enough that it's probably best not to kill men and women anymore, because the payoff of hitting 7 probably fairly regularly probably won't outweigh the ability to hit. I think it's like 13 as my max hit now with Firebolt, so it's almost double men and women. So I think it's probably better for me to start killing elementals with them. So I'm going to do that now instead. But as always with this kind of thing, I always say I'll do this thing, and I think, and I've done maths and blah blah blah, and I'm usually wrong. And someone finds out what I'm doing, and they very politely update me and change my view and get me back on the right path. So it's what I'm going to do for now, until somebody inevitably tells me I'm doing it wrong and I should do it better, in which case we'll then do it better. So yeah, let's see where we get. 831 chaos is not a hell of a lot, but it might get me to 55, which is the current aim, so I can unlock some more stuff. So I'll give you an update when we get to 55. Fatty Dave has brought us a Phoenix crossbow. What a legend. I have to excuse the large typing. The loud typing. Sorry, I'm trying to concentrate on two things at once. That is, that's very kind of the guy. That means that we could now train with those bolts. I'll probably be maybe doing that later on. We don't have any ranged skill grinds right now, but it's not to mean that we can't, you know, get the ranged up anyway. But I think I need to focus on magic right now, so I'll put this in the bank and thank that person very, very much for doing that for me. That's very kind. There's a what's the word I'm looking for? Come on, you know what I'm talking about. Right? Yeah, you know. There's a spoiler in the clan chat, and I don't want to, you know, I don't want to reveal it a bit too early in case I get shouted at. But we're getting everyone join us today. Today we've got Seers Flake, who apparently, having to, you know, talking to them for a bit, they're also a one chunk, doing somewhere in between vanilla and extreme. I think closer to extreme. But apparently they started in Seers before I did, and I kind of ruined the uniqueness of their account by doing that start and then uploading videos. So apologies to the master, to the boss, to the one that did it first, or potentially first, I don't know, maybe someone did it before Seers Flake, but that person has not come here and spent time with me, so yeah, mad respect for them to join me here today. We have only got 7 Chaos Runes left, 6 Chaos Runes left. I'm not going to do it all the way to the end. And we are halfway to 54 magic. So what that looks like is that we're probably going to have to use Earth Blast until 55. Yeah, just I'm going to have to punch him for the last one. Oh! Oh! Oh, shit. Hold on. We got this. Yeah, we're probably going to have to use Earth Blast until we get to 55, so we can use High Elk. I hope that gets us to 59, which it probably won't, but if it does, that'll be great, because then we can use Fire Blast. So I think the idea is now I've got about 2.2k Earth Runes, so I'll get those out and then we'll start going through them. So the setup now looks a little bit something like this. So we've got Earth Blast set up here. We've got the Air Staff out because we've got 2.1k Earth Runes. So that, I think it's 1. Yeah, it is 1. So we've got 550 casts of this. I wonder if I check my skill calculator. Earth Blast, it says 252 to 54. That does not sound good. 752 to get to 55, and that's assuming that I splash all 752, which I won't. So yeah, we might get to 55, I think. But then what to do after that, I'm not entirely sure, to be honest, because I won't have any runes left. And I've got to get to 79. Oh my god, what have I done? It's probably just going to have to, you know, kill another 27,000 men and women. Bloody hell. Dun dun dun. We are so close to 55 magic now that I'm hoping that I can just, I don't know, potentially get some like lore runes or something, do some telegrabs to get me over the line, or, you know, I've got plenty of air runes, so some death rune drops or chaos rune drops. So it shouldn't take me long, and then we can finally get that money. Ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between and beyond. 55 magic. Now, we've got a long way to go till we finish this magic grind. However, we now can make a start on that 1.2 million GP that we need. And it's a start that we can make without having to pickpocket until my hands fall off. So I think now I've got about 1,000 nature runes in the bank. I'm just going to start alching stuff. See how much money I can get from what I've got in my bank already. So let's have a gander, shall we? We've got 1,029. We'll need the fire staff. Don't need these anymore. And what can we alch? I think we obviously have the sturdy beehive parts. And all of these. So we've got 80 of them, 7 of them, 15 of them, and 4 of them. I'll save 1 of each just to be safe. Don't think these are worth alching, to be honest. And none of this stuff is probably worth it either. So I think we stick with this for now. Alch all this stuff and see where we get up to. Hopefully 200k. I am interrupting me trying to get 1.2 million GP in game to let you know that if you want to try and help me get 1.2 million GP in real life, you can now become a member of the channel. So clicking on this little join button here, you will be able to join the channel at the moment with 1 tier for 99p a month. This will give you loyalty badges. It will also give you custom emotes that I've kind of half made myself, half stolen from the Old School Runescape wiki. You can now spam beaver in my comments to make me feel bad for not being able to get it yet. And you also get a shout out at the end of my videos. There will be more tiers coming very soon once I figure out what I can achieve and what will be best and what you may want the most. If you do know what you want, let me know in the comments. However, if you don't want to spend any money, but you still want to help the channel, don't forget to subscribe and make sure that you like all the videos, you comment on them, and let me know how bad I am at video games. Thank you, goodbye. Ta-da! 200k. So we can now change our gravestone at death. Never done that before in my entire life. Don't know why you would spend 200k to make your gravestone look a bit fancier, but we can do it, so we might as well just go there now and do it. I mean, to be honest, you and I both know we ain't never seeing that death stone, because I'm a pro gamer and I don't have any bosses in any nearby chunks, so it doesn't really matter. Can I choose a different looking gravestone? I think I'll have this one. It's visible to everyone else. You sure you want me to buy a cosmetic override for it? Yeah. Duh. Oh. I spend my money how I want, Death. My money. I made it. This is my first time being in Death's office as well. There's another music track. That's lovely. Wait. I do go back to the same place, right? This is going to be awkward. Oh, thank God for that. Jesus. I felt that in my dangly bits. So we only need 1.2 mil. So we only need another 1.1 mil. And you know, this says I've got 20.4 mil in here. I assume that's grand exchange prices, not high out prices, but even so, we should be able to do something, right? Surely.
I mean, that's it there. But I've not got that. I haven't got 23,000 nature runes. I could start alching some of this, maybe? Nah, that doesn't feel right. Stuff in here. I mean, I don't think these are worth much. No. These aren't worth much either. What about these? Probably not either. No, they're whoa, okay. Maybe... That's not bad. I could alch some of this stuff, I guess. Yeah, if I'm alching a 900 staff, I could alch some of that as well. I don't know. I've got a lot more runes to get to 79 magic, so you'd assume by the time we get there I'll have probably surpassed 1.2 mil anyway, just in all the staffs we get. So maybe we'll just go back to that. Let's just carry on getting well, let's just recap quickly. So we've got 43 crafting, 79 magic. We need to get a hard leather body, which I believe is 26, 27, 28. We also need the bronze felon axe, which is 20 smithing, and we've got 5. We need to get Rocky and Beaver, and we need the 1 mil. So essentially the 3 kind of main grinds are cutting trees, killing elementals, and thieving. And I think, yeah, each one of those is probably going to take a while. So what it might be worth me doing for now is just collecting as many runes as I can until that gets super boring, and then I'll go cut trees, and then when that gets super boring I'll do thieving, and we'll just go around in circles forever. Yippee! So this morning the forestry part 2.2 or whatever it is, 2.4, I don't know, however many times they've messed with forestry, that has finally come out about the forestry items. So it's kind of a two-parter. There's a good thing and a bad thing about it, which you probably all already have figured out, but I'm going to tell you anyway. So the good thing about it is that we now don't have to have any of the required items to get to do all the events, which means we're eligible for all the rewards now, which is kind of good because I needed something else to do for wood cutting to actually like give me the push to get to 99 a bit easier. But obviously the bad thing is that we have to now get the golden pheasant egg, the fox whistle. Oh, that's a new drop from Implints. Nice. Yeah, we have to get the fox whistle, the golden pheasant egg, and I believe that's it. Because I've got the petal garland, and all of this stuff needs other trees. So yeah, it's just those 2. But what it also means is that we can now, according to the changes, get Twitcher's gloves as an item. It's no longer, it doesn't have charges, doesn't have anything like that. So technically, we can just go and get our Twitcher's gloves back, and that will potentially make it a little bit easier. Unless I'm misremembering what Twitcher's gloves do, which is highly likely. But I think that's overall. I think it's okay. I think it's good. And they've said that they've dropped the rates of all the different collection log
things. And, you know, I don't know. I'm not overly keen on the way that they've approached it, to be honest. I feel like not telling us what the rates were before and then not telling us what the rates are now was a bit of a below the belt move, especially because a lot of people have been asking for, you know, since it came out, what they are. And I saw an image of some mod on Reddit telling everyone that the old rate for the golden pheasant egg was like 1 in 150. That, I can tell you that it is for free. That is a lie. And if that turns out to not be a lie, then how dare they make me go so dry? Because the group Ironman is still waiting for that bloody golden pheasant egg, and I've got like 9,000 tail feathers in my bank. So 1 in 150 is horse, okay? Don't believe it. But now apparently, and this is obviously not confirmed, but now apparently it's like a 1 in 45 when you're 99 woodcutting. So I'm 99 on the group Ironman, I'm 95 here. So really it should only be the next 2, let's say 2 to 10. 2 being on rate, you know, 2 events is what I'm talking about. 2 events on rate and 10 being, yeah, dry, a bit dry. So we'll see. I'll put it to the test. But what that means is that next time after this clip, I show the chunk picker, unless I release a video before then, it will have the golden pheasant egg and the fox whistle included in there for items for me to get. Which, you know, is fine, because I'm going to do this anyway. You know, I was getting 99 or beaver regardless, so I'm now going to be spending all my time in forestry worlds instead of on my own, because the reason I was spending time on my own was because spending more time on the tree without it disappearing and having more trees available was way better for me to get the beaver than being on forestry worlds, because like right now you've got 25 on this tree, 26 on this tree, 3 on that tree. So by the time this has gone down, this one's going to go down, that one's going to go down, these 2 aren't up. It's just a bit of a pain. But now you know, it's just a necessity now that I need to be here to get those events a bit more frequently. I've just rambled for 5 minutes, so let's just, yeah, sorry, bye. We got a mystery box, baby. But before we can do that, we just need to go and get this fox whistle just real quick, yeah? Cheers. Well, we tried, but you can't get lucky all the time, can you? So let's open this mystery box and get question mark steel plate body, please, maybe, thank you. A bucket. Okay. Well, screw you, RuneScape, with your bloody nonsense. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus Christ. That, oh my god. Thank Christ for that. I genuinely thought I was going to be here forever. Holy moly. Dude, I'm so fucking pumped. Can't believe I got this bloody thing. Genuinely. Yesterday, I was complaining on the group Ironman about the forestry events and the pheasant event specifically, and how I've got like 9,000 blah 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 blah, whinge. And here we are. We've done what? 4, maybe 5 pheasant events in Seers since the update, and we got it. So you could say that technically I was saving all of my luck specifically for this. Technically you could say that. But yeah, that I'm so thrilled. So thrilled. Right, we're playing a little game of where's Waldo? Wally? Waldo? Depends, I guess, where you come from. In this screen right now. Because there's a couple of things to spot actually. So we've got a lamp, we've got axes, 2 felling axe handles, and there's good Matt over there. Triad trying to get the golden pheasant egg. Loser. So if I click on this, and I click on that, and then I click on that, we have now got 6 smithing. Now that is a milestone, because I can now make steel felling axes. So this is another task, and like we discussed previously, it says bronze, but I think because we were lamping to 20 anyway, just as a kind of secondary fun thing that we were doing, not necessarily for any specific task, I thought it would be good if we waited for steel instead of bronze. But then I checked in my forestry kit, and I had, almost 50k bark, so I was like, oh, screw it, let's do bronze and steel. So hopefully I should be able to use that on that. And yes, convert into felling axe. There we go. There's the bronze. And now I can do this, and I can convert that into steel. So technically this was our best in slot, because you can do this at 1 smithing. But because we've now got 6, this is technically now our best in slot. So that's good. That's a pretty good milestone. I like that. Look at that. I am looking like some sweet ass lumberjack right now. I just wish I had the lumberjack chest on. Really studied body. Bloody hell, everyone's turning up today. Party in Seers Village for once. Yeah, if I had that lumberjack top, that would look pretty sweet. Look at his little dragon, for God's sake. Stop showing off. I'm a sick little boy today, so I'm just chilling out with some good old wood cutting and watching the Downbeat podcast. Shout out. So I'm just taking it easy today, just doing loads of wood cutting. I'm at use as long as AFK as possible, and I'm bashing out some levels, absolutely hammering the levels out. No beaver yet though, obviously, because why would we? But what it does mean is we've only got 3 more levels until we either have the beaver and we're super happy and running around the house squealing like a little baby, or we get 99 and we also run around the house squealing like a little baby. And that's just one of the big grinds done then. Only 2 more after that. So I'm just going to sit here and die slowly. And I'll see you at, I don't know, 97 wood cutting, or maybe maybe something else happens, Maybe something else just pops up. Surprise. We have just reached 10 million wood cutting XP, which means we've only got 3 more million left to go. So definitely way over halfway now, which is great news. No beaver as of yet, but that's not to say that we won't have the little scamp before we get to 99. And once we've got that, there's only 2 real big grinds left. Getting that 99 thieving or rocky, and getting 79 magic, which we are 55 with basically 0 runes left. So we've got still quite a bit of time to go, but it's exciting times. We're almost there. Oh, no way. No way. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say. That's literally. I wasn't even. I've lost count now. I'm on like 300. Oh my god. What do I do? This must be like getting close to 350 easy clues now, with no steps in Seers Village. Holy Holy moly. What do I do? If it's going to take me 350 easy clues to get... 350 more easy clues to get another step. Oh my god. I think it's right here. Yeah, it's right there. Oh, Jesus, what do I do? I've got... I guess I've got to juggle for a second clue. I've just got to. Hope I don't lose it. And then maybe once I've got a second one, then go for it. Oh, crap. That means I can't really AFK properly anymore. Ooh, okay. I'm going to have to think about this, guys. I'm going to have to think about this. Holy moly! 97 woodcutting. What is going on? This type of gaming only comes round once every probably couple of weeks because there's a lot of people weird like me. But here we go. We're 2 levels away. That's it. 2. I'm so excited to get 99 that I don't know. I might run around in my underpants. Or so, I don't know. For the eagle-eyed and eared viewers out there, you will understand what I'm about to say. But I just recorded the end of a video, and I mentioned. All right. Okay. Right. Well, just give me 1 second. I'll finish this thought train. Okay. So I'll finish my thought train. I'll then open the box, and then I'll do the thing I'm about to talk about. Okay, in that order. So, where I left off was in the end of a video. I talked about how Source has just updated the kind of chunk tasks to actually include more stuff that was just generally missed, which is great for a lot of people because it means that, you know, if you're just starting out, you get the best possible understanding of what tasks you have. But for someone like me, and more importantly, people who've been doing it way longer than me, there are a bunch of tasks that have just appeared on some people's chunk task list. I've only had one extra from what Source did, which was lucky, and it was to buy a house from this fellow here. So I believe it costs 100k. It costs 1k. And I believe I can do it without any request requirements, and I can do it even though I don't have a portal or anything nearby. So, should be fair game. So, let's open this bad boy, shall we? Come on. Okay. Well, we tried. So, talk to this fellow. How can I get a house? 1,000 coins. It would be in Rimington, but I can move it to Taverley if I go that way, which is fine. So do I want to buy a starter house? Yes, please. Thank you. Go to the Rimington house portal and you'll find your house ready for you to start building in it. Oh, and I got a little book. The construction guide. So that's going to go in the bank. And I'm never going to use it until I get a bookcase in my beautiful new house. And then I can use it. I got a mystery box, and then probably about 40 minutes later I got another one. But I was so tired that I was like, I'll open it in the morning. So it's the morning, so let's open it, get that stale baguette, move on. Jesus Christ, what a pain in my bum. Moly. That was 1, 2, 3, 4. How many did I build? I only built 4 and I got 4. That is so busted. Oh dear. Now we better run back to bank and get some more logs. Hopefully this goes 5 for 5. No, I went 5 for 5. Got 6 for 6. We can do this. We can do a perfect beehive run.
Boo. Boo game. Boo. Boosh. 10 smithing. We are... I'm doing the quotes thing with my fingers. This is halfway to 20. I mean, it could be, I don't know. I should have checked these things. Yesterday, while I was on my laptop watching South Park with my girlfriend, the first thing was that I got a mystery box, which I haven't opened yet, because I wanted to open it with you beautiful people. So let's do that first. Fingers crossed. Oh my god! Oh my god. That's an upgrade. That's best in slot. No way. In my mind I was like, we just need the stale baguette, we just need the stale baguette, but we don't. We also needed that. Oh, holy shit. Yes! That is so good. Let's whack that on. Oh! You beautiful, beautiful man. Well, that's changed everything. When we go back to elementals, that is going to be so much better, so much easier. We're going to take far less damage. That's so good. And then the other thing, after that amazing revelation, somebody yesterday called It's a Ben turned up wearing a full clown outfit and running around like a madman, emoting at me. He was saying 0 words, by the way, absolutely 0 words, just running around. He then gave me a bond. So many thank yous to that person for dropping by and giving me a bond. That is so helpful to me, and I appreciate it greatly. I just wish that he had turned up while I was on my computer so I could record what happened, because it was hilarious. But if that person does listen to this or watch this video, then you're the best. Thank you so much. But now, I need to figure out how to redeem this thing, which I was watching Volty's video the other day and he seemed to have a lot of trouble with it, so I'm going to assume I'm going to do the same. And then we're going to get back to wood cutting. Bang, bang, boom! That is what we love to see. We are one singular level away from one of the biggest goals of this entire account. I am so excited. Now it's all about countdown to 99. So 1.2 million XP left to go. Should probably take me, don't know, 2 or 3 days. Probably be by the end of the weekend, I would say. It's Thursday now, just for a bit of what's the name? Can't remember the word. I'm distracted. So yeah, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday is probably enough time for me to get there. We'll see. Maybe things will change. But we still have the beaver, and I'm going to announce right now that I am not actually fully decided on leaving the chunk before pets yet. I know I set the goal at the beginning to say basically, you know, we either get 99 or we get the pet, and then in the next chunk we get 13.5 mil XP, blah blah blah. You know the spiel. But I have not made that decision yet. So who knows? We'll see what happens. We've got a long time left in here. We've still got loads of stuff left to do. So I'll make a decision before the end. When am I gonna get this bloody blasted beaver? I can't let... Oh. Why does this keep happening? Hey. 30 fishing. Jesus Christ. That is literally just from doing random events. I have not touched a net or a fishing rod or anything. I like that. That is how some of these skills should be trained, without putting any effort in at all. Collecting
sturdy beehive parts so that I could high arc them for the 1 mil GP we need, I accidentally got a construction level. So now I am level 2 construction. Essentially how it works, as far as I understand it to be, is that you get 1 construction XP every few logs that you put in, I think. So technically, I must have put in a hell of a lot of logs over the past, 4 months to be able to get it. Because I think it was like, it must have been 90 XP I needed for level 2, or maybe 83. I don't know. I don't know how this all works. That's 48, so they're all different. I don't know, something like that. So that's a fair amount of logs that I've actually stored away. Oh, and we've also just hit 12 million wood cutting XP. And also we're almost at 16 million total XP. And also, we got 825 total level. What a clip, eh? You're getting bang for your buck right now. Just in case I haven't, or you don't remember, I've got a second chunk picker, which is one that I've just got that essentially I tick off as I go, and then the HNBL chunk picker one is the main one, which I tick off at the end of videos, and that means that I get to just consistently keep up to date with what I've done and what I haven't done, and not have to kind of mess around figuring it out as I'm editing and all that kind of thing. But what I do with this second chunk picker is I also add in side goals, which sometimes I say that I'm doing and sometimes I don't. So I thought this time it'd be a good time to just say what those side goals actually are. And I think I've mentioned all the impling drop tables before. So Puro is, I think the closest one is this wheat field here, just above Catherby, and I've got to essentially go 2 to the right before I get that. So, it's going to be probably a while before we get to Puro from where I am. But what that does mean is that if I do get Puro, I'll have to get all the implant drop tables anyway, all the way up to Lucky Implants. I don't think I have to include Lucky Implants because that's like all of the clue drop tables, but I have to definitely go up to Dragon and get all the Dragon ones, which obviously will take a long time and it'll be a pain in the butt. So I was just thinking that if I'm already here catching implants a lot anyway, and I'm not overly frightened of new grinds, although maybe some of the implant ones are a bit ridiculous, I'm just catching them anyway. So I've been ticking those off as I've gone along. But what I've also now dropped on there as well is bird nests, because this again came with the recent source chunk update that he did. So that includes the ring nests and the seed nests. But also there's another thing on there that I ticked just out of interest, and that was buying one of everything from all shops as well. And again, these aren't in my rules, so I don't have to do these things, but I'm just thinking, I'm already here, I'm going to be here for a while. Like, as of right now, I've been playing for almost 48 days in game time, which is, like 1,200 hours or something, just in this chunk. So, and I've probably still got another 300 to 400 hours maybe left. So in that time, I'm probably going to have enough money and items and whatever to buy things from shops and catch implants and get nests and all that kind of stuff. So I thought it'd just be a cool thing to have on the side. So what I'm going to do, actually I'm going to just do it right now. I've just got a full invent. So the only shop we have, technically we've got two, I guess. The first one is the pub. So buying a beer, buying a stew, and buying a meat pie.
So we've already bought beer, we've already bought stews, which are these ones, and you've seen me buy about 1 billion meat pies at this point. So that's all done. But the other shop is this one, the forestry shop. So we've got all the collection log stuff, but there's also these 3. So the ritual mulch, the Secator's blade, and there's also the sawmill voucher. So what I might do is I'll get this stuff, 10 oak logs, 5 willow, easy peasy. This is 10 maple, easy peasy. And then this is just bark. So let me just go and grab that stuff, and then we can buy out the whole of the shop that we can. Obviously can't get the other stuff yet. Don't have any red ones. Okay, I think that's everything. So Secator blade, 1. Oh, I did it the wrong way round. Silly boy. Okay, now we're ready. So there's the Secator blade. There's the ritual mulch. And that is the sawmill voucher. And that buzz you just heard was my girlfriend texting me, not your phone, so do not panic. So yeah, that's everything from the shop. Shopser. So it's just more stuff, man. It's just fun. You know what I mean? We're doing 200% series. You know, why not? Here we are again. Another mystery box. Another roll of the dice. Come on, let's get some luck. Ah, snake eyes. I don't know what I'm not a gambler. I have no idea what I just said. It could have been good, could have been bad. Pretty sure it was bad. But this is definitely a pretty bad. Oh, kill a relic of market guard as well, so not even kill a man for a key. Oh well, maybe next time. We are hopefully about to hit 2 milestones right now, but we're definitely going to get 1. So here's 1. That is 27 crafting, which means I can now cut emeralds, which is amazing. That 43 crafting goal is looking more and more possible. So what we're going to do now is going to go back to the bank. I'm going to... No, we're going to catch this first. What are we going to get? Well, that's pointless. Yeah, we're going to go back to the bank. We're going to get out all of our emeralds, and we're going to pray that this gets us to 28 crafting, which is what we need to get the hard leather body. So I will see you very shortly. Well, there it is. Didn't even get through the first invent. We can now craft hard leather armor. So I'm just going to quickly finish doing all of these emeralds, and then we'll craft ourselves some hard leather bodies, eh? Down to our last 4. 3, 2, 1. Ooh, close to another level there. So that's that. Now, unfortunately, I've just realised that I don't have any thread. So we can't make the 3 hard leathers that we've got into hard leather bodies for the chunk goal, which is very unfortunate because this has to come from baby implings. So essentially, I'm just going to go back to trees like I have been for the last 5 months. And I've just got to wait for some to spawn. If I'm really desperate, which I'm not right now, to obviously craft a hard leather body, I'll just stay here. But if I'm super desperate for it, I will hop worlds until I find one, or 10, or however many it takes me to get a thread. Okay. Dun 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 dun. News update. That was so stupid. That sounded funnier in my head. I thought I'd just give you guys an update on where I'm up to right now. So I have amassed almost 300k out of the 1 million that we need to do the final kind of
monetary task, which is 1 million for the bank upgrade. And I've been kind of alking sturdy beehive parts, and I did all of my where are they? All of my staffs as well. And then I kind of went through and had a look at all this stuff previously and was like, well, it doesn't really make sense to, you know, alk this or alk that. And, you know, we're kind of making our way through this stuff for the crafting grind, so maybe I can alk these in the future. But I'm getting just a little bit impatient with wanting to tick some more tasks off, because, you know, we're getting to the point now where they're super long tasks. So what I've decided to do right now is, because we can't get any other logs other than you as kind of the max level until the next chunk, and we've got 256 bowstrings currently, I'm essentially going to make a load of yew longbows, and they're going to alk for 768. I've had a lot of people suggesting it anyway, and I knew I was going to eventually, but I was kind of putting it off because I had these long grinds that I was doing anyway. So stop saying anyway. Good plan. So essentially what that meant is that I was going to try and get as far through the grinds as I could, alking things that I get from the grinds, like sturdy beehive parts from woodcutting and all of the staffs from the magic grind. And then I was thinking that potentially by the end of that we would be there, or very close to being there, but I feel like there'll still be some room for a bit extra cash anyway. So because I've been doing woodcutting for ages now, and we're currently only 284k away from 99, I thought, screw it, I'm going to take a break from woodcutting consistently for days on end, and I'm just going to make a load of yew longbows. So I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to alk them all, and then I'm going to show you how much I have. We have finished the high alk session. So we had about 250-ish yew longbows, and they alked for just under 200k. So if we add that, oh god, we're going to have to skip this. So now we've almost got 500,000. 500,000! That's so exciting. So now, essentially we've got to get to 99, and then we'll go back to elementals, get some more of these bad boys, and then see where we end up. I'm hoping that we get to buy the bank slots before we finish the grinds, but we'll see. We'll see. I'm sure we will. We'll be everything we need from a mystery box, other than the stale baguette. Seeing as last time I forgot about the steel plate, and I'm sure there was another time I forgot about something else that they gave you, but now I am 19% sure that we just need the stale baguette. So we've been getting quite a lot of luck recently, actually, to be fair. I'm kind of spooned, to be honest, on a lot of things. So does that mean this is the time? Oh, well, yeah, well, you know. And that's also pretty useless, but yeah, well, yeah, you know, yeah, well. Finish up 99 woodcutting on the forestry world now, because that means that I can do as many fox events as I can pre 99. Hopefully reduce the amount of time I spend post 99 trying to get the bloody fox whistle. I'm kind of also hoping that I get the beaver. I was having a thought earlier that wouldn't it be so cool if the final log that gets me 99 also gets me the beaver. That would be so goddamn hype. But knowing my luck, I'm probably going to be here till like 110 woodcutting or something. Woodcutting milestone. 13 million woodcutting XP. In 33k,
will be done. And I would hazard a guess, which I'm going to say is a guess because I keep saying I'm this and that and the other, and then I get proven wrong instantly by myself. But I would hazard a guess that the next clip that you are going to see is a very small 99 party where I've invited the entire chunk community to come visit me in Seers Village, and I would, if I get one person, I'll be happy. I'll be happy with that. If I get no people, then you can all feel sorry for me in the comment section. I'm so alone. Baby Implin gave me some seaweed, and with that I think actually we are only about 5 more drops away from finishing the Baby Implin drop table. I'm genuinely convinced now that there's a potential that by the time we finish this chunk I will have finished the Baby, Young and Gourmet Impling drop tables, which just means that if we get Puro, it's just 3 grinds I don't have to do, because I'm not actively seeking out Implings anymore. If I see them, I grab them, so it's not actually taking any time away from what I'm doing. So, you know, free money, as they say. Range body, look at that, look how buff I look. I look like bloody Smaug. That's the Dark Souls Smaug, not the Hobbit. Is he Smog? Smog? Smaug. Smog. I don't know. I'm only going to make one though, just because I am relatively concerned that I'm going to get another, I don't know, hard leather something task in the future, and it's going to be I don't know, something that I need to do as part of the chunk, and then I'm just screwed because I've just used all my hard leather and I have to go find some more. So I'm not going to make any more, but we've made it, we've put it on. That means we are done. So oh Jesus Christ, I didn't mean to do that. I was going to try and get some people to come over, and then I was just looking at my other screen, and then all of a sudden I got 99 woodcutting. God, I'm so dumb. But, you know, it's pretty big. Pretty big news. Imagine, if you will, somebody spending 5 months of their life, 5, get to the pinnacle of those 5 months, and then piss it up the wall like a bloody idiot. Well, that was me, as you just saw. But what I wanted to take a bit of your time to do is now lay out the 5 grinds that we've got left. And within these 5 grinds, we've obviously got Beaver, we've got Rocky, we've got the crafting grind, we've got the magic grind, and we've got the 1 million GP that we need. And what I wanted to do is just take a little bit of time to say how far we've come and how far we need to go before we finish. Let's start with a little beavery boy. So up until now, we've cut 700 normal logs, 2,600 oak logs, 4,500 willow logs, 100,000 maple logs, and 26,000 yew logs, which I believe will leave us with approximately about 100,000 more logs left to be cut to be on rate for the beaver. Next is everyone's favourite little trash panda, Rocky. Currently we've done 25,000 pickpockets on men and women, and we'll need to do another 1,599,296 more pickpockets before I get to 99 thieving. However, to be on rate to get Rocky by only pickpocketing men and women, I should be on rate by the time we get to 80 thieving. Crafting is a bit of an outlier, as technically it's a side goal, not a main goal, but we did decide previously that we would use gem drop tables, implings and random event items to try and be able to complete it. But so far we've made 55 pheasant pieces, we've cut 200 gems, and we've made 230 bowstrings. And to be able to get to the 43 requirement, we'll need to either make 2,500 pheasant items, 2,500 bowstrings, or 500 more gems. Magic. Arguably the most strenuous grind that we're going to have to do to get to 79 to cast Entangle from the 58 magic that we currently are. We're going to have to cast in between 20 and 40,000 Earth Blasts, which will require between 20 and 40,000 Death Runes and between 60 and 120,000 Air Runes. Money, 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 money. Now, arguably the easiest grind that we've got left. I don't think you can really call it a grind, but we've got 769,000 GP and we only need 1 mil. So that means either we need to get 77 sturdy beehive parts, 257 staffs, or 293 yew-longs to finish that off. Little young Implin. And that is actually a new one, I believe. Pretty sure. Let's go back to the bank and have a little gander. But I'm looking at my chunk picker. It's not my main one. My side picker. And according to this, it says I don't have soft clay. Great. So now I've only got 3 more things on the young Impling drop table. I've got an easy clue scroll, which is 1 in 50. I've got a garden pie, which is 1 in 100. I think I did get garden pies, but they weren't from young. I think they were from gourmet. And oak plank, and both of those are 1 in 100. So I reckon if I just keep grabbing these implings as they appear, because sometimes they appear here by the maple trees, like I literally see the little puff of smoke as they appear into the world, but a lot of the time I think they spawn somewhere down here and then slowly make their way up. Or I think some of them spawn up here somewhere and come down. So I think implings actually just spawn generally around me, which is, oh my Jesus Christ. Cut that from the video. Cut that. That didn't happen. Cut it. No, you don't. No, stop it. You didn't see that. No. No. Alright. We have not stepped out of the boundaries ever. And if anyone asks you that, you tell them never. God damn it. I'd just like to say, in my own defence, before you start flaming me in the comments, which, you know, you are perfectly entitled to do, because I am stupid. But I did, when I started the account, come from Lumbridge and I ran across White Wolf Mountain, the wrong way obviously. I should have watched Armadillo Ninja's videos before I decided to run the way I did. But I did come up through Catherby, and I already got all the music tracks on the way here in episode 0.5 or episode 0, whatever you want to call it, you know, before I actually started recording properly. So, you know, it's fine. Don't worry about it, please. Please don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's okay. Please. Thank you. Wait. What's going on? The fox hasn't spawned. Oh, it has. It's over there. What are you doing over there, fella? I mean, he probably should be over there, so he doesn't get trapped in these bloody traps. I was genuinely convinced that fox wasn't there then, and we were just about to have an easy ride. Because this little bastard, even though I click on these, and I go through this kind of, I'm trying to get it disarmed. Somehow he still just like wanders on it and then instantly gets hit for a 34. I don't get it. Like, surely it should give me enough time to disarm the trap, right? Anyway, whatever. We just hit level 46 Hunter from doing this. I'm pretty sure, I mean, I'll check after I'm done, but I'm pretty sure that means I can now barehand Earth Implings, I believe, which I don't think they specifically have anything on their drop table that I need to be concerned about, but maybe the pickaxe. I don't think there's any shooting stars in Seers, At least not that I can get to in my chunk. But it would be an interesting thing to quickly have a look at, actually. Because if I do have access to stars, I'm pretty sure that means I'll have to get 90 mining to do. Oh, didn't finish that one off. Oh, and that bloody thing. Don't do that stupid. Oh, bloody hell. I don't understand why it takes so long to bloody do these things. Anyway, yeah, I'll have to get 90 mining because I'll have to mine a tier 9 star if it drops in the chunk. Which is, you know. No, I didn't get anything. What a surprise. Yeah, implings. 46 bare hand earth implings. So, give me a second and I'll have a look and see what we're dealing with. Okay, so I've had a look. The only real thing on the list is the pickaxe. But, luckily, I don't have any shooting stars in this chunk right now. So I can't actually... I don't need to get any mining levels because there's no ores or anything like that. Other than maybe, I guess I could train at the earth elementals, the ore variants, and get loads of elemental ore. But actually, just give me 1 sec again. Let me just figure this out. Okay, I just added the mithril pickaxe to the chunk picker to see if it unlocked any more grinds, and it didn't. Which, unless I'm missing something, or, you know, I'm trying to create a rule or a grind that's going to be even harder for a Supreme Chunker to do. I don't know, but yeah, it seems to me like I don't have to worry about earth implings. Now I can, if I see them, I can just grab them. There's a few things on there rune-wise which might be okay to get, and I guess all the ores that they drop would be good just to stack up, just in case. But yeah, there's nothing really interesting on their list that I'll need right now, unless I start getting things and start realising stuff, which is entirely possible. But we're just gonna carry on cutting these trees. We're getting fairly close now to 14 mil wood cutting XP. And I'm basically doing this until my health is full, and then I'll either go and do elementals for a bit or thieving for a bit. But we've only got 5 minutes till another system update. It's a Tuesday. They said Wednesdays. Bloody liars. Come on. Yes. Oh, yes. All I need is that bloody beaver and we're golden. Come on! So excited. So excited. I want that fox pet and I will get that fox pet. So there is our first earth impling on the account. Very good. Unicorn horn. Don't think that unlocks anything, but I can always check, can't I? Just to make sure. Can confirm, does not. Thank God. A minuscule break from woodcutting to kill some elementals. And we got a mystery box. So, what that means is we're about to get the stale baguette. Duh. I had to retract that duh because, you know. Yippee! I missed it again because I was watching YouTube videos. That's 70 strength and 84 combat. I am a big old boy. I'm just going to carry on with strength now, I think. Just keep going until probably get 99 killing elementals while I wait for that 79 magic. But I also have actually something else I've been saving. So let's kill this and I'll go do that as well. Be right back. Overall, it's been quite a nice haul, actually. Been killing elementals for a few hours now, I guess, like on and off. But we've essentially got almost over 1500 air runes, over 100 nature, some death, over 100 chaos, and some lore as well. And that takes us up to getting close to 600k now. So that's very, very good. So what I wanted to do was show you guys something very specific. So I'm just going to quickly get geared up to chop some logs, and then let's go through it. See what I've got in store. Okay, so we run across to these beautiful, beautiful trees that we've been looking at for probably about 1500 hours now. But if I just click and hope this goes fast enough, there it is. 14 million woodcutting XP. Now that's not great, because we are now almost a million over 99 and we still don't have the beaver. And I was kind of hoping that I would get it, but I guess technically now I don't have any more woodcutting things to do, because forestry is basically done. Fletching's done, fire making's done, so all I've got to worry about is the beaver. And I'm still in my head not completely certain whether I should go for the beaver in this chunk, or whether I do my 99 again in the next chunk idea. Well, it wasn't my idea, it was someone in the comments idea. Don't want to take that from them, but yeah, I don't know. I like the idea of just moving on, but I also like the idea that we essentially we're a Supreme, we should do everything, right? That's the whole point in it. And I guess, you know, doing 99 over and over again in each next chunk is still technically Supreme, so that's a nice argument to make for it. And that was my phone, sorry. But yeah, I don't know. I may well have made a decision by the time you see this and hear this, but I'm quite conflicted now. But I guess what I am doing, which is quite nice, is that I'm doing either thieving or killing elementals until I've got basically 5 HP, and then I'm coming to trees to chop the trees until it regens back to full, and that gives me my time at trees to get the beaver, and then I go back and just keep switching between the two, which keeps it varied so I don't get too burnt out with what I'm doing. And it also means that I can progress 3 things, you know, relatively at the same time. And it also means that if I do get a little bit lucky with this, I will leave this chunk with everything completed. So, it's just exciting, isn't it? I'm just so excited. High elked 24 sturdy beehive parts and 20 staffs of air. I almost got 100k in GP. That's a tenth of what we need just for, you know, a couple of days of messing around at trees and killing elementals. That is pretty good. We got very lucky with the beehive events. But the other thing is, I also got this last night and I completely forgot until I just looked at my bank. So, stale baguette? Absolutely not. Bucket. What was what we need? Yeah. Also, when I drop this into my bank, we're going to be over 600k. We are honing in on that 1 mil GP. It's taken us, well, we can have a look right now. It's taken us 53 days and 5 hours of in-game playtime to earn 675k. So, by that reckoning, we should only need another month or so. But I reckon we could get that done way quicker once I start fully killing elementals again, because I'm kind of doing
wood cutting while my HP word head brain, come on, it's right there. Regens, yes, come on, so good at this talking business. While my health regens, I do wood cutting because then I can still go for beaver, and then over here, bit of thieving, lose all my HP, come back, regain it here, go do some elementals, come back, etc, etc. You know, you get it. Came back to do wood cutting while my health regens, and we've just hit 60,000 maple logs, which, as far as, oh, and by the way, I reshuffled this part of the bank with some bank fillers, just so I've got stuff in lines, which looks to me better once we fill these out. Obviously, I think it'll look better. Anyway, ignore that. So we've got 60k there, about 15-ish k here, so that's 75, plus all the ones that we've used in the beehive event, plus all the ones that we've used to get 60 fire making. I reckon we're over 100,000 logs cut, maybe closer to 150,000 logs cut for maple. I think the drop rate for maple was like 214 or something. I can't remember. So I feel like I'm either halfway to the drop rate for maples, or because if you add the 20k, you know, maybe I've done a bit more, maybe I've done 22 to 25k use, and you add in all the stuff here that I used to get all the different forestry items and doing the fire making and the fletching, and oh, I forgot about fletching as well. Yeah, maybe I did a, oh no, these would be fletching, wouldn't they? I reckon that I should be close to beaver rate fairly soon. But I'm not going to whinge about it. I'm just going to enjoy the game, have fun. I'm cutting trees, it's all chill. So we're just going to smash it, alright? That's what we're here for. Positivity. Hey Baldy. Hey, come over here. Hey. Are you talking about me? Char? Do you see anyone else bold around here? Come here, quick. Do you want something super cool from the outside world? Yes, sure. Yeah, okay. There you go, you dick. Have a little look at that. Have a look at that. Thanks, I guess. We've got something very exciting to show. Something that I never expected to happen, because I didn't even expect it to happen on my Group Iron account. You know, before I got 99, and then just carried on trying to get that bloody golden pheasant egg. But what we've managed to do on this momentous day is get level 100 woodcutting. Level 100. Now, I can't figure out how to make this say 100. I'm sure it's probably a tick box in here somewhere. Maybe if I type virtual, no. Maybe it's a plugin of some sort. I don't really. Oh, maybe if I turn it on, that would help. There we go. I turned it on. That's all you needed to do. Bloody idiot. Yep, so we got 100. So that's pretty good. We're still going for beaver, and we are currently climbing those high scores as well, which is pretty good. I think last time I checked I was like in the 700s for hardcore Ironman. I mean, we could just check right now. So apologies to everybody stood in the Seers Village bank right now, because I'm about to just talk about something you don't care about. 746, and actually I've got a bit more, you know, that I haven't actually upped because I haven't logged out yet. So yeah, we're climbing, we're catching Buzz. That's what we're doing. We're catching BuzRS. I mean, he's on like 150 something million because he's a bloody nerd, but we'll get there. Right, grace has shined upon us. We get one more attempt. Let's bloody go. Ugh.
Uh-oh. And I completely missed it because I was recording the wrong screen again. But that means we're only 2 levels away from being able to cut all of our rubies now, which is pretty good. Oh crap, it's 4 levels away. Okay, whatever, 4 levels. I feel like we do have a shot of getting 43 crafting, you know. Yeah, potentially we can. There's a long way to go yet in this chunk, so we'll have to just see. But I've got a good feeling about it. We're about to hit another milestone, and I quite like telling you that we're hitting milestones because it's kind of exciting, isn't it? But any second now, that little fella here is going to chop a little bit of this little tree here off, and then up in this corner here you're going to see something like, come on, like, there we go, 15 million woodcutting XP. We still don't have the beaver, but you know, 15 million is a good number. That's even higher now. No, it's not. I was going to say it's higher than what's on my group iron, but I think my group iron's got almost 20 mil actually. But that's good. That's pretty good. I think I'm going to be here for a number of months still anyway. So essentially what it means is that I'm still doing this trick where I come over here to regen my health. And it just gives me a lot of AFK time so I can edit some stuff and watch some videos and play some other games. Just relax, man. Just chilled out. I hope you're all chilled out as well. I'm feeling all warm and cozy. Look who it is. Bloody Unguided turning up finally to say hello. Been getting this promise for a long time, but here he is. It's nice to see Unguided here though. If you haven't seen his YouTube series, then you definitely should be, because it is so good. Quests without any outside help, so good. The Noak Alt, what a legend. Thank you so much. Gotta love the community. They are just the best people. After hours and hours of just clicking on these men and women, after 30,000 pickpockets, we have finally reached. Please don't hit me in the face. I knew she was going to hit me in the face. I knew it. I knew it. I bloody knew you would. The 60th even. Look at that. Gorgeous. Bloody gorgeous. We've only got another billions to go, but 60 is a nice number. I think I just casually overlooked the fact that all of these men and women now have numbers above their heads in the last clip. But reason for it, and you've probably already figured it out anyway, I don't need to tell you, but essentially this counts down the 5-minute timer for when they're supposed to, you know, teleport back to their normal positions. And it's wrong. And I've been saying it's wrong for a while because everyone keeps telling me it's 5 minutes, but I don't think it is. I thought it was, see that these two just, what was that, like, I don't know, 5.5 or maybe 6 minutes? Yeah, 5.5. So I think the timers are slightly off, and I don't know why. I don't know if it's dependent on the type of mob, like maybe men and women are 5 minutes, whereas like RD Knights, for example, might be a bit longer or a bit shorter. I don't really know, but when I said it was like 6 or 7 minutes, I wasn't wrong, but I also wasn't right. But everyone that said 5 minutes also wasn't wrong, but also wasn't right. So, you know, we're back to a level playing field, me and you. You and I. Us and we. They and them, you know. 20 million total XP. 15 million of that in wood coin. 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 15
That's a key theme that we're going to be seeing over and over again. That's pretty good. 20 million. Saying I've only been playing since October last year. Happy with that.
Okay, with that latest alking session finished, we are now over 800k. That is so nice to see. Which means we only need 175 more K, more dollar bills, more poundage, or insert other currency here, away from the 1 mil that we need, which is pretty good, because it means that essentially now we've talked about the 5 things that we need to do to finish the chunk. One of them, as I said, is the easiest, but that is very close to now being complete. And then the other 2 things are, I'm kind of done with the woodcutting grind technically, based on the original rules and the updated rules. And now I only come here when I'm editing or playing other games, or just relaxing, want to have some AFK time. So the real 2 other things, because crafting is also a side goal, is thieving and magic. And we are hammering through thieving, to be fair. We're currently level 60. I think that was the latest video clip I did. Yeah, 60. I think I worked out 80 is about on rate, just pickpocketing men and women to the Rocky Pet. So I'm hoping now I am probably about, what would you say, a quarter of the way through to drop rate, potentially. Yeah, maybe. Quarter of the way through sounds about right. Maybe a third. And the magic grind is just long, man. It's just long. I've got to get so many runes from these elementals. I'm going to be here for years. But one thing I did want to just quickly chat about, because I don't think I've really mentioned it before, with the with the magic grind and with the crafting grind, with the wood cutting, not real grind anymore, and the thieving grind, I reckon, and don't hold me to this, alright, listen here, don't you dare hold me to this, okay? I reckon I'll be out of this chunk by June. Famous last words. And it's now currently end of March, so it will be in April very, very soon. So I'm kind of running out of time now I've said that out loud and put it into the universe. But I reckon I could be out in June if I put some good hours in. June sounds fairly reasonable. And if that's the case, then I won't have even been in this chunk 1 year, unlike some people. You know what I'm saying? Buzz.
Lucky here. A mystery box. Right, we're getting our fingers crossed for something useful, because come on, I need to get something good, right? I'm dry on everything now. What we've been spewed quite a few things, but now we're dry and I don't like it. So here we go. Oh, brilliant. Yeah, that's okay. That's alright, I guess. I need some moolah. That's great. We need more of this. It's right over there, look, on the floor. And that means that there's now only one more thing left on the young Implin drop table, and that is a garden pie. And then once we've got that, we can essentially skip all the way up to gourmet Implins if we get to Pura. Because I think, let me just have a quick check. I've only got a couple more things left on the baby table as well, so that's good. Saves us some time in the future.
Well, look where we are again. Another high alk session. And now, as you've probably guessed already, boom!
933k. Another session like that and we're done. The 1 mil finished, completed it, mate. Don't worry about it. Completed it. What a lovely day. 101. That's how woodcutting level we're at now. 101. We are doing a bit too much woodcutting, if you ask me, or anybody else. We just breached 16 million woodcutting XP. 16 million. Holy crap. I'm catching up with the group Iron, and that's been woodcutting for years at this point, and I've managed to get there in 5 months ish. God, I love woodcutting. It's so good. We still don't have the beaver, which you'll obviously not be surprised to hear, since you haven't seen a clip with me getting it so far, and you know it's probably be out there in the universe when I get it. But I just wanted to say that based on the original rules, you, not you particular, me, unless you're doing the same as me, I'll have to get another 13 million XP in my next chunk. And so far, I've already got 3 extra in this chunk, so that'll count towards the next one. So I'm essentially banking woodcutting XP at this point. So in the next chunk, I'll only have to get 10 million, unless, you know, we go for another million or 2 million or whatever. So that's pretty good. It's all useful. It's not like I'm wasting time here. I'm actually getting something out of it. So, and obviously I still get the chance to beaver, which is another thing that is also worth going for when I'm editing or playing other games or whatever. You know the spiel by now. But that's good. 16 mil. Absolutely amazing. Holy moly. It's finally happened. I got kill a man for the key. Been waiting for this for 5.5 months now. So I should be able to choppity chop. Choppity chop. There is the key medium. That is the final drop from Men and Women. Sorry, the final drop from... Oh no, it's not even that, because I need to kill a man on free to play for the gold. Okay, so basically it's just the gold from free to play and the gold from free to play for women now, and those 2 drop tails are done. Nice. That is so good. I'm actually going to chuck this in the bank now because I don't need medium clues anymore. So all we really need is the easy clues. So I'll put it in there like that. Got the medium, beginner, medium, hard and elite. Don't need to use any of those. Easy as I can still get an easy casket if I try hard enough. And I'll put that key medium in there because that is Yanil. So it's not too far away, which means it could be just the one that I use eventually. But that's good. That is really lucky. I'm so happy that I finally got that. That has been so... I mean, we talked about that in like episode 1. And we're now in episode 11. Like, holy. Are you ready? Are you ready for this? 60 magic. 19 more levels left to go. And things are getting considerably steeper in terms of XP remaining. But it's, you know, it's worthwhile. I'm using Earth Blast and Earth Bolt now instead of Fire because it's less air runes. And I think that means actually overall it's slightly less kills, because I was thinking about 120,000 air elemental kills, but it's probably going to be less than that now. Right, we have just finished the final high alch session that we need to do, and now anything past this moment is just to get magic XP, because now we have finally reached 1 million GP. Doesn't that look so good? So now we can take this. Oh, not bank. We need to talk to the banker. Hello, sir. Good day. I'd like to buy some more bank slots, please. 360 additional ones in sets of 40. So, like we discussed, but I'd like to just remind some people, we need to buy one of these every time we unlock a new bank. So, purchase that. 40 slots, please. Yes. We'll be down to 8k. Oh, there's another task done. So, as I was saying, just to confirm, the next time we will need to get something will either be Catherby, the bank in Catherby there, or there's this one in the Legends Guild. I don't think I necessarily have to be able to use the bank. I think as long as I unlock the chunk that it's in, that should still count. So it's Catherby, there's Legends Guild, there's also this one in the Fishing Guild here, and then there's one in RD down here. I might be able to get to the... Isn't there one here somewhere? Yeah, there's one in this Champs Guild, Warriors Guild. There's one in there. And there's one over here at Barber Salt as well. So now I'm surrounded by quite a few. So if we talk to this person again, basically the first one was 1 mil, the next one is 2, then it's 7, 17, all the way up to almost a bill for this one. So that's crazy. You know, if we unlock 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, if we unlock 8 more banks, we are... Oh dear, we better hope we've got some good money makers by that point. Jeez. But there you go. There's 1 of 5 tasks completed. So now we've got 4 big ones left. You may be wondering why I'm here and why this man is quite important right now. So we've talked before about there are multiple shops that I need to get stuff from, and we kind of highlighted 2 in the chunk. One of them was the pub, the barkeep at the pub, because he had a few food items to buy, which we did. And there's the forester, who sat just outside the bank, who also has some forestry items that we need to buy. And a lot of that's collection log, but hold on a minute. Hold on. Let's catch this thing first. Okay, we already got that. Yeah, sorry, anyway. And the forester, there's a lot of stuff we have to do collection log wise with him, but there are some stuff in there that is just shop stuff. So we did all that. But one thing I didn't note was that technically the estate agent is also a kind of shop, because if you go to redecorate my house, this is technically stuff that I can buy. It's essentially a shop, really, isn't it? And actually, technically, while I'm thinking about it, moving the house portal is also the same thing, because it costs money to move it around. So technically I should be able to do some of this right now. I can't do these because I think I have to open these chunks to open these different locations, but the redecorate your house one, this is all based on construction level. So this one here you can do at level 1 and it's already the style, so that's fine, that's already completed and checked off anyway. But these go up in 10 levels of construction. So this is 10 construction, 20 construction, 30, 40, 50, so on and so forth. And you haven't seen this yet because I kept missing getting it, because I was on my laptop or whatever at the time, so I couldn't record any of it. So I just kind of went, whatever. But we do have 18 construction just from beehive events. So technically right now I can buy this one, and in 2 more levels I can also buy this one. So once I put those levels into the chunk picker, it came up with 10 construction. So clickety click, your house has been redecorated, 5k gone, done. So that's a construction task ticked off the list, which is great. But more importantly, 85 combat. Heyo! We're getting big now. I think, to be honest, after this grind, we might be getting up towards 100 combat, I reckon. Because I've got to kill, let's say it's just for argument's sake, 90,000 air elementals. I reckon I'd be probably close. I think. We'll see. Well, this episode is slowly drawing to a close. And because you guys mean so much to me, and thank you for everything that you do for me, there's one last thing that I would like to show you before we get into the customary chunk picker. So, without further ado, here it is! Yes! We did it! Woo! Thank God. Thank everybody and everything. Yes! I can't even. Come on! This is wow. My brain is melting, and it's coming out of my eye holes and my ear holes. That is such a spoon. That is so good. I can't believe this. Literally, we've only got a few things left now. We're not far away. That saved me so much time. That means that we've only got, realistically, the magic grind left. Because crafting, as I keep telling you all, but I'm going to tell you again because I'm so fucking pumped right now. My brain. The crafting grind is a secondary grind that I just put on myself because I was like, we might as well while we go to finish the chunk anyway. We've got 99 wood cutting, so technically we don't need to do beaver till the next chunk, technically, based on my original rules. And what was the... Oh, we've done the other one. So yeah, that's it. Oh! It feels good to get a pet on a Supreme account. Oh my god! I just got 70 HP. God. Excuse me. I did not realise I was that close. I was too excited about everything else. Boy is going in the bank. There he is. Hopefully this will be his comfy new home. We won't get a rollback because it is Wednesday right now, and they did just do the system update. And if they roll back my goddamn Rocky, I will be putting in a formal complaint to every mod under the sun. Okay? I've worked hard for this guy, alright? I only got spooned very slightly, okay? But hopefully, he's just going to sit there now, be a good little boy. So, that, and I know this for a fact because I'm currently editing this video right now as we speak, this is going to be the last clip of this episode. So I assume right now, unless again I'm just wildly wrong like I usually am, we'll be moving to the chunk picker. Not to roll though. Another mystery box has kindly appeared. Is this going to be another bucket? No. Okay. Naturings are fine. Appreciate you, mystery box. Appreciate you. Separating these mystery box clips, we are getting bloody spooned with these things. And before I open this, one thing I wanted to say was that I wish that these appeared in the loot tracker, because I'm very interested to know how many I've opened so far. I mean, I could probably look back at my clips, which would take ages and it'd be really boring, but I think there's some that I didn't record as well, so, you know, I'd be interested to know, Jagex, if any of the mods watch my content, which is highly unlikely, but if any of them do, work with RuneLite, get it, make it happen, please, thank you, kindly. Let's open this, here we go. Okay, that's alright, let's have a look at... God, you bloody... Oh, right, I'm dropping that thing on the floor. What in the muffins is going on here? What is this? What's going on here? Why? Oh my lord! Why is this broke? What's going on? I've never seen the mini-map break before. That's definitely a new one. We've got a few things right now, a few things to show. First, I want to say a massive thank you to the two doctors, Dr. Gremlin and Dr. Raink. Apologies if I'm saying that wrong. Because last night, while I was at the bank doing a shed load of high alkin, they were being very nice about my series, and Dr. Gremlin, I believe, got their main, I think it was Sam Squanch 92, to give me a bond. So that's right here. So that was very much appreciated, and thank you so much for that. That was amazing. And as a kind of I was going to say a reward then, but that sounds really weird. As a kind of thank you, you get to be in the same clip as showing this. We have got 17 million woodcutting XP. Thank God for that. We're just cracking on. We're just still going. So we'll probably be 20 mil, I bet, before we get beaver. But that's pretty good. We've got that. And then in this bank, we have 80,000 maple logs. We are definitely going to be 100,000 maple logs by the time we've got that beaver as well. And I'm actually going to be enjoying the white stack, because the only one we've got is the gold. Have we got any else? No, I think that's it. I think it's just the gold. So that's sweet. Nice. Oh, look at that. We got 999 pie dishes. And I dropped a hell of a lot of those on the floor. Sidetracked. Come back. So, because we've only got 2 tasks left, /3, I'm going to do 2 with 3 in brackets with a little asterisks. So, because we've only got 2 tasks left, it's getting to the point now where I just want to tick some stuff off. You know what I mean? Like it's been a week or 2, week and a half since I've ticked something off. I think if my memory's serving, which it doesn't. So I want to do that. So on our backup chunk picker, what did I call it? Our side picker. Still kind of funny. On the side picker, we've got all the nest drop tables included. So I wanted to go through those right now. So what we're going to do is we'll start with these. So I'll put this up on the screen so you can see. But essentially, with the bird nest egg drop table, there's 3 that we can get. So we can either get the green egg, the blue egg, or the red egg. Do you think we're going to get all 3? Shall we find out? Oh, we got a green egg. Nice. Oh, blue one. We need one more. We're going to go 3 for 3. Oh my god. We are the luckiest account on the planet. Yes! So, that's that done. So now we can move on to the rings. But first of all, I need to put these in the bank and make them look all nice. Put them next to this, because that looks like egg-ish, doesn't it? And we'll do it in order of my favourites. So green first, and then red, and then boring blue at the end. Oh, don't do that. How dare you? Okay, that's all them done. All in the bank now. So the next one is the ring nests. So from ring nests, we need ruby, emerald, diamond ring. We've already got sapphire because I've accidentally opened a couple of bird nests in my time. So we've already got the sapphire ring, so we don't have to worry about that. So let's just fly through these and see if we get them in the first invent. There's the ruby. Sweet. Okay, first invent, only slightly lucky. I need to make sure I put these in the right order. There we go. There's the emerald. Lovely. Now we only need a diamond ring now. So let's just blast through these. So as I understand it, I think it's a 1 in 100 to get an emerald ring. And we've got over 100 nests. So, you know, assuming we go on drop rate, this should be okay. Okay, we're getting into squeaky bum time now. I've only got 36 of these left. And I still don't have an emerald ring, diamond ring. God, if I go dry on a diamond ring, that would be the stupidest thing to go dry on in this chunk. Oh, seriously. I think I'm about to go dry. I think that's it. I've got 10 more left. We're about to go bloody dry on a diamond ring. Come on. Come on. Do me a favour, game. Come on. Please. Please. You piece of shit. Well, I mean, we've got loads more wood cutting to do, so we've got plenty of time to get that last ring. But that's all right. This is pretty good just in general, just to get, you know, for future use. You know, these would be rings of dueling, and these would be rings of recoil. I can't remember what those turn into, but you know, they'll all be fairly useful eventually for something. So it's good to just stack them up. Hey, it's Editor Hannibal here. I just wanted to take a quick moment to thank all of you for everything you've done to support this channel so far. Super appreciate it. But if you were wondering about how you could do a little bit more, then you can go back and watch all of my series so far. You can join the channel and become a channel member. You know, 99p. You can spam Beaver emote at me in all of my comments, and you can subscribe. And it would mean the world to me, and it's just a little bit extra that just means that I love you so much. Please love me back, thanks. And one last thing, I feel like I haven't done this in a while, shouting out some other YouTube channels, but we've got two. We've got Ordo, which is Chunk Sarim, Extreme One Chunk Start and Import Sarim, obviously. He's got 3 videos at the moment. They're amazing. I've enjoyed them all thoroughly, and I can't recommend them more. And Mark RS, which is Chunky Thorpe, Extreme One Chunk, started in Burthorpe. Again, pretty obvious by the name. But again, thoroughly enjoyed that series so far. I think there's 5 episodes, maybe 6 at the time of recording. And again, I've enjoyed every second of it, and I can't wait to see what those two get up to in the future. But please go over there, subscribe, like all their videos, watch all their content, all the same stuff as you do for me, because I really do enjoy them. And the last thing is to do all of my bird nest seed variant. I'm not going to read out all the seeds that we need because there's shed loads of them, but I feel like we have a good opportunity to get quite a few of these done now. And I kind of think I may have talked about this before, but assuming we get, in my view, I don't know what your view on what my unluckiest chunk to roll next would be. In my view, going towards Catherby would be the most unfortunate for me personally, because it's closer to Puro, which, although I like the sound of going there and just getting a shed load of items, because I'm a Supreme Chunker, I don't think I have to do Lucky Implings, because that's just mind-bogglingly ridiculous. But I'll have to go all the way up to Dragon. I get everything off all the drop tables up to Dragon, all that kind of stuff. So that's going to take a while. It's going to be a bit of a pain, probably, because it won't. I doubt it will be just to, 89 or whatever it is to catch a Lucky Impling. It will probably go to 99 if I get unlucky, because I'll have to get everything. So I'll have to catch Dragon Implings to get all of their drop table stuff. Anyway, besides the point, that's one thing. And then the other thing is the Fletching 99 cape. Even though I've got the logs pretty much almost banked now to do it, it's still a pain in it. Fletching's a bit, it's just long. So I don't really like the sound of that over there. But in chunk 4, there's Tangle Root, and I don't know what I'm going to do with that yet if I get that. But these seeds will work towards that, which would be, be perfect. So let's open all these, see what we get. Nice first invent. Papaya tree seeds, willow seeds, apple tree seeds, acorns, calquat tree seeds. So I can't really use any of those in the next chunk, so I guess it's not good. but it's something anyway. One extra one in there, orange tree seed. I'll sort these out in the end in terms of an order. Do it in order of the level I can use them. And eventually once all this fills out, I might get it looking nice and tidy with rows of stuff and whatever. But for now, I don't want to bore you too much. I'm super dumb. I'm really dumb. You guys have already probably realised the dumbness that I've just said out loud on a video and going to include it in a video. These bird nest seeds, they only drop tree seeds. Like, why did that? It didn't click with me that everything I was getting was all tree stuff. Oh, bloody hell. I can't use any of this stuff if I get chunk 4. Oh, I'm so dumb. So dumb. But I've got maple tree seeds, I've got you, and I got a magic. So that's pretty good. They're kind of the more rare ones in the list. There's also redwood, obviously, but I'm highly doubting I'm going to get that in these, even though I've got like over 300 of these. Palm tree seed and a spirit seed. That's pretty good. I like that. Look at that. Nice. That's one of the rarer ones to get. Dragon fruit tree seed. So that'll go right at the end over here. Lovely. I was kind of nervous about that one, to be honest. That and the Celestris one, and mahogany and redwood and teak. Oh my lord, a redwood tree seed. It's going to be years before I can use that. Absolute years. Like the farming level has to be super high. I've got to get all the way over to a redwood patch, which I think the farming guild's the only one that has one, right? Maybe there's a second one somewhere else. I don't know. That's bonkers. That's absolute bonkers. But that was the rarest one on the table, if I'm not mistaken, or one of the rarest ones. So we only need a teak seed, a mahogany seed, and a Celestris seed now, and we didn't get that from those two. So that's good though. It's filled my brain with a lot of good feelings going through that. A couple of notable things: 6 U's, 3 magics, so that was good. I got plenty of acorns to start me off. Plenty of apple tree seeds to start off. I got the dragon fruit, some papaya and palm. I think those are the other way around. I'll check in a minute. So that was good. That was a good haul. 2 spirit seeds. So I can start. Well, I can't start now, obviously, but I can eventually plant these in various locations to get me some nice teleports. But I think I got to do some quests first to be able to do that, and the farming level, obviously. But that's good. This it's a nice start. This is, I think. Obviously, I've got to be here for a while yet, so I might get more opportunities to get more of this stuff. But that was a nice session just for me, and hopefully for you too. But it was for my brain to make me feel a bit more happy and comfortable. I like to tick things off lists, as you know, so hope that was fun. Are you guys ready for this? Here we are, 20 construction, which means that now, if I'm not mistaken, we can now go talk to this guy again and spend another 20k, 10k or something to buy a new decoration for our beautiful, beautiful home that we can't get to and get back here, so we won't actually be able to use it for a while. Look at this, our sick cash stack. We've been doing some major high alching. So like we just talked about, we can now speak to this guy. We can redecorate our house to be whitewash stone. No, it's only 7.5k. Oh, yes. I thought I'd done it wrong, but I didn't. I did it right. Sweet. Let me just triple check. I don't think I can get the next one. I think that's going to be the 30 construction one. Yes, it is. Cool. Alright, well, there's another thing that we can tick off. I haven't actually put this level into the chunk picker yet, so I could be about to be smacked with another
requirement that I'm unaware of. But I doubt it. I doubt it.
Oh, yes.
There we go. We got that diamond ring, finally. Bloody hell. It took quite a while, actually. But we got it. Nice. That means that all of the ring nests are done. So now we just need to finish off those seed nests. We've moved to oak trees to get better pet chance. Although I don't know if that's what that means. But take a look at this. Have a look. Look at it. Whee! 102 woodcutting. I'm not catching Buzz up after I was watching his stream the other day. But that doesn't matter. Because I'm almost there. And I'm so close to leaving the chunk that I just don't really care about anything right now. Just pure excitement. We're chopping 18 million. Da-da-da. That is so many millions of XP. Holy moly. Have a look what I just got. Look at that. A loot path of a key. That means we only have technically one thing left on the gem drop table to get. We've got sapphire, emerald, ruby. We've got the chaos talisman. We've got the diamond. We've now got the loot half of the key and the tooth half of the key. And we can't get rune spear, shield left half and dragon spear until we finish Legends quest. So that's it. Rune javelin is all the thing that's left. I mean, you know the spiel by now. It's a secondary thing that I'm doing just for fun, but it's still nice to be able to tick it off. But that was a 1 in 8k chance, and the rune javelin is the same. So if I get a loop or a tooth half of the key from now on, I'm just going to assume that that's replaced my lovely rune javelin. Every time I try and go record a clip, bloody Frey getting bloody spoilers in the clan chat. Unbelievable. But what I wanted to show was we've got 4 tooth half of keys. We've got now 1 loop. So we can make a crystal key. Or just a crystal key? Key. Just regular key. Not a crystal key. We haven't got any crystals. Besides the point. Anyway. But I'm not going to make it yet, because it'll just take up another bank slot. I mean, I guess I've got quite a few bank slots. You know what I mean? Alright, screw it. We'll do it. Here you go. This is the fan service. Oh, here's a crystal key. Well, bugger me. There you go. So we'll pop that in here. We'll pop it after this one, and that will probably start to stack up quite significantly before we get to Tavali. And I don't know when we get to Tavali what that chest counts as on a Supreme account. That's quite interesting, actually. Would I have to get all the drops from the chest? I assume so, right? I assume that is probably something that I should do. Interesting. I might have to see. I might look at the chunk picker and have a gandarosi. Okay, just to confirm, the chunk picker does not say anything about that chest, which is interesting. I suppose because getting enough keys to get all the drops out of it would be pretty meme-like, then maybe it doesn't count. However, I think by the time we get over there, we will have killed probably a hell of a lot of stuff that either drops parts of the key, or we've got loads of parts of the key from, I don't know, random events and just general stuff that we may well have enough to potentially get all of the drops. I mean, maybe I should also check what that chest actually has. Okay, so it doesn't actually have that much stuff in there, and the highest rarity thing is rune plate legs and rune plate skirt, which is 101 and 128. So there is... Oh, and this says as well that the rune legs and skirt depends on what gender your character is, based on which one you get. So I'd only have to get one of those, technically. So that would mean
that you probably, if you were very lucky, you'd probably only need like 11 keys. If you got each possible roll once, you'd only need 11 keys. So, you know, maybe that makes it possible. Maybe that makes something that we could have a word with Source Chunk on at the time and just be like, can you add this to the chunk picker, please? Because I'm going to bloody well do it. Oh, there we go. I didn't expect that to appear. I was bloody yawning. My maths was off. But that's 19 million woodcutting XP. So last episode, I basically had the video edited, ready to go, but I was like, you know, it needs one more thing, you know, something to round the video off. And lo and behold, Rocky appeared to help me out with my little predicament. So this episode, I've the same thing. The video's ready to go, and I'm like, I just need one more clip to just round it off. You know, something to go out with a bang. You know what I mean? And it's not Beaver. So I'm leaving you with 19 million woodcutting XP. The hope is now that the next episode you see, I have Beaver, because if I don't, I don't know. I'm probably gonna be like mid 20 million XP, and we could be here forever. But I'm cutting oaks almost exclusively now. I still don't know if it's the right thing to do, because some people say oak, some people say willow, some people say it doesn't matter, just do whatever. So just do oak because it seems like I get lots of logs. But it's, yeah, you know, whatever. I was hoping that we'd have one more thing ticked off this episode, but it looks like we're going in for the long haul, I'm afraid. So what'll be good, and what I'm interested to hear from you guys, is a few things. Would you prefer to see consistent, you know, bi-weekly uploads where I'm just kind of showing progress and, you know, whatever happens along the way, some levels, some maybe random event items, and, you know, that kind of crap? Or do you want me to just, you know, crack on now until I get the tasks done and then see a video? Or do you not really care? Because I don't know, there is progress, and there'll always be progress, but it is not necessarily going to be anything ticked off the list. So I'd be interested to hear what you guys think, because I'm quite happy to every 2 weeks just upload what I've got done in those 2 weeks. That's fine with me. The first clip in episode 13 is gonna be when it finally, there we go, 103 woodcutting. This is going to be a theme, this video, I'm telling you now. We've only got another 630k more woodcutting XP before we hit that beautiful 20 million, and that will actually pop up in the chat so everyone can see it and be like, oh my god, Hannibal's so good at the game, look at him clicking on trees. And then I'll feel really good inside my body. But I'm going to try and not mention that thing that we need until we actually receive the thing that we need, because I feel like that thing that we need has been mentioned too many times so far. And I'm sure you're all going, oh god, he's going on about it again. Right, it's been a hot minute since we got ourselves a mystery box. And I'm thinking that because we're not getting the drop which must not be named, then I'm hoping it means we get the drop that shall be named the Bloody Stale Baguette. Are we bloody ready? Let's go! Yes! That's still okay. I'm still happy with that. Also, one thing I should probably confirm, in case people start reading the chat, but our Supreme Overlord, Buzz, has confirmed that all of these new chunk tasks that are going on for partial things, like partial summer pies, etc., etc., he's confirmed recently that the Supreme rule set does not include partial anything. So Supremes don't have to do that until they get the full, for example, full summer pie. They can make all of it, then they have to go and do it. He's the big boss man. He makes all the rules. But I make my own rules in terms of my variation on the Supreme rule set. And I have made the decision that if I do get a partial something task that I need to do, I will more than likely do it. I'm not going to fully commit to that right now, but I can more than likely say that I will end up doing that, because, you know, with Supremes, why not? I mean, I've literally done some stupid grinds in this chunk already, like killing 28,000 men and women just for 40 prayer, and I'm going to be killing like 100 and some thousand elementals for 79 magic. I'm almost at 20 million wood cutting bloody XP trying to get the drop that will not be named. So, you know, what's cooking a load of crap to get a partial summer pie? What even is that at this point? You know what I mean? So, yeah, just as an update, because these people are kind of all whinging about it, saying that Supremes are getting off light and Extremes still have to do it, so that's not fair, blah 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 blah. But I will be probably doing it, so don't come whinging at me.
Not paying attention, and was obviously doing 4 other things at the same time, because I was killing elementals and I looked back and I had 3 HP, and elementals do a max of 3 damage, so that someone is watching over me. That's all I can say. Holy, I did kill the elemental, which is probably what saved my life, to be honest, because if I hadn't killed the elemental, then I would be looking at Lumbridge, you'd be looking at Lumbridge, you'd be looking at a bloody grey helm here, I'd be getting flamed in the chat, all sorts would have been going on. Gee, come on, Hannibal, keep your head in the game. There's not long before we're finished, come on. Oh, yes! Sorry, I'm eating. I'll try and keep the awful sounds to a minimum. But Rune Javelin, look at that. That's it. We've got everything that we can possibly get from the gem drop table. I knew we'd do it, to be fair, because, you know, I've got to kill 100,000 of these things or so it's not a surprise. But I didn't expect it to happen before we've killed, you know, 20,000 of them. That's pretty good. Nice. So I'm just going to explain this one more time, just for any of you new people in the back. Essentially, with the gem drop table, when you put it into the chunk picker, it comes up with every single monster you have to get the gem drop table drops for. Does that make sense? That didn't make so much sense when I said that out loud. Basically, every single mob has the gem drop table attached to them, so I'd have to get here in this chunk all 4 different elemental, 5 maybe actually. I don't know if the ore variant of the earth elemental counts, but let's just go with 4. You have to get, like, I'd have to get 4 sets of 5 rune javelins, 4 uncut diamonds, 4 uncut sapphires, etc.
for, you know, all of the elemental variations. And I don't necessarily agree with that as a stance. And it may be that it's just me. I'm just being dumb. And there's something in the chunk picker in the settings where I was supposed to click something instead of this thing. And I'm just dumb. But I think that because the gem drop table is connected to a whole raft of things, then you only need to get one drop from it. And that counts for all of them. But the individual mobs have their own drop table, which obviously you still need to do. So that's my stance on it. That's what I'm doing. So in my side picker, I am clicking, when we just got that rune javelin, I've just ticked that off 4 different times for each of the elementals. So yeah, there's an explanation for you. You're welcome. Thank you for listening. Good night. Bye. Goodbye. Finish maze. Get 118 death runes. That's what we're here for. That's what we like. And also, in my RuneLite plugin settings thingy booby, I have set the random events notifier thing to only ping that mysterious whatever guy, person, stranger thing, to only ping when it's a maze random. Because, you know, he can turn up and come do the mime show, here's a random spinach roll, you prick. You know, that kind of stuff. But now it only goes ding when it's maze. So every time I see him with the ding, I instantly get extremely excited. Take that as you will. Well, I don't normally do this, but this time I'm going to, because I'm genuinely the mixture of happiness and annoyance is so much in equal measure that I just can't even. This person, Freya-Bug, joined the clan maybe about an hour ago. Maybe not even that, maybe like 45 minutes ago. And they were talking about how they're a vanilla chunker in Lumbridge and it just started, blah 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 blah. And then all of a sudden, wait for it, this happens. 9k woodcutting XP, got the beaver, literally the first collection log slot on the account. What kind of sick joke is this? Freya, if you're watching this video, I'm so happy for you. I'm thrilled. I cannot believe that happened to you, and I'm hoping that that is the best thing you've ever done in your life. But also, Freya, screw you. Screw you. I've been waiting so... But, you know, anyway. I mean, maybe we could, like... No, we can't even go back just to see, because I think I logged out and logged back in after they joined, but it literally was just silly. It's just silly. Just very silly. And now they're all just talking about it, and about how Supremes are hating this right now, and you know what? Goddamn right I am. Okay, well, I'm going to finish up some stuff here, and then I'm going to go back to trees, because I've been seeing a lot of double pet drops recently. 2 people got Heron on Sunday. 2 people got Rock Golem on... No, 2 people got Heron on Saturday. 2 people got Rock Golem on Sunday. Someone got Beaver on Tuesday, and I tried really hard to get it on Tuesday to try and be the second one, and I wasn't. I was just unlucky. And it's now Thursday, so I'm going to have another crack at it. Finish this up. Go get Beaver. I should be not saying that word. I said I wouldn't say that word. Righty ho. This is quite important. This little garden pie here. Because this was actually the last thing on the young Implin drop table to get. So, we've actually just completed young Implins as well. Which means it's just one less thing
to stress about whenever we go to Puro eventually. And I mean, realistically, things like baby, young, maybe even gourmet implants, that shouldn't really stress me out when we get to that point, because we're probably, you know, most of the way to like some of the higher tier implings regardless. But it's just nice to not have, you know, when we get to Puro, instead of having 1,000 tasks appear, we only get, you know, 950 instead. So that feels good. That feels nice. But we are, let me just give you an exact. We've got 3 drops left for baby implings, a silver bar, soft clay, and some spice. We have 4 drops left from gourmet implings, a cooked karambuan, a grubby key, a rainbow fish, and a swordfish. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more from earth implings. 6 noted coal, a Haralander seed, mithril ore 3 noted, a ruby, a steel bar, super compost, and wild blood seed. And those are the ones I unlocked recently. Well, recently-ish. So it's not a surprise that they've got the most on the table. And they're obviously, I think that is Earth rare spawns when that starts, or does it start the next one up? I don't know, or care really. But yeah, that's pretty good actually, because we've been catching imps for quite a long time, and I've probably caught maybe over 100 of each one now, besides Earth. So it's actually, I don't know whether that would be on rate or not. Maybe I'm a bit spooned. I don't know. It's good though. I have been at these trees for a very long time, as you well know. And I've only just realised that when I chop them, I just disappear. What is going on there? Does it look at that? I should disappear under this bit, not here. What is that? That is a mess. Absolute mess. Also, sub to Hannibal. How dare you not? Thank you. Love you. I'm hoping and I'm praying that we're about to achieve something that is just unspoken. It's unwritten. Never happened before, ever. Which is that we get 20 mil woodcutting XP and the beaver at the same time. Are we ready? Let's go! Okay, I can't do it into it. Come on. Just chop the log, man. What's your problem? You're genuinely taking the piss now. There we go. 20 million woodcutting XP. Oh, God. We are... It's just never ending. It's never ending. We're never leaving this chunk. Help me! No, I'm kidding. We're going to leave this chunk. Now we've got 20 million. I might just go and do 79 magic. Just get it done, out of the way. And then we'll have to come back to this at the end once that's done. Because at least then it's like all the main tasks are finished. And then everyone in the comments, in the clan chat everywhere can, you know, argue amongst themselves about whether I should leave or not with or without beaver. Blah, blah, blah. So let's go do it. Let's just do it. Okay. With this high alchemy, we get 65 magic. That means that we are only 14 levels away. And if my calculations are correct, I think we're now a third of the way to 79, even though it's only 14 levels away. You know how RuneScape leveling works, you've done this before. And if you haven't, that's how it works. So I'm essentially doing bits and bobs. Like, I'm not going to collect all the runes and then do it all in one go. I'm just going to do it incrementally. as soon as I start getting pretty bored of killing elementals with melee, I'll come back and then start doing all this magic stuff. But again, we've talked about June before we can leave. I think that's still pretty sensible. It might be May if things go my way, but we're already end of April now, so kind of running out of time. A new seed. That means that we now only have 2 to go. We've got Mahogany and Teak. They're the only 2 we have left. So that will go in here. And I believe it's going to go here, maybe? I don't know. I'll figure it out. It'll go somewhere. I forgot that I was a YouTuber for a moment. I don't know why I sang that. I've got a bad voice. But we got some swordfish. That's what I should have recorded when I got them, but I didn't. So we popped those in here. These swordfish that I got were from something else? Mystery box? Something? I don't remember. But I ate them a long time ago when I started the elemental grind because I didn't want to go and buy stews. And then I realised that, well, that's just silly. Just go buy stews, you idiot. So that's another thing ticked off the gourmet impling list. And that leaves us with 3 more things. Rainbow fish, Karambuan, and the 1 in 500 grubby key, which I'm still not sure I can get here without some sort of quest, or I don't know. Honestly don't know. You tell me, because I don't want to Google it. Thank you. I don't know whether I should be counting up or counting down or not counting at all. Like, I guess right now, who really cares? You know what I mean? Who cares? But we are... I don't know. I like to think we're 1 step closer to Beaver. Oop, I said the word. Shit. I like to think we're 1 step closer to he, she, they, who shall not be named. You know what I mean? I like to think we're closer every time we chop a log, even though a lot of people would tell me that technically I'm not. It's a 50-50, yes or no. Blah, 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 blah. I'm padding this out because I haven't chopped the last log. This happens every time. Why can't, when I just start recording, chop the log, get it for me, we can move on. Alright, we're just going to sit here. Okay, let's just let this guy do his thing. There we bloody go. Come on, fella. Is it that hard to chop a log? You've been doing it for months. 21 million. What would be fun, actually, thinking about it. I like it when you guys engage because I like you as a person, but also, you know, algorithm, YouTuber standard shit. You know what I mean? But comments, put down there what you think, what XP I'm going to be at when I get the thing. Because I'm at 21 million now. Surely we can't go dry that it's like, you know, into hundreds of millions, surely. But put it down below. Tell me what you think I'm going to be on when I get that pet. Oh baby. I thought I'd do a little quick break right now because I just got 50,000 oak logs banked, just to show that I've almost got 100k maples and we're running up to 30k ewes as well. So, you know, adding all this up, we should be there or thereabouts. Should be, hopefully. Please. Pretty please. I am working hard and obviously hardly working. But we've been woodcutting for a long time now, and any second now we are going to get 104 woodcutting. This is long. We're moving up the ranks. I think we're like 290 out of all of the hardcore Ironmen or something now. You know, we're not, you know, Falla Daddy BuzRS level, but you know, we're getting there. I've been sitting here, you know, just wondering, thinking, and I've decided that, you know, I think quite a lot in my head and not much thinking out loud. You know, I'm not like Frey or somebody like that who can just talk for days on end. But I like the idea of just, you know, now that we've got a lot of stuff to do, that's just me stood in a room killing stuff or stood against these trees chopping for hours and hours on end, that I, you know, just have a chat. You can't really chat back other than the comments, which I, you know, implore you to do. But I don't know, I'll give it a try, you know what I mean? Because I was just thinking, you know, we've got this RuneFest announcement coming out on Tuesday. Hopefully more tickets. I assume it's definitely what it is, because that's what they've been saying on Twitter. But the idea of going to RuneFest, because I absolutely messed up first time around. You know, I had it all saved in my diary. 12 p.m. needed to get on, buy a ticket, and it was like 2 p.m. I think. And I was like, oh, RuneFest tickets, better go buy them. And they were all sold out. And I went through Twitter, and everyone was saying the same thing. You know, they went out a day. They were sold out in like 30 seconds to a minute, which I think is dumb, because I'm pretty sure most of those tickets went to like scalpers who just bought 10 and are now going to sell them to these poor saps for like 3 times or 4 times the price, which I don't agree with, and I think it's stupid. But if they do release some more tickets, and they be sensible this time, you know, limit them to 1 or 2 per person, I think that's probably reasonable. Not like 10 or, you know, infinite. But all I'm wondering is, are any of you beautiful people going? Do you already have tickets? Or are you going to get some tickets? And if you are, let me know. Because if I do end up getting one, it would be great to see some of you guys there. Obviously in the confines of RuneFest with people and cameras around, so none of you try and murder me. Because there is one person out there that I'm not fully convinced wouldn't kill me, and that's that bloody Anukes fella. Alright, I'm not convinced yet that he wouldn't, you know, take me into an alleyway or something and stab me up or whatever. But yeah, let me know in the comments if you are, because I'd be interested to see how many people actually got tickets and not just going to scalpers. Right, we are finishing off today's episode with one last thing, and that thing is this: 79 strength. And why is this important? It is important because this 1,798,888 is approximately where we need to land on the magic grind. And at the moment we are, you know, 475. We're almost at 500k, so we need another 3 times that ish, 2 and a bit times that, which is it's a long time. It is a very long time, but you know, we're going to keep grinding. But today, because we haven't ticked anything off, we are not going to do the customary chunk picker, and we're probably not going to do that for a while, not until we actually tick something off. I mean, hopefully next episode, but you know, we'll see what happens. So what I'm going to leave you with is this. You know, usually I get you to think about yourself and do something for yourself, be happier, you know, all that good stuff. But this time I'm going to tell you to do something for somebody else. You know, there's people out there that are close to you that probably need something, you know, whether it's a little thing or a big thing, just a little word in the ear, you know, a bit of love, something like that. And I think it's a great trait to have for someone to be able to do that, someone that's kind and passionate. And I think you are capable of that. So go out, go and make someone's day, have a good time, and when you come back here, you'll feel better, and you might even enjoy my videos a little bit more, because you'll feel good in yourself. So the next thing you're going to see is the beautiful members of the channel, and the next time you see me will be in the next 2 weeks, when we hopefully get something really good. Look at that, we're starting up just where we left off, but this time it's a mystery box that we've got. So let's see what we can get. 20 nature runes, that's good. That is exactly what I'm looking for. Thank you. What's the words left me? Thank you, RNG Jesus.
Look at that. I'm a bloody strong boy. 80 bloody strength. I know I said that there was potential that this was going to be like 99 strength by the time we leave this chunk, but I don't know now. You know? I actually think maybe we're not even going to get to 90 or 92. We've got a lot more of these things to kill, and we're only using strength, but I don't know. This seems to be going a tiny bit quicker than I anticipated. Tiny bit. But you know, look, we're 66 mage now. So I don't know. Big moment. Big moment for the account. So we've got one more left, and this is 34 crafting. Now that means that I can now start crafting all of the rubies. Sorry, cutting all the rubies. And that was kind of the next step, is that I've collected not enough rubies to get me to 42, which is for the diamond, but I've collected enough that I can make at least a partial dent in it. And at the minute I've just been using sapphires and emeralds to get me there. So from now on we can also start cutting all of the rubies as and when we get there. So I've got a few more bowstrings to string, so once I've done that I will cut all my rubies and I'll let you know where we end up, because we're at 34. Where's it gone? There it is. And we need to get to 42. So let's see you in about half a second. Well, we got ourselves to almost 36, which is not as much as I was hoping. But you know, it's progress in the right direction, and so almost 36, I'll take it. Oh, I just got a mithril pickaxe. Holy moly. That's okay. It doesn't unlock any grinds for me, but that is good. That is good for future grinds that we may get. Really good. And it's another thing ticked off the Earth Impling list. Ops. We are getting all of the luck today. Literally like an hour and a half ago is when we got the mithril pick, and now we got some rainbow fish. So we are now down to 2. Can you eat these? You can eat these. We're down to 2 more drops on the gourmet impling table now. We are rifling through this stuff. We're genuinely going to be finished with the side picker at the same time as the regular one. Amazing. Haha, very funny. We're all funny people here. These mans get funnier and funnier by the moment. Hilarious. I mean, I don't think that would count to a chunk task anyway, right? How do you even use these things? Like, do I have to have the magic level to use them? I don't even know. Whoa. I almost missed that then. I was clicking so quickly. That is a mahogany seed. That is the second to last one that we required. Not really sure why it took me that long to get, but I'm not going to complain. We've got it now. Ho ho! I don't know where this goes. There? Not there. In its own thing. Calquat. There. I don't know. I'll get back to you. The idea behind this clip is, again, to try and achieve something that nobody's ever achieved before in the history of this game. I'm going to click on this very quickly, and then even quicker than that, I'm going to click on this, and hopefully 2 things happen at the same time. Are we ready? Go! Oh, come on. Well, 22 million. That's something, at least. Bloody body rune rubbish. We are still just grinding away. I've been doing a lot more elementals than I have been wood cutting. So we're really powering through. We've done some good crafting movements as well. So I'm feeling good, I'm feeling good.
things are going forwards, which is always just great. It's always just great to see. I'm not really stressing too much about the thingy bobby right now. I'm just kind of enjoying the game, you know. I think that is something that I think a lot of people don't necessarily think about when people do these kind of supreme chunks or even extreme chunks and all of these challenge modes like Settled's Nightmare thing. You know, I'm actually enjoying it, even though I'm literally clicking on oak trees for 71 days and I'm just killing elementals, and you know, I spent thousands of hours just in this one chunk, and you might think I hate it and it's a pain and I'm just doing it for the YouTube views and the money and all that kind of stuff, but I am genuinely enjoying it. It's a challenge, and it's something that it's actually giving me back a lot more than I'm putting into it. It's giving me a purpose, which sounds stupid to say, you know, a purpose on a point-and-click medieval game that came out in the 2000s or the 1990s or whenever it was, the first one. But it's it's given me a purpose. And these videos are almost like an outlet for the purpose, which is really nice. It's really nice. And then when everyone, you know, all of you guys engage with it and everyone's so positive about it. I mean, I get the odd negative comment, but you know, most of the comments I get are positive. It feels good. It feels like you guys are justifying the outlet for the positivity that it's doing for me, which is like double positivity, which is great, and I'm really appreciative of it. You know, I sit there on video upload day, watching all the comments roll in and making sure everyone's happy, and you know that people have enjoyed what they're watching and all that kind of stuff. And I watch the view count go up and the sub count go up, and it just fills me with joy. It's like I'm doing something that might mean something to somebody, rather than not doing anything, and then definitely nobody is getting any meaning out of what I'm doing, and I'm not getting any meaning out of what I'm doing. I don't know why I just went on like a 4-minute rant about that. It was just a clip about getting 22 million wood. Anyway, go next clip. Move on. Well, that's a bit disconcerting. But the actual reason for this clip is not the devil coming in to ruin my woodcutting career, but it's to show you that I literally just had a maze random and got the 2 chaos drop and 1 death rune drop. That is what we live for. That saved so many hours, so many hours of just killing elementals, which is amazing. So, you know, hope for more of that, because the more of them we get, the sooner we roll. Just wanted to say a big thank you to Hyrux Array. I'm so sorry that I don't know how to pronounce your name. They're so kind. They came, gave me a bond. Unfortunately, I was at the gym playing AFK and trees on my phone, and I almost missed it, to be honest. And I'm very sorry to Hyrux Array, because I was ignoring them for quite a bit, I think, before I realised. And the chat function on RuneScape Mobile is very poor. Very poor. So I was typing things that probably didn't make much sense at all, and then they left. So yeah, sorry to Hyrux, and also very many thank yous to Hyrux. Right, if my mathematics are correct, which they are usually not, but let's see. We are about to hit we're about to hit a massive milestone. Do that. Oh, look at that. 100,000 maple logs in the bank. Well, now that we've got that,
we might as well go back to these beautiful oak trees and get them up to 100,000 as well. That looks so good. Here we go. We have made another level. We've made a step forwards to, I don't know what I'm trying to say. I'm just going to stop now. 67 magic. We are still heading for that beautiful 79. We've got enough runes here to potentially get us a good chunk of the way through 67. And then we will come back to... That is my... What are you doing, cat? Stop it. We will... I've lost my train of thought now. Thanks, cat. Yeah, we're just going to work our way towards each. Once I... Look, let's start this again. Let's take a moment, get the brain in order. What I'm doing is I have got myself into a position where using the natures that I've collected gets me to the next level. And then these runes, like the law that I've already used, and then the death and the chaos, they get me another chunk through the next level. And then I see how many more natures I would need to get from wherever I am in that level to the next level. And that's what I go and kill all the elementals for. And then once I've got enough nature runes to get me to that next level, I do that, and then whatever else I've got collected, that gets me through the next one, and so on and so forth. And it's just the way I've got my brain to make this grind okay. I've got no idea what I've just been talking about. Oh, whatever. You know, next clip's probably gonna be woodcutting or something. I don't know. Been absolutely slacking. I just missed it. Completely missed it. I don't know why it's taken 7.7k of XP before I realised. I guess I've just been just enjoying myself, you know, relaxing, chopping some trees, listening to some tunes. But yeah, 23 million XP. We are, I don't know, we're dry, we're not dry, I've no idea. We're just going to have to carry on, figure it out. Would you look at this? 30 million total XP. We are gaming. We're just gaming right now. I think most of this is actually woodcutting. 23. I could have looked in the top corner, couldn't I? Anyway, 23 million. That's pretty sweet. You know, I've got something like 200 million on my group iron. And that's been playing for a couple of years, and it's gone everywhere on the map. And I've got 30 million in this one singular chunk. So that's good. I just think this game mode, that it's, you know, it's all unofficial and everything, and I like that actually, that it is, because then they might, you know, take it and ruin it or whatever. But I think this game mode just gives something. It almost feels like you're playing the game again, you're starting afresh, you've never seen it before, and I just think that's good. I think it just feels good. It's nice not to have to do everything super efficiently. So I was just editing this video because it's going to go up in, well, about an hour and 15 minutes, and I looked at that last clip and I did some editing to it, and I was like, I didn't really explain myself very well. So that's what I'm going to do now. I'm going to explain myself very well. What I meant was, like, if you think about the chunk mindset, it's to follow specific tasks that are set by something else. And you don't really have the entire map to play with. So you can't, you know, look at the wiki and go, what's the most efficient thing you can do? And then go do that. You have to find out what the most efficient thing is in your chunk to be able to do that. So it's a bit more digging, it's a bit more, you know, theory crafting and whatever. And I in my head, I connect that closely with somebody that's just started the game afresh, and they don't really know. They might not know the wiki's there. They might not know what the routes are, and they might not know, you know, which way they need to go or what they need to do things in the most efficient way. So it kind of feels like that to me, and it's been quite nice actually, just being like, I don't have to go and do something super efficient. I can literally just do this thing here and just figure it out. And I think that's quite nice. And it's actually let me see the game in a little bit of a more fresh light, which I think is super good. I think more people should experience this and just see what it's like. You know what I mean? On top of all of that is, you know, the way that my brain works. I like lists. I like to make lists. I like to tick things off lists, and it kind of makes me feel more content with the thing that I'm doing. And it means, like, now I can do 23.28 million woodcutting XP without, you know, bashing my head against the brick wall and giving up, because I know that there's that thing at the end of it, which is why I like the collection log so much, because there's a thing that you're working towards and you're going to get it if you keep doing it. And this kind of feels in that same way, but it's more concentrated, where I have multiple things. Well, now I don't, but at the beginning I had multiple things to do, and I could go and do all of them, and I knew there was an end goal to it to tick them off. Whereas the main game, where you've got all the map and all the chunks and everything open to you, it feels a bit more like you've got so much to do and you don't really know what the end goal is unless you set it yourself. And sometimes you don't even know what you want to do. That it can just get a bit stale, where you're like, oh, I'll go do some gauntlet, and then you do a couple of them, and you're like, oh, maybe I should do something else, and you go do that, and then you do something else and something else. Whereas here, it's like, now I've got two things. I've got to do those two things. So it's a bit more concentrated for me, where I'm like, I can't do anything else, so these two things need to be done. And that weirdly has made it easier for me to do it. Which is why I think a lot of these Extreme and Supreme and whatever One Chunk accounts actually are able to do the things that they do and the crazy grinds that they do. I mean, you'd have to ask them and see what their opinion is, but that's my opinion. And I would suggest this game mode to everybody. I would say give it a try. It might be not your kind of thing, and then you just get rid of it, but I think give it a go, because I'm having the time of my life, to be honest. I'm having more fun on this account than I am any of my other accounts right now. But anyway, I think I've talked enough now. It's getting close to me having to upload this video, and I guess we just leave it there. You know, I'm working hard. I'm trying to get that beaver. I'm trying to get 79 magic, and I am fully committed to leaving this chunk as soon as physically possible. And I will continue to grind as hard as possible until that happens. And the only break I'm going to take is when I go to Download Festival in, what, a month's time? Less than a month's time now. So if any of you are going to Download Festival, maybe I'll see you there. You know, you don't know what I look like, but you could just guess. You know, you could be like, I'm going to Download, and when you get there, you look at someone, you're like, that looks like a Hannibal kind of guy, and then you just go over and go, Hannibal, and you might get some weird looks, and some like, I'm not Hannibal, what the frick are you talking about? But one of you might get it right. You might be like, Hannibal, and I go, hey. I mean, a giveaway would be, you know, I'm stood there listening to a band playing this account on my phone, but whatever. If you go in there, I'd love to hear about it in the comments. Let me know if you are. I'd love to see some people there, potentially. But yeah, now we're going to leave this off with the channel members, as usual. Love you, bye. Guess what? The first clip of this episode is going to be woodcutting again. I mean, it was 50-50 in it, really, so we just got 105 woodcutting. So we've only got another 15 levels to go, and then we'll be max level. And we're getting close to 24 million XP now as well. Still got nothing to report as per usual. And before anybody gets upset, I'm going to stop this clip before that fox does something we don't want it to. So goodbye. As is custom, we are still here at Oak Trees, and we are still getting woodcutting experience. And there is 24 million of said woodcutting experience. I
don't really know where this is going, to be honest. It just seems like never-ending chopping trees, getting loads of logs, not getting the thing that I need. You know, which is fine, because I signed up for Supreme, and that is what we are doing. We are supreming. But it's always nice to, see the end goal getting closer. Whereas this grind specifically, I don't know if it's getting closer. So we're going to keep chugging as we always have done, and as we always will do. Right, we are about to pass 1 million GP again. Living the absolute dream. I mean, we need 2 million for the next bank unlock, and we're definitely going to need GP just in general for, whatever chunks come next. So I probably need to be stacking this as much as possible, but it's nice to be halfway to the next bank goal, because I think that's the thing generally that will start to spiral out of control if I'm not careful. If I get lucky / unlucky, whichever way you look at it, I could be hitting banks left, right and centre, which means that there was a potential panic moment when all of a sudden I'm collecting 200 mil for my next bank slot, which is not going to be good if we get there, but we'll see. I'm not too concerned right now. I'm just happy that we're getting closer to that goal for the next bank, which could be in 3 or 4 chunks time. Here we go. It's almost time. We're about to achieve another magic level. 68 magic. Can now enchant some Dragonstone stuff, but we don't have any Dragonstone stuff, so pass. But that is very good. That means that now we have only 11 levels to go, which sounds like a lot, and technically it is a lot, but we're moving forward at quite a rapid rate, so I'm not overly concerned right now. And I'm just excited for what's to come next, because once I've got this magic grind finished, it's just the beaver. That's all that's left, and that is something that I could get on the next log I chop. Whereas this is a grind that, can you tell that I'm trying to rationalise doing these bloody grinds in some way or another. I'm trying to just make more sense in my head to keep me motivated on moving forwards. But yeah, it just, at the minute, my current train of thought, whereas this would have been different 2 videos ago, is that this grind is long and it requires me to get tons and tons of stuff, and it's just slowly chipping away towards an end goal. Whereas the beaver is literally just, it's I get it or I don't. So the next time I go and chop a log could be the time, which is a little bit different in terms of the way that my brain is now working and feeling. Anyway, forget it. Whatever. I'm doing stuff. I'm making progress. We go straight from a magic level into a beautiful crafting level. Now, there we go. 37 crafting. We are getting close to 43. I think that is absolutely 100% achievable now. It was a bit touch and go for a bit, but now I'm convinced that we are going to have 43 before we've got 79 magic. Definitely before. So, exciting stuff. And people are talking about me in the clan chat again. Uh-oh. Oh, man. I really like finding you guys in the wild. It's always really, really nice to see people turning up in Seers Village. Farmer Pilk being the latest of the people to show up in this beautiful, beautiful place. Big shout out to this person. If any of you guys are ever in the area, and you're like, I need to see if this idiot is still here doing stupid things to elementals and trees, then yeah, just try and find me, pop by, say hello. I will always be very appreciative of it. Also, probably should have mentioned that I made some improvements to the series, mainly audio wise. Got myself a new microphone just to make it a little bit crisper, make my voice a little bit sultry and sexual. No, that's not right. No, don't say that. And I also updated the visuals a little bit. I took some advice on how to stretch it to fill the screen properly, because you probably didn't notice, but if you did, those little black bars down the side, finally got rid of that rubbish. I couldn't figure it out and I had to ask IT advice for it. And I've just changed the graphics style slightly to make it a little bit sharper, a little bit nicer visually. I mean, you may not be able to see it very well in the recording, but I can see it really nice. So, you know, that's all that matters, right? That I look at, never mind. But yeah, these things are a bit sharper. The black outlines and things just nice and sharp. And I just think it looks a lot better. It looks really nice. So I hope you enjoy it too, because realistically it is for you, because you're the one looking at it with your eyeballs. Whereas I make these videos and then I roll up into a ball and hope people like it for 2 weeks before I make the next one and then do the same.
Hello. Pretty close, aren't I? I bet you didn't expect this in the middle of the video. I just wanted to take a quick moment to awkwardly stare you in the eyeballs and ask you that if you are enjoying this series, to please subscribe to the goddamn channel, because I like it when the number goes up and I like you. And if I have to get even closer to ask you and make you even more awkward and weird, I will do. So do it. Thank you.
You know what? I sounded like the down to sleep guy. And I'll tell you this for free, I'd let that man tuck me in, if you know what I'm saying. Right, well, now that you've obviously subscribed, you can be rewarded with another beautiful thing. Are you ready? Are you watching? Wait for it. Bosh. 100k oak logs. I'm actually considering now swapping to willows and trying to get that to 100k, because we get a slightly better rate, but it might be slightly slower and slightly further from the bank, but the 100k looks too good to resist, you know what I'm saying? So I might just do it. Maybe. Why not? I mean, I'm going to kill, back to kill elementals soon, but I might just do it. Why not? I would like to present something to you that is very near and dear to my heart, and that is 76 hit points, but also for the clan chat, 90 combat. I'm feeling good. Seer Supreme's feeling good. People in the clan chat are going to start feeling good. And just everyone's going to feel good. And I think that I just think about how much action this Myth Scimitar has got. It's been a long time that we've had this now. We've slain many men and women, many elementals, and it's just been a long time of having it. And I'm just thinking about where would I be if I didn't have the Myth Scimitar, like when I got it all that time ago, because essentially I got spooned it. It was a really big deal at the time, and I probably would be, oh god, this grind would probably take a lot longer if I was still iron daggering people. Unbelievable. What a stroke of luck. We got ourselves a lucky mystery box. We are obviously slowly making our ways toward the end of this episode, and I don't remember the last time we actually got a mystery box. It's been a while. Again, I'm going to keep going over this every time we get it, because it seems like it's one per video at the most, sometimes more than less than one per video, sometimes it's one every 2 videos, but we're looking for the stale baguette from this thing, and realistically, to be honest, getting things like nature runes and stuff like that is just going to help the magic grind, is just going to be good. So let's open it, and fingers crossed. Brilliant. Well, just like what these episodes are turning into, whole lot of bloody nothing. God, I can't wait till we roll and get out of this chunk. I love Seers Village so much. It's such a cool place with a lot of cool things. You know, one of them being this nice corrupted kite shield, and, you know, forestry's here, and it's just got a lot of cool stuff. The elemental workshop's super nice. It's got the rooftop course. It's just cool. It's got all the trees you can think of. You know, you could go from, well, I have, you know, normal trees up to oaks, up to willows, up to maples, up to yews. You know, it's a cool place to be. But having been here now for, you know, 7 months, it's slowly. I guess maybe all it takes is like getting the beaver, or getting 79 magic, or even just getting the crafting grind done. Maybe it will give me a new lease of life, and I'll get a bit of excitement back into me. But right now, I'm just waiting for this to finish. But you know, because look, even like this that I'm doing right now, which you're watching me do, this is how I've had to get. After fighting all of these elementals, I have to go to the prayer altar to get my prayer restored. I have to come over here to buy 8 meat pies, and then eat these 4 meat pies to get me back up to max HP, and then I've got 4 meat pies for when we get in there and lose a load of health to get me back up to max HP. And then once those are gone, I then use all my prayer, so I can stay here for quite a while, and I can usually fill my invent full of stuff. So it's quite a long process, and doing this over and over and over again is slowly over time just becoming a bit of a chore. But it's not making me dislike you know, the one chunk concept, the one chunk time that I've spent. It's not made it any less awesome than I think it is, because I think one chunking is so cool. It's so good. And it's not less than that at all. It's just you know, mentally having to make these videos every couple of weeks, and being a bit disappointed in myself that they're not super exciting like they were before, because now I'm just doing 2 grinds. You know, once we get the chunk finished and we can roll, we can reset that and we can start again, and I'll get that excitement back, and I can start editing the videos a lot better, and, you know, putting a lot more effort into the set pieces and all that kind of cool stuff. So I think we just need to get through this, and I think I'm going to keep talking, but it won't be for much longer. The in my head now, end of June is still on the table. It's still there. I'm still relatively convinced that is where we're going to end up with this role. But a few things have changed in my life over the last few weeks. I spoke a little bit about it on Agile Tom's podcast, but essentially I'm now moving house, and I'll be moving house in the next couple of weeks. And then once I've moved house and it's all set up and I'm all ready, hopefully it'll be a nice quick transition. But once I've done that, I am going to start streaming. And some of you might be like, yay! And some of you might be like, I don't care. But that's the next steps, I think, for me. So I'm going to start streaming the run up to the chunk roll, and maybe my other account, and maybe a third account. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Look out for something in the future. So that'll be cool. And that might be, you know, keep me going. It might interest some people. So once that whole thing, that kind of stuff is set up and it happening, I'll put the word out there, and it'd be great to see you all in the chat as well. So yeah, that's cool. I'm just going to do this now for the next 4 weeks. So yeah, bye. This is it. We're at the end. We're finishing up. We've done a lot of stuff in this episode these last 2 weeks. It doesn't look like a lot, but actually there's a hell of a lot of work that's gone into getting all that woodcut XP, killing all these elementals, getting all those runes, working on that magic. There's a lot of effort gone in. But I'm having fun, and we're slowly winding our way down to the end now. Or maybe I should look at it as not winding down. I should say we are building up, because this final leg of the journey is going to be the most exciting, technically, because we're building up to the finale. And that will be the end of season 1, let's say, with season 2 of Seer Supreme starting in a month's time, maybe. I just wanted to finish off with something that I haven't done in quite a while, but essentially it's going to go something a little like this. Life is strange. It's complicated. It's difficult. And you really don't know what's around the corner, what's going to happen to you next. And sometimes you take that stuff for granted without actually realizing that you've taken that stuff for granted. So my advice to you on this fine Sunday morning, afternoon, evening, maybe you're watching this and it's actually now Monday morning. My advice to you is to just take it all as it comes. Enjoy as much of it as you can when you can, and don't be afraid to take some risks. Do some things that you think that you shouldn't, but you know that in your heart you want to and you should. And don't be afraid to, take that next step into whatever unknown might come next, because you might find out that it's actually better than what you were experiencing before. And you might find out that actually you wish you'd taken this step months ago, years ago, whatever it may be. So do something for yourself, enjoy life, enjoy everything, and I hope you've enjoyed this, because it may be only a couple more episodes now before this moves into something completely new. So I'm going to leave you beautiful, beautiful people now with the beautiful, beautiful channel members, and I'll catch you next time. A massive shout out to 420_dad69. That is the forbidden name, because it is too good of a name that it's actually unfair on everyone else that is a name. But this is Varla Chunky, who's also in the clan. They came over with their main and gave me a bond. So thank you so much, Varla Chunky 420_dad69. That's very kind of you. I appreciate the bond and the name in equal measure. What is bloody happening? I was only just yesterday complaining about the fact that I hadn't had a mystery box in ages, and now we've got another one today. That's 2 in 2 days. So same as yesterday, same as the last video, same as always. Let's just see if it's that is not good. That is not good at all. So that just for complete clarity, that does not unlock any grinds in this chunk, because in this chunk I've got no way to train smithing at all. So that is not a problem for now. What that does mean though is that is a problem for later on. As soon as we unlock a smithing grind, or sorry, no, it's not unlocking a smithing grind, it's unlocking a way to train smithing effectively, instead of, I don't know, waiting for random events to give me the right amount of stuff I'd need. Once I've unlocked something like that I can actually do consistently, instead of being whatever it would be in that chunk. So let's say I get a chunk where I can get I don't know, an adamant bar or a mithril bar and have to get like 60 something smithing because of this thing right here. I'm pointing at it with my finger, sorry. This thing, what we're doing, this thing right here, it means that we now have to do 99 smithing because I think 99 is rune something or other, plate body, I assume. Can you make rune plate bodies if you don't have the quest? I don't even know. I mean, I can make, yeah, just make any of these 4, I guess. So that is a shame. But I guess it was going to happen eventually anyway. And also, I don't actually know when this would unlock for me, the smithing grind. I guess I'm just driven by the chunk picker in this scenario. But that ain't good. I don't really expect to have like a whole 2.5 minute clip off opening a mystery box. It was supposed to be oh, I didn't get the thing. Okay, bye. And now here we are. Anyway, we'll figure it out when we get to it. We'll just take it as we comes. Take it as we comes. We should not be sing while playing RuneScape. We'll take it as it comes. That still doesn't sound better. Stop talking. Shut up. Right. Watch this, right? Just watch this. I don't understand what the hell's going on. Look. What? Hit. Do something. Hit him. Do something. What? Why? Why does it take that long? Why does this keep happening? Somebody help, please. Somebody. Chagex, please. Right, here we go. Here we go. This is what we've come here to see. The dirty, dirty level. 69 magic. Amazing. We've only got 10 levels to go now. That ain't bad at all. That ain't bad at all. We've got quite a bit of runes here actually from the previous level that we tried to get, because we only got like, I don't know, 10% into 68. So collecting all of the nature runes to get us to 69 actually got us a lot of these as well. And I've made a decision on, I'm actually seemingly getting more air runes than I am any of the other runes. So originally I decided that I would be using earth spells because it's less air runes overall. And to be honest, I feel like now, because we've got more air runes than we thought, we should actually go back to fire spells because we should get more XP. So I think that's the plan. We're going to do that for a bit. I'm not going to use all of these. I'm just going to use a load of them and then see where we end up. But that might be a good strat now, just to kind of get this moving along a little bit quicker. Because we're almost there. We are almost there. I know it feels like we're not, because, you know, we're a third of the way or blah, 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 blah. But mentally, we're almost there. Thought I should show all of you beautiful people this thing here. I stopped recording Clue Scrolls a long time ago because, you know, we just never got the one that we needed. I think I'm at about 600, maybe 700 easy clues now. I haven't actually been keeping count after the first like 250 or whatever, but we just got another one, and look what it is. We are now we've got the hour drop timer. This is just become a possibility, whereas before I got that one a long time ago, which I don't think any of you actually remember, and if any of you do, you goated. But brilliant, loads of sound in the background. But I think it was about 4 months ago, I got a clue scroll that was this exact one that we just got here, and unfortunately I lost it within half an hour of having it because I was chopping trees on my phone and I fell asleep, and the 2-minute timer ran out. I lost it. It was gone. Goodbye. But now we've got it back and we've got an hour, so I can keep it safe. So let's go and keep it safe and get this we've got to get a casket before we leave. we've got to now. Guess who wasn't paying attention and just got 25k, 25 million, not 25k, really, that was a long time ago. 25 million XP in woodcutting. Where beaver, that's right. Where beaver, when beaver. Bloody hell. Well, you know, I'm still trying. I'm still giving it a good old college try. But it's just chill, cutting trees, so I'm not too fussed right now. But apologies to anybody who guessed less than 25 million on the When Beaver poll, because you've all just lost, because I have not got it before 25 mil. But all those people that got more than 25 mil, you're still in the game. The people that said any more than 50 mil can go to hell. And the people that said between 25 and 30, I appreciate you, and I hope that you are correct. Guys, it happened. It genuinely happened. These coffins are in order of picking up left to right. So this one I've just clicked on, that is the one that I picked it out of. And there's a thing, a chef's hat, and there's the chef's hat in the fourth one along. So, oh my God, what is going on? I should have just clicked on Leo twice. There's a plant pot. No, plant pot. Amazing. This is blowing my mind. This is genuinely blowing my mind. So click on this next gravestone. Pickaxe. No pickaxe. 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 If I'd have just clicked on Leo again and gone, I finished them, mate, already done, I'd have been out of there literally 2 minutes ago. 76% reward potential. I'm pretty sure that's the highest I've ever got. And I still didn't get the rune drop. Or the rune drop, I guess. But 128 death runes is still so much time saved, so I'll bloody take it. I would just like to say that this is actually my third maze random in a row. In a row? Are you kidding me? What kind of luck is that? I haven't seen this kind of luck since I got Rocky at like 700k XP. The last maze run that we did, we finished it with 76% left, I think it was. Hopefully I can beat that this time, but probably not, because I'm about to get lost, I think. I'm not. I remembered, it's not these two doors, it's this door. That's the one that always gets me, because I click on those two and they both waste time, but not this time. Big brain, getting bigger every day. Okay, we finished that one with 74%, unfortunately. But, oh my, come on, game. I just need runes, that's all I need. Why are you giving me 98 coal and 108, whatever. Look, we're going to get another maze random, do 4 in a row, get full rune drop, be happy, see when that happens, I guess. Hello. Today we're going to do something a little bit different. Generally, I use this time here in the middle of the video to shout out a series that I really enjoy and I think all of you should watch. But at this point, I have shouted them all out. And I've already talked about all the ones that I know of and I like and so on and so forth. And if I don't, or I haven't included you and you're watching this and you make RuneScape content, hit me up. I want to have a look. I want to see. So instead of doing that, I want to use this time to do something that I usually do at the end of the video, but I want to pull it back here and I want to give you, my favourite person, a pep talk and just be, give you something to take with you throughout the rest of your day or, into the evening when you're getting ready to go to bed or whatever, and just let you know that life is difficult and I have had so many occasions on this YouTube journey where I have wanted to give up. I've seen people who do it better than me. They excel in every aspect of editing and voiceover work and, just general marketing of their stuff and their view counts, subscriber counts, and various occasions I've let it get to me. I've decided that this isn't for me, and I'm going to quit because I'm not good enough. And I think that if I'd let those thoughts take over and I'd listened to those thoughts and give them any sort of merit, then I don't think I would be here right now talking to you once again. So I guess that's a lesson in humility and just understanding that I like doing this. I love making the videos. I love playing on the accounts, and I don't want to let anything else get in the way of that. So, I may not be super successful in the future at this, and it may always be a passion project, but that's okay. And you guys need to be the same. Take that thing that you bloody love doing and run with it. Anyway, I've taken up too much of your time already with this little rambly ramble. So let's get back to, I don't know, a magic level, probably.
Do you want to see something cool? Watch this. Oh my lord. Totally unplanned. Alright? I don't think I could do maths that good, so that can't have been planned. Are about to hit another level, which is exciting. 77 hit points. That means that we now only need to get one more level and we'll be 91 combat. At this point, any kind of level, HP, strength, attack, defense, is just good, because it means I survive at elementals longer and I eat less food, and I can stay down here for a longer periods of time. I do more damage, etc, etc. It's all good stuff. So hopefully that just keeps going. But you can also see that I'll probably be back in about an hour to let you know about another level. Oh, and I thought this was going to be magic, didn't I? Well, you can't be right about everything, I guess.
There we go. We've got ourselves 85 strength. That is big. That is really big. And I'm really pleased that technically we... Oh, 91 combat as well. There you go. Forgot that was also a thing. But I'm also super, super happy that we are actually making our way towards the 90s for strength. So that is huge. I hope everyone is sat down and prepared for this, because we are about to get 70 magic. 70. We've got 9 levels left to go. 9. We're into single digit levels left. I cannot describe my excitement right now. We are so close. Well, let's break the excitement and the mystique. I've got about 1 million XP to go, so I'm not close. I'm about halfway-ish. But numbers-wise, 70 to 79, it's close. So shut up. We're gonna be there soon. Shut up. Oh my lord. We finally got the last seed. The teak seed. Gee, it's been so long. I've opened so... Let's have a look, actually. Where are my birds' nests gone? Oh, they're literally right in front of my eyeballs. They're right there. Look at that. That is not all... Because some of it was the eggs, and some of it was just other bits and bobs, clues, scrolls, sometimes, blah, blah, blah. But, almost 1,400 of these have been opened now, just to get this one teak seed. So let's pop it in here. Look at that. Yes. That's going to go before mahogany. Oh, amazing. So that is now the entire bird nest drop table completely finished. Done with. So now we don't have to do anything on that anymore. And we just get as many seeds as we physically can for the moment that we get to East Catherby and have to do, I don't know, some mega farming grind. Oh, I can't wait. Right, here we go. 26 million woodcutting XP without the bloody beaver. We are just... You know the spiel by now. We're going to keep going because it is super chill doing woodcutting, but we've got to get it soon, surely. You know, we've got like 130,000 oak logs, over 100,000 maples, with there's like multiple other logs that we've got, like 40k yews and so on and so forth. You know, you keep hearing this, and I know I keep saying it, but you know, I'm hoping that if I keep going over it and over it, eventually it rubs off on something. I don't know, the RNG gods or something like that, and then it just happens and we get it. But we will be back very shortly for the last woodcutting clip of this episode. So stay tuned for that one, eh? Right, we are coming up to the final clip of the video. And when I say final clip, I'm coming up to, I mean this one right now. Because we are about to achieve, down in this little beautiful corner of the screen, a healthy 106 woodcutting. That is impressive, if I do say so myself. Seeing as I've only been on this account for almost 90 days and I've managed to get all this stuff done, including 106 woodcutting. You know, we're plodding along, we're enjoying ourselves. We will reach the fabled land eventually, and I think now is the right time to just say that I'm not too bothered anymore. Before I was really like getting stressed about achieving this chunk roll ASAP, but now I'm a bit more relaxed. I'm a bit like, well, we're enjoying ourselves, and now the videos can slowly move into when they're ready rather than on the dot every week, seeing as I was at Download Festival at the weekend, which is why you're getting this video now, today. So yeah, I'm just excited for the future. I'm excited for what's to come. So I'm going to leave you now with the beautiful channel members, as per usual. They are some of the best people on the planet. And I will see you guys very soon. Bye! For some reason, I was not going to record this, but I decided right now that I probably should, because this is a new thing. So I just caught baby impling, and I got a silver bar. So that is the second to last thing we need on the baby impling drop table. It's just a pot of spice now, and then that's it. We're done with that drop table. So it's good because, you know, Pure Appear is not far away. We've been through this before. It's going to be a long, old grind, and anything I can get done now just saves me some time. So I think it's a good thing that we're consistently getting this kind of stuff. But the only problem is, with the hunter level slowly ticking upwards because we keep catching things, then we are getting close to this one. This one here, barehanding essence implings at 52, because that would mean that, I mean, I guess I don't have to actually catch any. I can just play dumb and be like, no, I didn't see that essence impling. But if I do get like soul runes from them, I will be here for so much more time, because I'll have to get 90 magic instead of 79, that it's not worth it. So I'm just going to play dumb, I think, and you should all play dumb with me, please. Thank you. I got myself into a bit of a woodcutting haze, and look, I just got 27 million. That's pretty sweet. Still cracking on as per, you know how it is. Probably get, I think I'm going to be at 30 million before things start getting a bit tense around the Hannibal household. And when I say Hannibal household, I mean me living alone in a house. So tense with myself, I guess is what I meant by that. I don't know what I'm talking about. Just, yeah, next clip, go on. Another 251 chaos runes from a maze random. You gotta love it. You just gotta love it. That man is mysterious, and I love it. If he could just come back another 55 times and give me the same amount, that'd be sweet. Thanks very much, fella. Milestone. 86 strength. We are super duper strong. We are like Super Saiyan 1 right now. And we are training hard for Super Saiyan 2. You know, just standard nerd shit. But what do you expect? I'm playing RuneScape for like 16 hours a day. You kidding me? Bloody hell. We're getting up there. I think there is a specific point where we stop strength. I believe it's going to be at the next strength max hit level, which I think is 88 strength, if I remember right. I'll have to look at that again, but I'm pretty sure it was 88 strength. Then we move up to 14 max hit, and then we can just, I don't know, defense, I guess, attack, get the attack up. Maybe more accuracy is better than lasting longer at elemental. I don't know. I'll pick one of them. You tell me. You tell me what to do. You're the boss. We've got to get some luck at some point, surely, right? Surely. I mean, we're still dry on beaver. We might not be. I don't know. I've not done the maths. And we are just taking a sweet time with magic. But now is where all the luck changes. Are you guys ready for this? Oh, bloody HP levels sneaking up on me as per usual. That's 78 HP. That's not bad. I think by the time we're done with all this stuff, I should be up to maybe late 80s HP, maybe, which would be quite nice because it just, you know, every HP level we get means we can survive here a little bit longer, spend more time, eat less food, etc, etc. So that should be good. But we are almost done here actually for this magic session. This is the current rune stack that we have. We've got 528 nature runes, and we only need 540 to get us to the next magic level. We've got over 200 laws, almost 1,000 chaos, almost 400 death, and we're kind of ignoring the bloods for now until we get up to fire wave, maybe earth wave. Depends, probably fire wave, so we get the most out of the blood runes because we don't have many, and we're probably not going to get many more before we're finished. And then the air rune stack is so large now that as I said last time, I'm probably just going to carry on using fire spells, because even though it uses the max amount of air runes, I think we're just getting more air runes per cast anyway, just from drops from these guys. So that should be good. Probably look out for the next one being, I don't know, 71 magic probably. Here we go, 71 magic. That means we now have only 8 levels left before we can almost leave the chunk. This is going to speed up a little bit now because I am actually going to try hard a little bit. I've been a bit lax recently just because of in real life stuff and a secret project I've been working on, which may or may not be secret by the time this video comes out. I don't know, you tell me. But we're getting there. One more level down. Let's go. Here we go. We're coming in with another crafting level. 38. It's only a couple more before we can finally cut that diamond. And to be honest, I don't know if it's going to be that far away from now, because we're going to need 43 to cut the diamond. And, you know, I'm going to cut through the rest of this stuff that I've got from this last trip. But, you know, almost 72. Another 8 levels, or 7 in a little bit. I reckon we'll have enough of these uncut gems by then to get 42. I'm glad I added it to the kind of potential list, because I was fairly certain that we were going to get it done, and it looks like we probably are. So that's always nice, isn't it? This is the same set of gems as the last level at 39. I'm almost positive now. I didn't realise I had that many gems to get 2 crafting levels in a row. but that's great. That is really, really good. So all we need to do now is get ourselves back to elementals and get plugging away. And then maybe when next time we appear, we'll get 40 crafting maybe. Look at me not paying attention again. What a silly boy. We've got 28 million woodcutting XP. Is anybody surprised? No. Should anyone be surprised? No. But, well, before I get onto the but, one thing I did want to say is that people have been talking in the clan chat very recently, and somebody was, I think Fun Chunk Man was talking about, there it is, look, it's right there, actually, don't have to really point to anything. Almost 32 mil woodcutting XP, no beaver. That is becoming a very awful reality for me. Then they're not even a Supreme. Like, I'm getting royally screwed over here, and I'm getting more nervous by the second. Same as always, you know the drill. Goodbye. Oh baby, here we go again. Let's see what happens this time. And rubbish. What a good day. Hello, gorgeous. So I want to make a few quick announcements before we carry on with the rest of the video. The first announcement is that even though Zeabound has now started, Seers Supreme will not be going away. We will finish this chunk and we will continue past this chunk for as long as physically possible. So don't feel like this is all of a sudden going to disappear. Secondly, I said I was going to be out of this chunk by the end of July. That is looking almost maybe the case, maybe, but probably not. So it may even now be end of August. So with that is the second point, that I will be streaming at the end of August. The date is to be set and I will send a post out when it is, because it will be my first stream ever and it will be here on YouTube. It will either be the chunk roll stream or it will be just a stream getting ready for the chunk roll stream. So look forward to that. And then third thing is just to remind you all that because I love you guys so much, I would like you to subscribe to the channel. Give it a like, do all that YouTuber random stuff that we all always say in every video ever. That really helps me out and it means that I can make more of these and maybe make them quicker. Because, you know, if this became my job, then I could make them all the time. But anyway, that's not what it's about. I'll let you carry on with the video, shall I? Maybe? The mystery box. And you're going to hear that many, many times over the course of this series, because I get many of these boxes, and I'm going to get basically none of the items that I want from it. Even though I've already got most of the items I want from it. Whatever, just click the box, let's go. Okay. Well, disappointing. Oh my lord. 29 million woodcutting XP. That is wild. Not in my wildest dreams did I ever think that I would still be here cutting these bloody things for 29 million XP. This is more XP than I've got on any skill on any account that I own. That is wild. But the other thing I want to show you as well is 107 woodcutting. That popped up recently as well. Thought I'd save it for now, you know, get a double clip on the go. And actually, this is perfect because this is just finished. So now I can also show you the third thing that I wanted to talk to you about, which is, again, a little bit of a whinge, just a little whinge, but take a look at this. Look at this. We've got 169k oak logs, almost 5k willow, but you know, I've used a lot of willow before. 100k maple, 41k yew. And this, you know, look, adding all these together, that's about 10k, and I've actually alked a lot of these, alked all them already. I've already used a lot of these as well, so that's almost 2k, you know, 700-ish, 500-ish. And then on top of that, you've got 60 fire making. So that was a lot of, because that was a third of the XP. So you times the amount of logs taken to get 60 fire making by 3. That's how many I spent doing that. And also, when you go into this other tab and go to forestry, I've got over 250 sturdy beehive pots. So for people that don't know how the collection log works, a lot of things cap on the collection log, and you can still get collection log items, it just doesn't track them beyond a certain point. I don't know if they're all 250, but I do know that the sturdy beehive pots specifically are, because I've got a lot more than 250 and they haven't changed. So, you know, to get 250 beehive pots, I'll need to do, you know, at least, I don't know, let's say half of that in events. So 175-ish, not 175, what am I talking about? Why can't I math? 125. So, you know, that is another thing to think about. There's probably a lot of logs that went into getting all of these sturdy beehive pots as well. So, you know, let's say 300,000 logs as a, well, it's been more than that now. So 350,000 logs is a rough estimate. And, you know, it could well be almost 400,000 logs that I've actually cut in my time. So you do, let me know in the comments if you think I'm owed a little bit of a whinge session. Because I feel like whinging right now. I really do. Oh, I really want to just get this fever over and done with. We got ourselves another mystery box. This episode is just all mystery box clips at this point, which is fine for me because, you know, we're getting one step closer to that stale again every single time we click on this thing. And actually, I've seen recently a lot of people saying you can get a lot of other stuff out of mystery boxes. And I am not sure where they're getting that information from, but I like it and I would like them to talk about it more, please. So, without further ado, here we go. Okay, yeah, XP lamp, we take those, happy with that. Always happy to get some magic XP. But never know, next time might be the time. Let's see. In the last clip, I was talking about the mystery box and what things I can get from it. And I was unsure about where people were getting these other items from, other than the ones I've already got. I can answer that question because, you know, like a smart boy, I've done my research, and the rare drop table is accessible from the box. So technically I have access to things like rune kite shields, rune square shields, dragon med helms, all that kind of stuff, rune battle axes. So there is a potential. I mean, it'd be very unlucky for me to get one of those things and not get the stale baguette, but who cares? It's something that we could get in the future, so that's spot on. Look forward to that. Here we are, located outside the Seers Village bank, where we've been stood for a while, you know, just enjoying life, doing things and stuff. So here is something very special. It is 72 magic. We are now only 7 levels away, and we can get that nightmare staff without the orb. No problem at all. How good is that? We are 7 levels away, and it might sound like not very much to some people, and it might sound like a lot to other people, but to me it sounds all right. You know, I'm not too worried, just happy, you know, just cracking on, getting through all of this stuff. So this is the last clip. Obviously I'm editing these videos as I go along now, so I can say that. So I think it's time to say the leaving piece, which will be, I know how hard things can be. I know how sometimes life gets you down. You feel like you're in a hole that you can't get out of, and you don't think that anybody is experiencing the same thing that you are right now. And I know it can get that way and it feels a bit lonely, but as I've learned firsthand, actually quite recently, there's quite a few people that are in that hole. You just can't see them because it's so dark. And if you had a torch or a lamp or something like that, you would. And I think that it's comforting. It's comforting. So if all else fails, just move forwards. do something that you enjoy, like making silly little YouTube videos for all these lovely people. So what I'll do is I'll see you next time, which, who knows, maybe that'll be the Chunk Roll stream. Bye.
Welcome back, one and all. I am so happy that you're here with me. I bet you were expecting a magic crafting or wood cutting level update, but no, here we are getting a fishing level, 32 fishing, without having any access to any fishing gear or any fishing spots. Absolutely amazing. The good thing about this is obviously we are reducing the grind in the future when we go to, I don't know, Cathay or wherever. So yeah, awesome.
We are about to achieve something very sad and something very annoying. 30 million woodcutting XP. That is so sad. Oh, what are we going to do? What are we going to do about this? Most likely just plough forwards blindly until we get it. But you know, we're trying our best, as per. And I think we probably should now stop AFK trees for a bit at least. I might have to get 79 magic out the way this month and then come back to trees in the future. But 30 million, that's a lot of millions. That's a lot of millions.
Oh, balls. I missed it again. I was paying attention. Bloody Jesus. Well, you know, we just got 87 strength, which has made us 92 combat, which is halfway to 99. You're so funny. You make the good joke. Whatever. Okay, we've got one more level, and then we are done with strength for now. But if for some weird reason, see, look, they made the joke. There's the joke. I just made that joke. Well done, Chunk Cam. Well done. If I manage to hit a 14 at any point, you know, in the next half an hour or whatever, then I will probably just stop strength there, because I think the next level above that will get me another max hit is like, I don't know, 94 strength or something. I don't think it's worth going for, to be honest. But, you know, we're just going to carry on as we are for now. But if I do end up swapping, I will swap to attack, I think. Yes, I will. No? Yes. Yes, attack. I just wanted to take a second to congratulate somebody from the community. Lixie, or Foxy Shannon as they are known in-game, has been trying to get the beaver for a very long time. I think longer than me, as they joined my Discord as almost one of the first people and have been sending me screenshots of standing at Arctic Pines and having millions and millions and millions of woodcutting XP with no beaver. And all they wanted was the fox pet, and I completely agree, because that is also the pet that I want. And I know a lot of people make jokes about people getting the beaver pet as I haven't got it, haha, very funny. And I get, every time someone in the clan gets one, I instantly get hundreds of screenshots of that sent to me. And, you know, even though people think that it upsets me, or maybe they don't, it doesn't. It actually thrills me to my core when other people get it. And Lixie finally got it after so many millions XP. And I want to just say an amazing, well done, good job for actually just sticking to it and not giving up after, you know, 20 million XP and being like, nah, screw this, I'm out. They carried on, they battled through. And now, look at that beautiful fox pet. Oh my God, it looks so good. So, well done, Lixie. Thank you so much for everything you do in my Discord. And seeing as we're here, and I don't want to take any shine away from Lixie and the fox pet, obviously, but I want to also give a little shout out to Humph, because Humph has
been the welcome brigade for my Discord server because I'm a lazy bastard. So much appreciation for Lixie and Homph for being two of the integral people in my Discord. So yeah, fucking well done. You smashed it. Do you ever get that strange feeling like you're being watched and you don't know where you're being watched from? Well, whoever this is watching me. Oh God, no. God of poop, come on. No, why are you watching me chop trees, God of poop? Why are you called God of poop? Oh Lord. Why are they stood there? Why are they at that angle? Oh God. Okay, JDs and Lentilmen, it is time for a mystery box. Are we gonna get stuff and things? I'm gonna guess no. Are you? And it's not even where we were. Oh God, what a mess. What an absolute mess. Is this back-to-back mystery boxes? What is going on? We got more We've got... Oh, whoa. What is going on there? We've had more mystery box clips than we've had any other clips. This is what we need to roll or something. Jesus Christ, I might just leave right now. Just run into an adjacent chunk and just... Sorry, no. We're going to do this. We're professionals. We're good at what we do. Let's just crack on. Okay, open the mystery box. You... Oh boy. 31 million woodcutting XP. I bet that you are getting quite sick of hearing this clip over and over again with just a different number being read out each time. Because I tell you what, I'm getting close to it as well. But, you know, we're here, we're having fun, we're on the account, we haven't given up. We've got the mental capacity of 1 billion men, women, children, animals, inanimate cars, and whatever. But we're gonna carry on. We're gonna get this done. We're getting very close to some serious milestones for woodcutting specifically, and I will get to that when we reach them, and I'll tell you what they all are. But I think now, because we've slowly started to transition from editing certain stuff into not editing that certain stuff, I think we can now go back to elementals and just continue to blast through that magic grind. We're going to have to do it at some point, aren't we? So let's just do it. Come on. Unbelievable. Here we go again. Another mystery box, another disappointment. And what a surprise. Did you expect anything different? 79 HP. That is a lot of HPs. That is multiple HPs. We are still going through strength. We've got a nice stack of runes going now, which is brilliant. We're still pushing through. Still getting more and more. But at least now, every time we get a level, we are technically making it easier to be here. We can stay for longer, we can survive for longer, we do more damage, etc, etc. Yeah boy. So that's good. I'm excited. We're kind of steamrolling now towards the finish line, and who knows how long that's going to be. I don't want to promise anything anymore, because every time I do, it doesn't seem to work out. So sometime in the future. Okay, bye. I just wanted to take some time now to apologise about this month. Life has kicked me so hard, it left a boot print on my insides. My first job went crazy busy and I was working 60-hour weeks. I moved house twice. I got COVID again. And the editing that goes into Zeabound meant that Seer Supreme didn't get the love he deserves. But things have calmed down, so I've only been set back by a month, which, in the grand scheme of things, isn't so bad. I appreciate your patience with me, and I am really looking forward to finally rolling and finally getting into streaming, which hopefully is happening as soon as possible. So, you know,
subscribe or whatever. I love you.
Okay, RuneScape. Where is everything? They're here. You can see the little dots running around. So where are they? I don't have any. No, I don't have any plugins on, like Entity Hider or anything like that. Shall we try this? And question mark. Hey, there they are. Yeah, it's beyond me. That's a new one for me. I've never seen all NPCs and mobs and all sorts just disappear when you log in. That is definitely a new one.
Right, are we ready? Are we bloody ready? 88 strength. So we said we were going to stop here because I think this gets us a max hit, but I'm going to stick on strength for a little bit just to check. I should be hitting 14s now with the gear that I've got. And if so, then I think we just swap to attack for a bit. Get some levels in that. Because we need to pump up the total level. Just because I want to. I like it. Whoa, okay. That's surprising. I just hit 13 as my max hit. I don't know what that means. It might mean that we need to go to 89. Did I mess up somewhere? I think I messed up somewhere. Let me redo the calculations. Okay, this is now telling me that I need to go to 92 strength for the next max hit. I don't know why it's changed because I haven't actually changed any of my equipment. I've not changed any of my skills. The combat style is still the same. I've not like turned any random thing on like a prayer or a pot or anything like that. So I don't know why it's changed, but it has. So 92 is actually what we need to get to now. I don't know if that is worth it for me because 92 is quite far away and I don't know if I'll still be here by that time. Maybe I will. So I don't know whether it's worth going for a better attack level and then potentially hitting a little bit more accurately. Because again, I don't really know what the accuracy does for me. Let's check it now. So I could get an extra 3% accuracy if I got from 70 to 85 attack. It doesn't really sound worth it either, to be honest, but you know, it's maybe more reasonable than going for one extra max hit for, you know, another 4 levels of strength. Because I would have thought, and again, I'm not the smartest man and I'm not as good at this game as a lot of people, but I would have thought that going from 70 to 85 is probably a little bit quicker than going from 88 to 92. So maybe that makes it worth it for the extra 3% rather than the extra max hit for less, well, for more work. I don't know. I'm going to have to ask some smarter people than me, see what they think.
All right then, you absolute legends. Look what we have got in our invent. We have so many runes to use, and I'm kind of hoping that this will get us at least 3 magic levels, but I am almost 95% sure that's not going to happen. But you know, we can hope, we can pray. That's what we like to do here. So I'm going to start using all of these beautiful nature runes, and the next thing you'll see, hopefully, will be a magic level. That is the dream. See you shortly. Right, here we are. The first level of hopefully 3 levels, because that's what I am hoping
all of these runes lead to, but at least we've got one. That's all that matters. So we've almost used all of our, what are they called? Why's my mind gone blank? Our nature runes. There you go. And then we're going to do some lore rune telegrab off the floor. And then we're going to take all of our beautiful chaos and death runes down into the elemental lair. And the hope is that by the time we've used all of these, we get to 75, because at 75 we are able to use the fire wave spell, which will mean that we can then use all of our blood runes, which hopefully give us a ton of XP, because I don't particularly want to wait around in this chunk anymore. So hopefully we're almost there, but like we've been saying for God knows how long now, we're just gonna have to keep cracking on, keep moving forwards. So I will see you at hopefully 74 magic. Well, I can't say I'm not incredibly disappointed, but we didn't even get 2 levels. We only got 1. But, you know, we're not far off the next level. And that would be 74 magic. But, you know, I was kind of hoping for 3 levels. I keep saying that I'm going to stop underestimating this magic grind, and I keep completely underestimating this magic grind. But we've finished all the runes that we've spent weeks, absolute weeks gathering, and we've used it in less than like 5 hours, which is wild. But we carry on, and the thing that we're going to carry on to is going to be a little crafting, because we have collected quite a fair chunk of crafting supplies while collecting all of those runes. So we're going to see if we can hit that elusive 43 crafting. So see you shortly. Here we are, we're coming up to it. This is 40 crafting. That means that we only now need 3 more crafting levels. I don't think we're going to get another level out of this and the bits that we've got in the bank, but you know, maybe the sadness from the magic grind will translate into happiness in the crafting grind. So I've got a couple more rubies to do, and then I've got quite a large amount of flax to spin, and then we'll be reverting back shortly. I have had to hide the game chat to not give away spoilers for a certain series that I'm not going to give you any more context to. However, what we're going to do is we're going to get 41 crafting. Isn't that bloody lovely? That means we are now 2 levels away from being able to cut that diamond that we've been waiting so long to cut. Lord Almighty, it has been quite the journey, and we're still not finished with that journey just yet. But we're getting closer, and that is the main thing. We're always getting closer. So now that I've essentially got rid of all the crafting supplies that we had, it's time to gear back up, get back out there and collect some more runes, and hopefully we can get ourselves to a nice and tidy, what level are we looking for? 75 is what we're looking for. So if we can get ourselves to a nice tidy 75, we can start fire waving, hopefully build that XP up a little bit further. Hopefully we'll be feeling good. But until then, we are just going to consistently kill some elementals as per usual. Bloody hell. In my head, I was thinking like, you know, we're going to remember it this time. We're not going to miss the hit points level. We're on the ball, and I was going to catch it early and be like, you know, I was on the ball. I was thinking about it this time. Look at me. Didn't miss a HP level. Like come on. Missed the goddamn HP level. Why? I just can't. I can't concentrate. It doesn't happen. It doesn't work. But there's 80 hit points. There's 80 hit points. That means we are very healthy, and we just survive longer and longer. And look at this, people asking me where the goddamn beaver is. Come on, I'm obviously killing elementals. Haha, they spelt it wrong as well. Right, I want you to come with me on a journey to achieve something mind-boggling, if you ask me. But when we put these into the bank, or it's his little number here, you know what's going to happen. Oh, gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. 200,000 oak logs. And I can tell you right now, because if you give me 1 second, right, banked XP. My current banked XP with 200 oak logs, I will get to 98 construction. 98 construction, oh my god. That means I've almost basically got the construction cake banked, but it does mean that I'll need about 50-ish mil to be able to afford the cost of turning all the logs into planks. And I don't know if that actually accounts for also having to pay your butler in the house to go and run them back and forwards. That might just be the cost for the sawmill. So even though it is almost 99 banked, it's still a hell of a lot of work. I'll have to do a lot of trips to and from the sawmill. I mean, I could probably do that first. I mean, we're talking as if, I could actually do this, but obviously I can't because I don't have access to a sawmill, and it's going to be a long time before I have. But, if I ever do get there, that's pretty good. But also, I might as well tell you while I'm here, fletching, I now have level 100 banked. So fletching cape, not a problem anymore. And I don't even have to string any of those bows. I literally just have to cut all of the logs in my bank into bows, into unstrung bows, and that's it, done. And fire making, this is slightly more stressful because with fire making, unless I get a tinderbox first, I will have to burn all of my logs using the forester's campfire, which is a third of the total XP you can actually get from burning a log. So with that, I've actually now got 36 million fire making XP banked, but because 13 million is 99, I have to times that by 3, 39 million, so we've still got another 3 million to go. But it's technically level 109 fire making banked if I had a tinderbox. So we'll come back to this in the future, but if I manage to get a tinderbox first, I've got maybe 99 fire making banked and a good chunk of fletching still that I can use the rest of the logs on. So that's pretty good. And that's about it. I mean, I could tell you about my herb lore if you'd like. Why not? We're here. So if I whack the temporary boost up on herb lore to 99, I technically have 69 herb lore banked. And if I do the same with farming, I whack that up to 99, I actually have 82 farming banked. That is wild. That's so much stuff. So good. Righty ho, straight after the 200,000 oak logs clip, you're going to get a 50,000 yew log clip as well. Aren't you lucky? Aren't you special right now? So that is disgusting, and I don't even know what to tell you at this point. Like, I just want the beaver to appear behind me, and then we can all have a little laugh about it, be like, ha ha ha, look, he took so long to get it, and then everyone forgets about it, and we move on. Ah! Okay, everybody, I have some news. And this news comes straight from my good friend Mikaru, who I've been talking
very recently about all of those beautiful logs in my bank that you've all seen and I showed in the last couple of clips. And I was just saying, how much I'd got and how the beaver rate, it's all confusing. I didn't really get any of it. And I'm bad at maths, which all of you at this point are very aware of how bad at maths I actually am. So he took it upon himself, very kindly, to math it all out for me. So, and I got his permission on this, if it's wrong, it's his fault, not mine. I am just relaying information given to me by somebody else, okay? So, in his calculations, he said that at the moment, with just over 200,000 oak logs, I am at roughly 55.76% of the rate from oaks. For maples, with my just over 100,000 maple logs, I am at 45.57% of the rate. With my 500, that's wrong. With my 50,000 yew logs, I am currently at 35.08% rate from yews. And that's just what I've got in my bank. So that doesn't include the 60 fire making that we got. That doesn't include for the 72 fletching that we got. It also doesn't include for all of the logs that we had to use to get all of those sturdy beehive parts, which was, over 250 sturdy beehive parts that I actually got. And, those things, you have to chuck quite a few logs in there and you don't get one every time. So you can assume that's just a bunch more. So he was saying that ignoring all of the fire making, fletching, sturdy beehive parts stuff, I am at currently 36.41% over rate. So I'm dry by 36.41%. And if you add all the other stuff in, I'm approximately, let's call it 40% over the drop rate. So if that mathematics is correct, which I would believe so, he's a smart guy, I've got no reason to doubt him at all, then me and you, Jagex, we've got a problem, okay? We've got a serious problem. I feel like you, specifically, I don't know which one of you, could be Modash, could be any of them, you have turned off the beaver drop for me specifically. And I don't know why. I don't know what hidden agenda you've got to do that, but I don't appreciate it. So I would like everybody to ask a Jagex employee to please switch the beaver drop back on for me. Thank you. So I can get it. Thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate everyone at Jagex for hearing me out. And I appreciate Microo for spending the time to actually figure out all the mathematics for me so I don't have to look stupid again. So, yeah, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Yes. All right, we are coming to the end of this episode now. I've got two more things to talk to you about. One of them is Old School Runescape related. One of them is life related. So let's start with the Old School Runescape related one first. We just got 108 wood cutting. Wow. That's wild. It's going to be another 3.2 million XP before we hit 109. But, 100. I never dreamed that I would be at 108 wood cutting when I started this series. Oh, Lord. But we're here, so might as well enjoy it. I'm having a good time still. And the second thing I wanted to talk to you about was a bit of a revelation that I had recently, and it was all down to a friend of mine. So, and not to brag, but I've been accused of being too nice by a few people in my life, and I thought it was a bad thing. I thought that maybe I shouldn't be so nice, and that maybe I should start treating people a little bit more poorly so that I wasn't weird, or, maybe I needed to gain people's affection or trust or friendship by not being too nice. And a friend recently said to me, because I had it very recently, someone told me that I'm too nice and that they weren't going to talk to me anymore because of it. And my friend said to me that there's no such thing as too nice. That is just something that terrible people say when they feel bad for treating you poorly. And it kind of resonated with me. You know, it's one of those light bulb moments where you don't really think about it. And 31 years down the line, I've finally been told that. And now I've gone, oh shit, yeah, that is kind of true. You can't really be too nice, surely. And it was kind of freeing. It was kind of nice to hear. And I think that it just feels good every now and again. You get something that just sparks that little thing inside of you that goes, hold on a minute, that isn't that bad at all. And maybe I should feel a little bit better about myself. So, you know, if any of you have experienced anything like that in your life, being told you're too nice or whatever, or you're too, I don't know, something else. I thought I had something there, but it left my brain. Then, you know, I wouldn't really worry about it, because it may be that someone is just projecting all of their issues and all of their regrets onto you. And that's unfair. That is unfair to you. And hopefully that maybe struck a chord with you now, and I can be that person, that friend, and just go out there and enjoy life. Come on, like you're not here for long, so you might as well just get out there and just have some fun. Play Old School Runescape for 16 hours a day and get 32 million woodcutting XP, and then show people on the internet like the what's his name out of Thor, the guy that's got the stuff, and he goes, "Behold my stuff." That's what I kind of feel like making these YouTube videos. Behold my stupidity. So yeah. Anyway, I'm just kind of rambling now. Let's end with the usual. All those beautiful channel members. God, I love them so much. Let's quickly recap where we're up to. We are currently almost 32 million woodcutting XP with no beaver. We have just eclipsed over 400,000 logs cut in total, and we can't stop until we get said beaver. We are 74 magic. Most of the runes have come from killing elementals, random XP lamps every now and again, some random events, and we need 79 magic to cast Entangle before we can stop. Finally, we are sitting at a pretty 41 crafting, which is just for the new people in the room. It is technically a side goal, but we should be able to finish it before we finish the other two, so it's fine. And we need to hit 43 crafting to cut a diamond to achieve that. So these are the goals. These are all we have left, so let's get cracking. There we go. 89 strength and 93 combat.
And look at these people. GZ. Oh, God's sake.
Well, I'm going to be doing the same again. I'm going to be checking for my max hit of 14. I calculated it at like 90, whatever it was. So we'll see if that is still correct. But if we do manage to hit 14, like I said last time, I think we're just going to swap to attack. Get that up a bit. Get some more total levels in. Get stronger. Be able to wield more stuff whenever we get there. So that should be fun. Oh, there goes the 13 max hit. So looks like we're going to 90 strength. Haha, see you there. Okay, here we go. First new mystery box of the new episode. What are we gonna get? I reckon it's nothing. Oh, God. What is that even useful for? What does it do? That doesn't even, you can't even sell it. Or high alkit. Pointless. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. This little old lamp here is the final lamp
to get a new magic level. Are you ready for beautiful 74 magic? We can teleport people to Lumbridge now. We could just do that. I just go around and teleport all these people. But like, teleport you, and I'll teleport you, and teleport you, and then you. But that is one step closer to 79 magic. The big 79 magic. So now we've only got one more level until we can start using our blood runes, which will be pretty good. Because we need, I've said this before, but I'll say it again, 75 for Fire Wave, and then I can use all those blood runes because I'll probably get the most XP for my runes, I think, but I'm not a smart man, so who knows. And then that's the final thing I need to get until 79 to cast Entangle. So I'm going to very quickly now look at my skill calculator for magic, and you won't be able to see this, however I will tell you what I'm seeing. So for me to get to 75 I need 1748 nature runes. Jesus Christ, that is a lot of nature runes. I just need to get cracking. I'm so behind on everything I wanted to do and all of my time scales and everything. I just need to get cracking. I need to carry on. So that is what I'm going to be doing now. I'm going to be carrying on, and then while I edit some videos and bits, I'll be back here at these trees to still trying to get that bloody beaver. Bloody beaver. But yeah, we're feeling good. We're feeling happy. We're ready. So see you. I don't know, whatever happens next, I guess. Oi, oi, guess what we're gonna do? We're gonna do this. Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce you to 33 million woodcutting. I'd also like to let you know that this is going to be one of the last woodcutting levels you're ever gonna see. And it's not because I've secretly got the beaver. It's because I am genuinely bored of doing these clips of just more wood cutting levels. So 33 million is going to be one of the last ones. I'm going to update you at 35 million, then 40 million, then 50 million, and so on, until something happens that is reasonable and expected, and hopefully the beaver. But I can't be asked to show those clips anymore. I think you're tired of them. I think I'm tired of them. So I'm just going to update you at some massive milestones. People of the world, I have an announcement. Are you ready? I'm going to press enter, let the whole clan chat know. But I have just reached rank 150. That is in the world for hardcore iron people. And not only that, but give me 1 second. If you look at this bank tab right here, this is actually now 99 fletching, or 99 construction, or 99 fire making. So I now have not no worries, but far less worries about all of the surrounding chunks, because this is now actually almost 40 million fire making XP, which means with the third, you've heard it before. Anyway, we're almost there, and people weren't as excited as I thought. And this person here, I've just kicked them out of the clan or something. That's blasphemy, that is. But anyway, I am going to be leaving my house in about half an hour, and it is my birthday. It won't be my birthday when you see this. It'll be far from my birthday. But if I don't get the beaver in half an hour, I'm hitting this thumbs down button and I'm logging out. And that's it. See you tomorrow, game. Cool.
Bye.
I just somehow managed to get a second petal garland without even realising. I don't know when that was. Could have been a while ago. Who knows? But that's pretty cool. I wasn't intentionally going for these, so sometimes it's nice just to get them, innit? Well. Here we are once again, as promised, only coming back to you when I do something dumb. And here is that something dumb. 35 million woodcutting XP. Dumb. So dumb. Why can't I just... Exactly, where Beaver? This is what I keep asking myself every day. And we're at 35 million, so surely it should have been by now. Ugh. Well, I just don't get it. Someone's got it out for me. I swear to God. Someone has definitely got it out for me. But we'll keep carrying on. I'll see you at Beaver or 40 million woodcutting XP. Help me. And speaking of help me, I am taking a leaf out of my good friend's books and making a subscriber goal. Never done this before, but by Christmas I want to try and reach 10,000 subscribers. I've been doing YouTube for about a year at this point, and it's been an absolute whirlwind. I've loved every moment of it, and most of that is thanks to you guys. So if you're not subscribed, click the button below, help me reach my goal before my loser friends get there, because nobody wants that. Like, who wants Josh to reach 100k? Who needs alien food at 100k? Who even wants Frey at 100k? Especially not that Telecon fella. Like, let me tell you now, it's not happening, okay? So help me out, help them out too, but help me out more. Anyway, let's carry on with wood cutting. Okay, whatever, thanks, bye. Well, another wood cutting clip, and this time 109 wood cutting. We're on a mission, and that mission is Beaver. And that mission plan is to cut these oak trees. And the mission success rate is about 5% at this point. What a good time we're having. What an absolutely good time. I'm feeling like we should start complaining again. However, in this one occasion, I'm going to save you the complaints, and instead we're just going to move on. Well, I decided to take a little break from woodcutting. Only a 10-minute break, obviously. I've got a plough on, but I thought I'd come and do crafting. I'd use up all the uncut gems we had in the bank. And it's been a long process, this has. Very long process. But here we are. 42 crafting. We are now one singular level away from the 43 crafting that we need to be able to cut one of these bad boys. Oh, where's it gone? There it is. Nope, that one. Bad boy. There it is. Look at that. Amazing. 43 crafting is all we've needed for the longest time. And now we're getting very, very close. So I'm going to go and string all these flax into bowstrings, and it's going to get me like 500 XP. Not enough. So we still have a lot of work to do, and that includes things like killing the rest of the elementals, and we're still needing to go for the beaver. So there'll be plenty of opportunities to get more gems, especially from the gem drop table. And, you know, most of the bloody random events that I seem to be getting at the minute are just chucking me 4 or 5 uncut rubies a time. So we definitely will get 43 before we've finished our other 2 tasks. Let's put that out there right now. Hey, Dopey AF, thanks so much. That is so well appreciated. Thank you so much for that. So we got Dopey AF. And obviously, Group Ironman, Weetard. Come on, I can't say that. Come on. But yeah, thanks very much for that. That's very, very, very kind. Very much appreciated. Look at that. You don't see that every day. A HP level. 81 now. It's not really doing much for us, to be honest. Not at this point.
elementals don't really do much damage to me. But I guess it means I can survive just a little bit longer. But I've got some forethought now to the next chunks and what directions we might be travelling in going forwards. And I think all these HP levels are just going to be helpful because the way I want to go might involve some bossing. And if I do end up going that way, I'm going to need all the HP levels that I can physically get. But we're making good progress. We're back at elementals for a bit. We're going to start going back to trees again when we get bored here. But we really are ploughing forwards. So let's see what happens next. Well, look at that. 90 strength. Holy strong boy. That is our second level 90 on the account. Obviously 99 woodcutting being the other one. That is such a big number. We're getting close to halfway to 99 strength. And like, it's only pretty much only been on elementals. Bit of men and women at the start, but really it's been mostly elementals. We have killed almost 60,000 air elementals now. We are getting very, very close to the goal, which I think was set quite a few months ago now. And it was essentially, I calculated about 100,000 air elemental kills to be able to get enough runes for 79 magic. That's been slowly chipping down because we've been getting a lot of lamps and XP tomes from the school event. What was that event called? Anyway, so we're all chipping down from 100,000 air elemental kills, but you know, we are at least 2/3 of the way there now, if not more. So we are making lots of good progress. We are doing a lot of good things. And I don't think 90 strength actually gets us anything in particular. Oh, we can use the scythe. That's not going to happen for such a long time. And we still need 80 strength anyway. So we've made a ton of progress this video. We've got a lot of woodcutting XP. We've got some crafting experience. We've got HP levels, and now we've got strength levels. We've done a lot of good work. So I think this is going to be it. But now you've got a couple of bits of news to hear. So have fun with that. Well. Here we are again at the end of another video. Like I said at the beginning, I have some news. Firstly, I am now streaming on Twitch. I'll be streaming as many Thursdays as I can, starting at about 7 PM GMT and running for, 4 hours. So plenty of time for you to drop in if you want. You can look in the description of this video for my Twitch channel and my Discord channel, where you can follow and join respectively to be notified of when I go live. I really hope you'll join me there, where we continue the chill vibes. Secondly, like I said in the middle of the video, I'm trying to hit 10,000 subscribers before the end of the year. It's a bit of a stretch, but with your help, I can absolutely get there. So please, if you haven't already, hit subscribe. It would mean the world to me. And finally, episode 20 of Seer Supreme will be the final video of season 1, where we'll finally roll a new chunk. I'll be doing the chunk roll live on YouTube when we get to it. So for those who can make it, you'll be able to see it a bit earlier, but episode 20 will include the rest of the goals being complete and the chunk roll, so look out for that sometime in the future. Welcome back. Today is a momentous day. It is a day that we have been waiting for the last 2 entire years. We have spent over 203 in-game days, totaling over a massive 5,000 plus in-game hours, spread across over 700 in real life days to get where we are today. I haven't uploaded a Seer Supreme episode in over 11 months, spending all of that time between then and now solely cutting trees, attempting to get the beaver. But before we get into what's happened over these last 11 months since episode 19, let's take a quick trip down memory lane and see what we've accomplished over these last 2 years. Back
on the 14th of October 2023, I created my Supreme One Chunk account, full of life and optimism, firmly believing that not only can I achieve everything that an Extreme One Chunk does, but also that I can get all the skilling pets required in my first chunk. We took ourselves over to Seers Village and began by killing over 25,000 men and women for 52 prayer, casting Smite for the very first time. Once this mammoth task was over, we used our lamps and forestry events to get ourselves to a lofty 46 hunter, being able to net ourselves a chunker's holy trinity of the steel full helm, steel plate body, and legendary mithril scimitar. And let's not forget the chunking woodcutter's dream of a steel axe. We then buried ourselves in the depths of the elemental workshop, killing over 100,000 elementals on our way to 79 magic to cast Entangle, which we will see the outcome of in this video. Killing those elementals netted us many uncut gems, which, in tandem with a few lamps and flax drops, propelled us on our way to 43 crafting to cut an uncut diamond, which again, this video will unfold exactly what happened. And finally, we tackled the skilling pets, pickpocketing men and women in the Seers Village pub, getting Rocky a massively spooned 62 thieving, and becoming a meme within the One Chunk universe for being about the only person without the beaver pet. But 2 years of perseverance and following our dreams has led us to one of the greatest outpouring of emotions in my video game career. But what actually happened? Well, sit back and relax as I take you through where we left off to this.
Get it! No way! No way! Oh my god!
It is finally here. Episode 20. It's been a few months since we last uploaded, and in that time, we have got a lot done. As a reminder, we are starting this episode with 3 tasks remaining. 43 crafting is required to cut an uncut diamond, 79 magic is needed to cast the spell Entangle, and the most anticipated task, we need to obtain that elusive beaver. Now, my recommendation is to buckle yourself in. You've got a lot to get through, and one of those things is a world's first exclusive amazing segment for this series. So look forward to that, and let's see what I've been doing. So, what we're going to do is, over the last however many weeks it has been, we've collected a bunch of these, and that will start off the next stage of the magic grind. So in the last episode, we left off at 74, which means now, with this, we're going to make ourselves all the way up to 75, and then some. And then, the plan going forwards is to kill another 30,000 air elementals to get the rest of the runes to get to the fabled 79 magic. And in this episode, you are going to see that. You're going to see 79 magic being achieved, locked to Seers Village. So, let's get cracking with it. Let's get that 75 magic ticked off. Okay, a couple more clicks and we'll have achieved something very good for this account. So, in 1 second, we have just hit 2 million GP. So, why is that important to the account? What does that mean for the future of the account? Well, as we said in an earlier episode, because we are a Supreme One Chunk Ironman, we are required to buy the bank slot upgrades. Now, you can only buy bank slot upgrades from bankers who are located at the various banks around the world. You cannot buy bank slot upgrades from chests that act as banks or deposit boxes or anything like that. So, we have to go to a bank to unlock the next bank slot upgrade. As part of this chunk, we upgraded our bank slot at 1 million GP, and we did that at the bank in Seers Village. So, what is the next bank slot upgrade? Well, the next bank slot upgrade is 2 million GP, which we now have. So,
when we get round to unlocking a new bank, we can instantly buy the 2 mil upgrade without any stress at all. That is so good for this account. It takes such a weight off my shoulders. Now, where are the nearest banks? So there's a few of them. The first nearest bank is in Catherby, which is not far away. It's only 2 chunks, maybe 3, depending on what happens. And Ardoyne, so East Ardoyne, has a bank in the north, and it has a bank in the south. I think at this point, the north one is probably slightly closer, but it's definitely further away than Catherby. And finally, there is a bank in the Fishing Guild, which again is probably a bit closer than Ardoyne, but it's not as close as Catherby. So realistically, out of the 4 directions that I can travel when I roll a chunk, only north is a saving grace from being able to have to spend 2 million coins on a bank slot. So are we hoping we go north? Maybe, but at this moment in time we are comfortable with the fact that Catherby is still a couple of chunks away, if that's the direction we roll. 1 more high alchemy to go, and we have reached 75 magic. We only have 4 more levels to go until 79, and we can now use Fire Wave. And look at all the GZs. We are so unbelievably close now, and I'm so unbelievably excited. We are only now 4 levels away, so what we're going to do is we're going to use the rest of our runes and see how far up we can get from 75 magic. So I'm hoping this gets us most of the way to 76, but I'm not sure it will do. However, we'll give it a good shot. So this is so good. I'm so excited. Look at this. Look at this magician. Absolute magician. Right, not long ago on stream, we used up all of our runes. Now, I know I said that I was hoping that it would get me some of the way to 76. That apparently was the case. Look at that. We're about 70% of the way to 76 magic. That is a very good, and it took quite a bit to get all those runes saved up, so definitely worthwhile. So we're back on the grind. We're back out there trying to get more runes, and we're trying to get back on track for 76 magic. Exciting times. So we're going to get back down into the dungeons, into the workshop, and I'll probably see you very shortly for another update. I think we're closing in on 13 whole months of doing crafting, and this thing it's been rough. We've only been able to get uncut gems from either the gem drop table, which is only accessed via elementals, or from random events which appear randomly and have a random drop rate to give you uncut versus cut. So this has been a big side quest that we've been on for the last 13 months, and now it's finished. 43 crafting. We can now cut diamonds on the account for the first time, and we've got a lot of those to cut. So we're gonna see how many XPs we can get from these 89 uncut diamonds, and that's it. We've now got only 2 tasks left, no side tasks left to do, and we're going to be ploughing towards this chunk roll. Absolutely ploughing. So excited. 91 strength. Pretty much only killing elementals, and 94 combat. Absolutely amazing. It's wild to think that I've been here for this long and I've managed to get all the way up to 91 strength and 94 combat, because the only things I've got in my chunk are men, women and elementals. It's pretty crazy. But we're only 2 levels away now from our next max hit, and then I'm going to make a decision of whether I stay with that or I go for 99. But we're making progress. We are absolutely smashing it, as people would say. The keen, eagle-eyed viewer will notice something very important in this image, and this is it.
300,000 oak logs cut. In total, we have definitely chopped more than 500,000 total logs across all of our different log types: normal, oak, maple, willow, yew. And it's been quite a journey. It's been quite a journey to get here, and we're still going, obviously.
Look at that. It's a hit points level, and I'm really sick. What is this voice? What does this sound like? This is gross. But 82 hit points is still pretty good, so it's making me feel a little bit better, I guess.
Once again, taking a break from that magic training to relax and chop a bit of trees. And I know I said that I would check back in at certain milestones. And well, here we are again. We're coming up to a new milestone. And like I said, we're trying our hardest here. We've been doing this for a while now, but safe to say, I never thought I'd reach that. I never thought I'd reach 40 million woodcutting experience without the beaver. But here we are, you know? We're living the dream. We're happy as hell. And just like everyone is suggesting, beaver when? Beaver when exactly? Well, 40 million woodcutting experience. That has netted us almost 550,000 logs total. And you would have thought by now that I absolutely would have got even the slightest sniff of a beaver. Some people have suggested 1 times rate, some people have suggested 1.5 times rate, some people have suggested 2 times rate. I don't know where I am, but what I do know is that we're still here. And you would think by now I wouldn't be enjoying myself, but, you know, chopping trees is easy. It's not like killing 30,000 hellhounds, or doing Chambers of Xeric over and over and over again, or, you know, complaining about farming. You know, this is easy stuff. This is easy stuff. But what we're going to do is we're going to carry on with some woodcutting for a bit, and then we're going to go back to elementals, and we'll just see how quickly we can get to 79 magic. Well. I am finally back from a quite extended holiday break. The last clip, 40 million woodcutting XP, was 16th of December 2024, and we are currently now on the 5th of January 2025. So, I don't know when this video is going up, but I hope you all had a good Christmas. I hope you all had a wonderful New Year, and I hope 2025 is amazing. So, what we left off at was that we had just received a beautiful 43 crafting, 82 hit points, 91 strength, and we were working our way up through the woodcutting XP, finishing off at 40 million pre-Christmas. So now, oh, and one other thing, 75 magic. I forgot the big one. That is a big one. So now, here's the new stats. This is over the Christmas break with no access to my computer and recording equipment. So this was all done on my laptop, on my phone, etc, over the Christmas period. And we have finished off at 83 hit points, so 1 extra. We finished off at 92 strength, which is a new max hit first of all, but also the last max hit that we're going to get. So we now hit a massive 14. So we can't actually get any higher because we are restricted by our best in slot items, but it just means now we're going to flip to something slightly different. So if you may well remember from a long time ago, we finished at 60 defense. We are now 65 defense. And the reason behind that is that this total level here, we need to get this as high as possible now, because the maze random, the amount of runes that you get at the end is dependent on your total level, or so I'm led to believe. So the higher that is, the more runes I will get in total. So instead of continuing with strength and seeing a new strength level every 2-3 weeks, instead we're going to move on to defense to get that up for a bit, and then we might move on to attack as well, seeing as we can't get any more max hits from strength. The next thing is 77 magic. We got 2 magic levels from all the runes that you may well have seen earlier in the video. And that means that now we're only 2 levels away from 79. And that is the goal, if you didn't know. Next, we got to 44 crafting with all of the diamonds that we had and that we were cutting. I was supposed to show me getting the next level, and I don't think I did. So here it is, 44. And the last thing was that we actually got an extra fishing level, which is nice. We're now 34 fishing instead of 33. Not anything important, but it's pretty good. It's a level more than anything. So what are the next steps? Well, it's the new year, it's 2025, and the goal is to get to the chunk roll as fast as physically possible. So this is what we're doing. And what we're going to do is that we're now working back up the rune stack, and then hopefully this is probably not enough to get me to 78, but it may well be a good chunk of the way there, which is pretty good. So I'm going to swap back to defensive, and we're just going to work really, really hard. We have been locked in the elemental dungeon for God knows how long at this point, but at least a couple of weeks since the last clip, and we've hit a very monumental target. 78 magic. We are now counting down to the last magic level of this chunk, and we can also wield the Trident of the Swamp and Virtus now, which is that's a long way away. Oh, there you go, there's some there's a nice little trident there. 78 magic, counting down now. We've been counting up to 79 magic for these first 78 levels, but now we're on countdown. So we've only got 169k XP remaining. That's quite a few runes, but we're just going to keep going. I'm going to be getting about 500 nature runes each go now, and then there'll just be a number of assortment of runes that come with that. And then I'm going to work through those 500 runes so that I don't over egg it. I don't want to get way too many runes and then have just wasted a lot of time. So we're going to keep a very keen eye on it from now on. And then we've only got one task left, and you all know what that is. I just wanted to drop in to say thank you to everybody who subscribed over the last 2 years. We finally hit a goal of 10,000 subscribers. But if you do want to subscribe, if you are currently not, please do. We're going to go for a goal of, 20,000 subscribers or something. I'm just so excited for it. And if you want to see what my ugly mugs looks like in real life, join me on Twitch, which I talked about earlier. Okay, bye. Right, we are about to hit 2 monumental levels back to back. The first one being 78 attack, and that leads into 100 combat. Who would have thought it? The big 3-digit combat level. I can't believe it. Might be the last one of this video. Might be one more. Who knows? We have just completed another high alchemy session. We are making very good progress on the magic grind, I can tell you that for free. But we just achieved a new milestone, actually. We've just got 3 million GP. So we need 2 million for the next bank slot upgrade. And then the one after that, I believe, is 5 million, potentially. Which means I do need to save up a lot more cash. But, getting to 79 magic has netted me almost 3 million GP, so that is pretty good. And that means that anything we unlock next is just going to improve on that. So I'm not actually concerned anymore about these bank slot upgrades, because I've already got the next one sorted, and I'm already on my way to getting the one after that sorted. So we'll have to worry eventually, getting like 200 mil for the last one is going to be pretty bonkers, but at least now we've made progress. And as an update, because who knows, the very next clip you might see may be the 79 magic clip, but we are currently over halfway to 79 magic, which is amazing. Amazing progress. We've killed probably almost 100,000 air elementals to get to this point, which is about what I calculated in the beginning. But this is so good. We're almost there. We're so close. I can feel it. Now, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, hold on a minute. This isn't somewhere where someone could potentially be doing magic right now. This isn't somebody dressed for the occasion in beautiful magic gear. So why promise me 79 magic and then not deliver? Well, I can tell you something right now. I did not expect what's coming up very shortly, because I thought that to get to 79 magic, we'd basically not have to kill too many more things and we'd basically be there by now. But we've been down here for probably another, I would say, 3 days past the last clip. And honestly, it didn't occur to me that we'd be here for this long. But we have been. And we've been attacking these things now for over a year and a half. And what that has led us to is 80 attack. Now, I don't know if this, the rest of this magic grind, which is absolutely not going to be much longer now, absolutely not going to be much longer, but I don't know if that is going to cause us to hit the next combat level, because technically it's either one attack or one defense level. So maybe a defense level, potentially. So we're kind of in a race now to see whether we hit 79 magic first or whether we hit 101 combat. So I don't know, place your bets. Let's see where we get to. Right, shall we find out whether it's 79 magic first or whether it's 101 combat? Well, as it turns out, it's... Oh, no, wait, hold on. Sorry, my bad. That was totally on me. There we go. 101 combat is first. But what we can now confirm is that we also get 79 magic. Yes! Oh, oh my god. It's been so long. It's been so long. It's been a year and a half of my life trying to get to this point. It has been over 3,500 hours of grinding. I've been logging in almost every day for the last year and a half, and we finally got to this point. We now only have one singular task remaining. Now, I had to use basically all of my runes to get to this point, so unfortunately to cast Entangle, I still do need myself a couple of nature runes and some water runes. And we've got water runes and earth runes, so we don't have to worry about that stuff. Now, all we need to worry about is getting 4 more nature runes, and then I can show you me entangling something. And you might be asking yourself, what might I be entangling? Well, I'll let you have a think about that while I get 2 more nature runes. What a good day. What a good day. I didn't imagine when I woke up this morning that today would be the day, but here we are. So good. Right, you might be wondering, where are we going to go? What are we going to do? How are we going to entangle? Are we going to kill? I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. Are we going to entangle air elementals, earth elementals, maybe fire elementals? Could even be water elementals. Are we doing it to men, women? Are we getting an altar count? Are we finding somebody on a PvP world? You know, are we going wild and just doing it to a random NPC? Well, you can't. So instead, we're going to come back to a place that is iconic for the account. It was a long time ago, but it's where we started the magic grind, and that is the Seers Village pub. We came here many moons ago to start our magic grind. We were killing these men and women for their meager little mind rune drops, and boy howdy, was that a tough start to this grind. But here we are, many moons later. We're here and we're ready to cast Entangle. So here are the runes. This is all I'm going to need. There is the spell. It's finally highlighted. So, do we do it on the level 2 man
or the level 2 woman. I don't particularly care. So what we're going to do is, I believe the first person I ever shot a magic attack at was one of the women wearing the purple tops. So it's only fitting that we finish the grind how we started. Entangle, womp, 91 XP. There's a chunk task complete. Oh, that is so good. That is so good. And now she's trapped in that spot. And, oh, no, she's coming. She's coming. Womp. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. And just for good luck, we'll bury those bones as well. Now, you're probably not wondering what happens next. So I'm just going to tell you as if you don't. We are now going to spend the next insert amount of hours here killing. God, I've got killing on the brain. I've been killing for so long in this game. Let me be clear, in this game, that I've just forgot what else we do. So we are now going to be chopping trees, which arguably you could say is killing. So, you know, whatever. But we're going to be chopping trees now for as long as it takes. We are currently at 41.9 million woodcutting XP. And we're going to sit at these oak trees and we're going to go until beaver. And there's nothing that's going to stop us now. This is going to be day and night, morning, afternoon and evening. This is going to be while we're at home. It's going to be while we're away from home. And I'm going to do my absolute best. However, I believe that I would let a lot of people down if I didn't record this moment. So I've got to be very careful where and when this happens. So wish me luck. I mean, I'm highly expecting that the next clip you see will be said beaver clip, but I say this all the time and I am consistently wrong. So wish me luck, because it might be in a few seconds or it might be in a couple of minutes. Who knows? But we're here and we're ready. Okay, I know I wasn't sure about what the next clip was going to be, and there's a good job I wasn't sure, because it's not the beaver. However, what it is something very, very important. This number right here, when we click examine, this is 361,214 total oak logs that we've chopped and we've kept in our bank. Because like I've explained before, some of them were used elsewhere, fire making, fletching, beehive randoms, all that kind of stuff. This is just what we've managed to chop and keep in the bank. Now, if you go to the wiki, the base chance for the beaver pet from oak trees is 361,146. We have now chopped more oak logs than the drop rate for beaver. We are dry on specifically oak trees. We're about 2 times dry in total, but just for this one tree, we are now dry. So the argument before of whether we're dry or not, it can now go out the window. It's now 100% confirmed. You can see it in the numbers. So surely we're owed something, right? Surely there's something that Jagex can do to help me out, surely. But we're going to carry on. We will not fail this mission. We've come this far. There's no backing down now.
Right, well, I honestly did not expect this. Did not think we would get to this point before we received the beaver. And I know, I keep saying in the video, and the next clip will be, and then it never is. But this time, I'm not going to say anything like that. I'm just going to tell you what has happened over the last probably 3 weeks since the last clip. So what's happened is this. We have reached rank 100 in the whole world for hardcore iron people. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? Rank 100. Now we're approximately 40 million XP away from front page,
No, we're not. Sorry. That is a lie. We're 40 million XP away from rank 50. And we're approximately, I think it's about 60 to 70 million away from front page for woodcutting for hardcore iron people. So we've got quite a long time to go. But rank 100 is a big honour. Well, at least I think it is. And I'm very proud to have gotten to this point in the account, even though I would have been potentially a lot prouder if we'd have got the beaver already and left. But we're working on it, and hopefully we'll be done soon, because these trees are becoming a little bit they're starting to become part of the background, to be honest with you. I look at them so much that, to be honest, I don't particularly notice them anymore. But anyway, whatever. Top 100, we'll take it. And running on from rank 100, we also got 2 clues, by the way. We got 1 extra doable clue, which is wild to me, because for so long we've only ever had 1, and we keep managing to lose that 1, but now we've got 2, which means that potentially 1 more, we might get ourselves our first easy casket on the account, which would be wild. And if we got a black axe from that, that would be taking the piss. But anyway, we're not worried about the 2 clues on the ground. The thing that we're worried about is this. 50 million woodcutting experience on this bloody account. God's sake. What is Jagex doing? What are they thinking? What are they doing to me? What have I done to deserve this? Did I must have upset one of them at some point without knowing who they were. I must have done, because this is a joke. But we're quarter of the way to 200 million woodcutting XP. So, as Petless Chunk has just said, we're a quarter of the way to the boosted rates. And being a quarter of the way to the boosted rates means that we are getting very close to being, 3 times dry now? Maybe 4 times dry? On the little old beaver pet? But whatever, we're pushing on. This is becoming a legendary grind. It's becoming something that's taken a good chunk of my life, and it's taken a good chunk of my mental fortitude to get through. And once I'm finished, my God, that feeling is going to be good. I'm calling it now. I'm going to be so thrilled. I take your 50 millions woodcutting XPs and I raise you 60 millions of the woodcutting bloody XPs. We are chopping. We are chopping. See you soon for the 70 mil. Oh, me.
Slot completed.
Get it! No way! No way! Oh my God! Oh my Lord! I did it! I did it! I can't believe I did it. No! Oh my God! Not even 69 mil! It's not even 69 mil. What? Just... what? Oh my God. I can roll. I can leave. I can actually leave. I'm done. I'm actually done in this chunk. No! Oh my God, I don't even know what to do. Like, what do I even do? Who am I anymore? What is going on? Oh, boy. I don't even know. I don't even know. Like, what do I do now? I just roll, right? That's what I do. Whew. I'm gonna have to calm down. I'm about to charge about. I'm about to throw some stuff around. I'm about to cry and laugh. Whew. Oh my god. Let's just, you know what? Focus up. Oh. Okay. We're just gonna. Let's go change the beaver. Okay, let's go. Let's start first things first. Oh, okay. First things first. Hold on. Wow. Just wow. Like, it's probably been a good 20 minutes and I haven't done anything, because genuinely the ecstasy that I've felt over the past, well, half an hour at this point total has been overwhelming. Loads of people went nuts in the clan chat. People came to visit me, to congratulate me. My Discord went crazy. My other Discord went crazy. I had loads of Discord messages. People were texting me saying congratulations. Like, my brain is fried. I've had so much love and support thrown at me that my body physically doesn't know how to handle it. But the important thing is we're here. We have the beaver. Finally. After 2 whole years. So, we're going to do that. Look at that. That is the best pet in the game. Don't at me. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Let's talk to the fox. Maybe if we all made an underground village together. You mean like elemental workshop, maybe? What are you pondering, my furry friend? Or just a grand plan to save all the wildlife from being hunted? That is quite fantastic, Mr. Fox. Ha 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 ha! Go. Oh, look at that. Absolutely amazing. Well, there isn't anything else to do. That was the last thing we had to do. So, I guess, seeing as we are 68,939,019, we might as well finish it off, right? We might as well get 69 million. Come on. It'd be a catastrophe if I didn't do that. A catastrophe indeed. Well, we've come to the end of the video. I know you were expecting a chunk roll here, but I have some news, some very good news. But this Saturday, and that is Saturday the 11th of October 2025 at 7 p.m. GMT, or in these other time zones here, we will be doing a live chunk roll for Hannibal, Seer Supreme, the Supreme One Chunk Ironman locked to Seers Village, the first ever chunk roll. And just as a reminder, we have made 0 exceptions. We have completed every single task possible in this chunk to get to this point. So I hope that you can all make it and you can all spend this beautiful, beautiful occasion with me, because what we'll be doing just before the chunk roll is we will be getting 69 million woodcutting XP just for a bit of fun. The funny number, and everyone can have a good laugh at it. But in Hannibal tradition, I just want to say perseverance. Keep going. Whatever you're going through, whatever you're aiming for, if you just keep going, you never give up, you never surrender, you will get there. It just takes time. And as I've proven, Sometimes it can take, 2 months. Sometimes it'll take 2 years. You may even find that sometimes it'll take 20 years. But if you're really passionate about it, you go for it and you will get there. So thank you so much for being on this journey with me. And thank you so much for spending your valuable, valuable time with me. Let's go and see those beautiful channel members. And I look forward to seeing you on Saturday this week for the chunk roll. Come on! Welcome once again to Seers Village with me, Seer Supreme. I've spent the last 5,000 hours completing every possible task in my chunk, and I can now confirm that I made 0 exceptions, I gave up 0 times, and I took 0 prisoners. As a Supreme One Chunk Ironman, we have a few additional rules to extremes, and these include using the highest level magic spell possible with the runes we have available, obtaining every drop from every NPC, and the biggest one, obtaining all skilling pets. After finally getting the beaver and completing my first chunk after 2 whole years of grinding my life away, we have finally rolled another chunk. But before we go and join me live on Twitch and YouTube for the big moment, let's have a look at that chunk picker and see what could be in our future. The chunk picker looks like this for me. Most of you may be familiar with it having followed me for a little while, but over the last 2 years we have made each of the surrounding chunks far easier. Chunk number 1 is MacGruber's Wood. This chunk is home to only 1 set of tasks, and that is to get every drop from the local guard dog. Very quick and very easy chunk. The second area is Sinclair Mansion, my preferred chunk for many reasons, and also home to a 60 cooking grind for a curry, the beginning of the murder mystery quest, and the drop tables of the local cow, chicken, and wolf. Second longest grind of all the potential chunks, but not that bad at all. The third chunk is Camelot Castle, starting area of our good friend Sir Camelot, and a hefty 50 farming grind, which would have been done by raking, but we have lamped 48 farming over our many decades in Seers Village trying to get the beaver, which has made this grind a hell of a lot smaller. It also has the beginning to Merlin's Crystal Quest, a Kandarin medium task, and the drop table from the local unicorn. Boring chunk for me overall, but it gets us 1 step closer to Catherby, which is quite exciting. And finally, the longest grind we could get, Sorcerer's Tower. This has the whopping 99 fire making grind, along with a hefty 87 fletching, 50 range, 2 Kandarin easy tasks, the lumberjack hat and legs, and the local unicorn drop table. This will take a few weeks to complete, but it's nothing that we can't handle. So there we have it, the potential next steps for Seer Supreme. Let's not waste any more time and get into what happened at the first ever Seer Supreme chunk roll. So active chunk tasks, 209 tasks we've had to go through to get to this point, and the only 2 left are the beaver on all pets and on skilling pets. So let's just tick those 2 off right now. Boom. Boom. Oh, yes! That's it. We've got no more tasks. We did it. God, I'm so pumped. I'm so excited. I've got all of these YouTubers and streamers in my head right now going, milk it more, milk it more. But I'm too excited. We just need to do it, okay? Right, we've got fancy rolling on, so it's gonna look really fancy. Okay, here we go. We're gonna press it. Just smash in the chat what number you think we're gonna get. What is it gonna be? Oh, I'm hoping it's 2. I'm really hoping it's 2. Here we go. Let's do this. I'm pressing it. I'm pressing it. Come on. Oh my god, that's spinning for way longer than I thought it was going to. Yes! We did it! Come on! Sinclair Mansion. Let's go. That is exactly what we wanted to see. And there it is. The first ever chunk roll for Seer Supreme. You can watch the full thing on my YouTube and Twitch channels if that's what you're interested in. But for now, this is what we've unlocked. This is the second longest grind we could have gotten, but it is the exact chunk we wanted. A little daydream of mine is to go to Kandarin, get a bunch of tough tasks out of the way, say hi to Buzz, and then continue our grind into the Fremenic Isles. So, we are one step closer to that. But for now, we've got our task list, so it's time to go and explore our first ever second chunk. Look at all these people. Is that shift click? Nope, shift click. There we go. Look at that. Ho ho ho. We are about to step over the boundary. Oh. 2 whole years of my life. 2 whole years. And we're here. We're in another chunk. We did it. Ooh. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Look at this. Sinclair's mansion. This is my Samwise Gamgee moment. You are absolutely correct. If I take one more step, this is the farthest I've been from Seers Village ever. Here we are. Oh. Beautiful. I can't believe it. Genuinely can't believe it. Let's have a bit of a wander around first. Let's have a bit of a wander around. So, Sinclair's mansion, we've got cows, we've got chickens, we've got a lot of dead trees. We could chop one of those just for some luck. Beaver? Beaver anybody? Nope, okay. We can go over to here to see our good friend, what's his name? Oh no, he's just inside. Phalo the Bard. Hey Phalo. Get away, I do not speak to Outlanders. Oh, that's a bit offensive. So we've got loads more maples, some oaks, regular trees, a few benches we can't sit on, a bunch more willows. I can now potentially chase all of those implings across the lake now. There's the wolf that we've got to kill a couple of times. We've got a fairy ring, which we won't be able to use. And then just over there is the dream. Just over there is Relica. Beautiful. Look at that. We can't go outside that line yet. Can't get around the back or anything. One day, though, you're absolutely correct. One day. So, we can talk to the guard outside of Sinclair Mansion. Where is God? There is God. What's going on here? It's terrible. Lord Sinclair has been murdered, and we don't have any clues as to who or why. We're totally baffled. I think I can help you out with that. If you can help us, we'll be very grateful. Start the murder mystery quest? Yes. Let's go and kill some cows and chickens. But essentially now, all I've got to do is I've got to get a beginner clue from cows. Get a beginner clue from chickens. And there's the 15 feathers, so that can come off the list now. Oh, there was the nothing drop from the chickens. Nice. What is the... Oh, it's a 1 in 300 for chickens and a 1 in 128 for beginners. That's quite steep, actually, for chickens. 1 in 300. What I'm going to do, let's go kill that wolf. Get that ticked off, because I only have to kill 1 wolf. Right. Is this wolf going to kill me? I've got plenty of cooked meat to survive. That is the wolf drop table completed. I did not need all of this meat. Sailings. Oh, I got a beginner from, what was that? From a chicken. Hey, we went under rate on the beginner clue. Look at that. So we can tick that off now. So that is that done. We're now down to 2 tasks remaining. We'll drop that back on the floor. That's it. I just got that's the clue scroll from the cow. Oh, yes. That's what we like to see. Well done, Mr. Cow. Beautiful. I mean, technically it's Mrs. Cow, isn't it? My apologies. Right, that is 1 task remaining. we now just need to get to 57 cooking. All of that in one singular stream. Feels very different after so long just wood cutting. It feels nice to actually make progress for once. We did make some cooking progress during the stream to hit the 60 cooking goal for a curry, but I thought now would be a good time to discuss the process I decided on after stress testing and doing a deep dive. I saw this grind only taking a day or two to complete, and I made a solid plan with the items I had available to me to get there as soon as possible. Step 1, get to 25 cooking. This is easy enough. I have access to cows and chickens, and I can cook that meat either on the range in Seers Village or the range in Sinclair Mansion. Step 2, cook stews until 35 cooking. I have access to stews in the Seers Village pub, so I can easily get myself a bowl, and luckily I have a load stacked in the bank anyway. Then we take this bowl to a water source, boil it on a range, and then add a potato and cooked meat to make the stew. We now have potatoes in the Sinclair Mansion, so this should be an easy trip to make with 14 bowls and a bit of running around. Step 3, make Forester's rations until 57 cooking. This is done by mixing leaves dropped when doing the forestry events with certain cooked foods. I have so many leaves you won't even believe, and I now have an unlimited supply of meat and chicken. And finally, step 4. Use the Chef's Delight +3 cooking boost that I received many moons ago from Gourmet Implants to boost me up to 60 cooking to make the curry. Now, I know you're probably furiously typing a better, more efficient, far easier method to do this grind, but remember, I've already done this grind by the time you see this video, so yeah, think about that. And if you pause the video to type out said better method and now you've hit play and watched this part and feel a bit silly, then don't worry about it. You're still a star in my eyes. And if you paused after the first part of this message to edit your comment to apologise for not watching further before you did your first comment, and now you've pressed play and saw the previous part of this message, you are forgiven. Anyway, let's go and see how I got on with the grind. Right, you have joined me late on in the grind where we accidentally got to 36 cooking instead of 35. Well, 35 is... oh, no. It's not in here? Okay, maybe it's in wood cutting, forestry maybe? There it is, 35 for Forester's rations. So we now have 35 cooking. Well, we've got 36, but it means we can now carry on with the rest of the grind. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cook all of these little bits that I have in my invent, and then we're going to go back to the bank and we're going to make some rations. We're back at the bank, we have our forestry kit. Let's have a look. 140,000 oak leaves, so we might as well use those. That is a hell of a lot of oak leaves that we've had over the years of just cutting oak trees. And we can use any type of fish with a few different types of meat, so we're going to use our stack of cooked meat so far. And there is the first set of Forester's rations. We get 8 per meat that we use, and I think it uses 1 leaf and 1 meat. And we're getting 51 cooking XP per one, which is pretty good. I think I've calculated about 18,500 of these to get us from 35 to 57. So we're at 36, so I guess it's slightly less than that. But this should be a pretty nice, easy method to do because we can get a chunk of it just by using what we've stacked up in the bank. And then the rest of it, all we have to do is kill cows and chickens. And actually, we can go back to Sinclair Mansion and we don't actually need to leave Sinclair Mansion at all because we can just kill cows and chickens, cook the meat on the range in the mansion, and then go back and make it. So there's 37 cooking, and let's just crack on. We are absolutely flying. We'll be done with this grind before you know it. Up to almost 8,000 Forester's rations now. I decided that since we've got the full drop tables from cows and chickens at this point, that I was just going to kill chickens from now on because they've got less HP, they're quicker and easier to kill, and that means I get to stack the invent quicker, and the XP from cooking meat and chicken is the same, and it's also the same when you put them with the Forester's rations, so it doesn't really matter which one you use, but chickens are technically quicker. And there it is, 50 cooking on the One Chunk account. Unbelievable that we've got to this point where we're actually doing something that isn't wood cutting, finally. So next steps is 57. To be honest, I'm probably going to do that on stream right before another chunk roll. A second chunk roll for Hannibal and Seer Supreme is wild. Like, can you imagine? Unbelievable. But here we are. So next thing you're going to see is me live on YouTube and Twitch on stream, completing the final chunk task for Sinclair Mansion and rolling again. Are we ready? Here we go. 57 cooking. Look at that. So now, let's just finish off this very quickly. Thank you. We are now pretty much ready. I just need to go back, pick up my Chef's Delight, make sure I've got my bowl. All right, let's just take 5 of them. Let's take enough for maybe 3. It's 3 leaves per, right? 3, 6, 9. And then I can take some spice as well for the other 2. Boost. I need my boost. I know. Don't worry. I'll take both of them. Right. So that says I will get to 60 cooking. Right. Let's try this again. Right. We've got our meats. Let's put them in there. We now have our uncooked stew. Okay. Right. I assume we still can't put these in yet because we need the boost. Yes, we need the boost. Right. 3 attempts with the leaves. 2 attempts with the spice. Are we ready? Here we go. Let's not mess this up. Drink that. Put that in there. Make that. Right. Put those in there. Here we go. Click on that. Cook. Chunk task complete. Ho-ho! And we're almost cooking all of them. Look at that. Oh, we burnt the last one. Restart the chunk. Beautiful. That is the final task on the list for the new and beautiful chunk Sinclair Mansion. So now we are officially ready to roll. As before though, before we roll, once again, let's just briefly go over the 3 new potential chunks we unlocked after the last chunk roll. Just as a reminder, this is the other 3 chunks from last time with their tasks. The numbers changed when I rolled, so this is chunks 2, 4, and 6. But now we have 3 more. Chunks 1, 3, and 5. In chunk number 1, we have a whopping task list of nothing, none, and free chunk. A quick move on. This is Max Island, but we can't get there until Birth Up anyway, so let's not worry about it now. In chunk number 3, we have, well, nothing. Again, this is a corner chunk because we don't have the agility level for the shortcut, and the only way over there is through chunk 5 and then going north. And finally, in chunk number 5, we actually have a few things. The drop tables from the local bear cub, fox, bunny, unicorn foal, and grizzly bear, and a 50 farming grind to make nature offerings, which is the same task as the one in Camelot Castle, but we may have to do it here with far less raking opportunities, which actually technically makes it a longer grind than it would be in Camelot Castle. So, 6 potential outcomes for the next chunk roll. Some of which may land us in an instant grind that might take a few weeks, and some of which might mean that we roll again and again and maybe even again. So once again, let's go join me live on YouTube and Twitch for the second chunk roll for Seers Supreme, and it only took me 2 days to get here. Let's go. Are we doing this for Frodo? For Frodo! Thank you very much. Here we go. Okay, just for some good luck. Let me pause the music. Okay. This is 2 years of waiting and then 2 days of grinding for 2 chunks about to be made 3 chunks. 3 whole chunks. Right. Are you all sat down? Are you prepared? I'm about to press this button. Here we go. Chunk number 3. Come on. Be nice to us. Be nice to us. Come on. Come on. Hey, it is number 3. Look at that. Wow. Well done. Look at that. I can roll those 2 chunks now, but they are nothing chunks. Beautiful. Look at that. We are now a 3 chunk man. 3 chunk man. Right, let's go and have a look, shall we? Let's go and have a look. Get myself out of Sinclair Mansion. Right. Step 1 more forwards. Let's get this open. Oops. And there we go. Look at this. Banana. Beautiful. Look at this. 3 chunk man. Unbelievable. So we've got some maple trees. We don't really need those anymore. I don't think I can get round here. Oh, I can. Look at that. I can get all the way into this corner. Beautiful. Lovely jubbly. Right, so I can do that. And I can't do this because this requires 47 agility and I've got level 1. So that is not usable. And then all the way up here, I think, is nothing. Look at that. More corner content with some more wolves. Beautiful. Okay. There's nothing to it. We're going back. We're going back to the chunk picker again. So just very quickly, number 5, nothing. And number 1, also nothing. So we've now got 1, 2, 3, 4 nothing chunks. 4 nothing chunks. We've got so much corner content, it's unbelievable. Are you ready? Let's just do it again. Let's go again. We're still hoping for a 6, I think, but let's just go for it. Here we go. We're rolling again. Let's go. Come on. Please, something. Just something that's good. Hey, look at that. Another nothing chunk. My lord. We are just... Look at that. We are a 4 chunk man. 4 chunk man. Oh, beautiful. Right, let's have a look at this. So we have now got this chunk right here. Hype, hype, hype. Look at all this nothing. Look at all this beautiful... There's 1 tree. There's 1 singular tree in here. And that's it. Look, we're heading towards Relica fast. Like, we are getting there quickly. All we need is that other chunk now. And we're on our way. Right. Back to the chunk picker. Here we go. We're about to become a 5 chunk man. Can you believe it? A 5 chunk man. We're just going for it. It's a nothing chunk. So all the chunks are the same. We'd have to go over them again. We're just going to press it. Here we go. The 5th chunk on Seer Supreme. Another corner chunk. Hey! We're nothing again. We're a 5 chunk man. Soon to be a 6 chunk man. Unbelievable. I don't really need to go and look at this one, but we're just going to. We're just going to go and have a look at it. Because I don't think I can get around the back here yet. Because the corner's not quite right. So I've got to go back into here. I am just so nothing right now. Look at this. Here we go. Max Cape Island, 1 day. we will be on this island. One day. I'm telling you right now. Look back on this moment in 60 years' time when I'm getting my max cape. You'll see. Here it is. Bosh. Oh, a whole lot of nothing. Look at this. Whole lot of nothing in here. Nothing down there, just evergreen trees. Can't get through there. You have to go all the way around the back into nothing. Beautiful. Beautiful. Right. We're back again. Look at this. We've got 2 nothing chunks left now. And then there's 2 farming chunks and a fire making chunk. So the odds are getting higher and higher that we are hitting a grind pretty soon. So, pick chunk. For Frodo. For Frodo! Come on, 6 chunk man! Oh, we've got a grind! We're grinding. Here we go. We're grinding. We're back to what we're used to. We're getting our first 99 cape on the account. Look at all these tasks now. 17 tasks. Unbelievable. Look at that. We've got some collection log slots. We've got some diary tasks. We've got some best in slot tasks. And we've got 99 fire making. Beautiful.
Hey, guess what? You should probably subscribe because you're like probably not subscribed right now because you don't realise, but I'm telling you so you can. Okay, thanks. Bye.
Oh, and one thing I should mention is over the past 2 years, I've been running a beaver guesses spreadsheet competition thing where I was getting people to guess what XP they thought I would be on when I got the beaver. We had over 250 guesses ranging from 22 million, because that was literally that long ago, all the way up to 200 million XP, because people are evil, and the winner was just set as the closest guess to the final experience, if that makes sense. The final experience ended up being 68,938,318, so agonizingly close to 69 million. But surprisingly, over the time we ran the competition, most people went for either 69,696,969, very clever, or 69,420,000, also very clever, rather than just a flat 69 million. So we actually only have 2 winners. Those winners are Gabriel MT 1998 and C-Wiz, and they win 2 bonds each, instant VIP access to the Twitch channel. They will be able to name the beaver. They will receive a trophy, which looks like this, and obviously eternal glory. Unfortunately, it is with the greatest sadness and the utmost humiliation that I announced that Gabriel MT 1998 has decided, in the absence of C-Wiz, to name the beaver Frey. Unless C-Wiz comes forward shortly, the name will forever be Frey. Okay, let's go over to the footage of me naming the beaver. Do we not have that footage? Did you for real lose the footage of me naming the beaver? Seriously? Oh, what a massive shame. Well, let's wrap up with our thoughts on the new chunk then. I can't believe, after all this, that's the footage we lose. Literally the best footage of us naming the beaver. And you lot, I can't, whatever. So there we have it. Our home for the next 2 or so weeks. It was inevitable that we would hit a grind sooner or later, and I'm glad that this is the one we've got. There are so many large grinds in my future. It feels nice to get one that is kind of in the middle of the pack. It's not the Heron grind or the Rock Golem grind, but it's also not a nothing chunk or a small hour-long nothing grind, which is quite nice. Just as a reminder, as the graphic for Sorcerer's Tower was quite a while ago, these are the tasks that we have for the Sorcerer's Tower chunk. Luckily for us, we have a lot of logs in our bank, and to be honest, by the time we're done with all these grinds, we are still going to have a disgusting amount of logs left over in our bank. The great thing about getting this chunk is that we have opened up access to a few key items that will help me in the future, but we have also opened ourselves up to a grind that may dwarf the beaver grind. And I know, you're sitting there going, tell me what it is. Please tell me what it is. But in classic YouTuber fashion, you're going to have to wait to the next episode for that. As always, take care of yourself. Life is hard, but that's what makes it worth doing. And even though you may think you're not doing a good job at it, you're still here. So you absolutely are. So please look after yourself, look after others. And let's just send this off with our amazing channel members. There we have it. The full Seer Supreme journey from episode 1 all the way through to episode 21. This is 10 hours worth of footage spread out over 2 whole years and over 5,000 hours of in-game time. Holy moly, if you've made it to this point, thank you so much. You mean the world to me because you've literally just watched 10 hours of my nonsense and that is incredible. So this is the long video and there's probably going to be another one of these on the next leg of the Seer Supreme journey. So look forward to that. On screen right now, we have, as usual, all of the amazing channel members. Love them very greatly. And I'll see you all next time.